大家好，
大家好啊！夠早啊！冇瞓覺，我點瞓？都係揀嘅。差唔多啦，好，有3分鐘。寫論文，咁早寫論文嘅，你會話論文係唔係畢業先寫嘅？
Ich bin nicht allein, doch fühle mich einsam. Bin 0,0 mit meinen Gefühlen im Einklang. Seh mich nachher verfolgt, doch fürchte das Scheitern. Ich tanze auf der Party, doch eigentlich würde ich gern heimfahren. Himmel hoch jauchzen, zu Tode betrübt. Ich hätte gerne Sonne, doch der Mond, der genügt. Nur weil ich über exzellente Strophen verfüge, heißt es lange nicht, dass ich mich anfühlt. Und ich weiß ehrlich selber nicht, woher das Tage sehe ich alles sehr verschwommen.
AI 寫
Irgendwann einmal den Kern entnommen. Ich bin zu lange durch dieses
AI
schwarze Meer geschwommen.
一件表演，
Gegen die Welt, sondern gegen mich selbst führe ich den Krieg. Mich packt dieses kalte, leere Gefühl nach nem Sieg. Egal, was ich erreichen mag, genügen wird's nie. Doch ich kämpf weiter, mein Herz, mein Weg. Weiser der Selbstzweifler in mir, mein ständiger Begleiter. Doch ich leb weiter, aufhören ist keine Option. Bekämpfe die eigenen Dämonen und besteige den Thron. Es zieht sich wie ein roter Faden durch mein Leben. Große Taten, wenig reden, denn der Tod erwartet nämlich jeden. Muss der rohen Angst entgegentreten. Mein Herz rast, Erinnerung schmerzhaft. Doch was mich nicht killt, macht mich stärker. Spür die Kraft in meinem Innern, nenn es Kernkraft. Und die Kraft, die mich runterzieht, Schwerkraft. Atme ein, atme aus. Kein Zurück, nur geradeaus. Die Gaffer stehen am Gartenzaun. Wann zerbricht sein Kartenhaus? Der Druck steigt, Lunge fragt, wo die Luft bleibt. Blut, Schweiß und Tränen schimmern leise im Moonlight. Braucht nicht mal eine Sekunde, nur einen Bruchteil. Glaub nicht an gut oder böse, wer ist schon schuldfrei? So Focus, hier alles in Slow Motion. Heder sehen wie Ameisen aus hier von hoch oben. Zerleg sie in Protonen, dreht sie im hohen Bogen durch die Galaxie weg auf dem Betonboden der Tatsachen. Glückssträhne folgen die Rückschläge, weil so viele dich fallen sehen wollen wie Hyänen. Sie trauen sich nicht zu träumen, rauben dir deine Freude. Sie haben täglich ihr Leben vor Augen, wie sie es vergeuden. Doch nicht mal einen Tag würde ich tauschen mit diesen Leuten. Sie fühlen sich erbärmlicher, auch wenn sie es verleugnen. Lacht ruhig, ich hab einen Traum, der mir was bedeutet. Los Junge, schau mir in die Augen, siehst du sie leuchten? Bling bling, ich folg meinem Instinkt. Vergolde mir innen drin, dein Motto ist los, los. Mein Motto ist win, win. Sie nappen mich.
This year on Street Fighter League, we got what you need.
哦，有畫面啦。
What a jump!
He knows that could have been in the bag.
Just like that.
唔好浪費你嘅
Oh, and he just wins again. Brian, you're putting pressure away. And Al sniping out the slide rush, clearing out the rest of his game. For
講真，我覺得依家啲電腦啲科技未發達到可以判斷到篇文係咪 AI 寫，啲系統話係 AI 寫，都係好大機會係判錯咯，差緊法，差法。咁其實都科技冇咁先進，不過其實 應該係話
Man, shout outs to production for getting me hyped with that video before we get started on round 2 of US Street Fighter League, baby. We put away the Europe, we crowned another champion back to back with NIP. I believe Japan is in the middle of their playoffs, but right now we're trying to narrow it down, get closer and
即
closer.
係你 detect 完之後，我覺得上網揾啲 source 撳兩下，跟住就話你係
this weekend. That's right, it is a non-stop train going into the finals for
兩
the
位
US, and this is the
蝦緊
best
發
time
現
to tune
即係
back
點
into
啊？
all the
即
Street
係
Fighter 6 action. We had a little bit of
They
a
miss
lull, right?
all.
We're still going through a lot of the World Warriors, but this is the nitty-gritty when it comes to
點
Street
得
Fighter.
爽？
100%, man. And round 1, it was just packed with so much sick matches, right? Like, we got to see Titans going up against each other. We got to see the run back from EWC Grand Finals with Xiaohai and Blaz. We got to see another chapter inputted in the legendary saga of Mena RD versus Punk the God. Like, there's just going to be so much more in round 2 as we add to that lore.
Right, we've got so much in regards to like where they're at in
What's
the
up?
standings. We've had a lot of time in between to enjoy the holiday season, but also get that training regimen for all of the teams internationally, right? I know that a lot of the teams have gone out of their way to travel to Japan, to hide also within their own countries to figure out what sauce is needed for the main course of it all. This is going to be so difficult to find out who's going to be coming up in the world to get into the playoffs, and also who's going to find the rebuttals for some of the big L's they might have taken, or even
乜鬼嘢老
with the big W's they've
豬
taken.
柳蛋腸胃炎咁大鑊？
So much to look forward to in regards to these
咁咪
changes
告老
in
麥
the teams.
Yeah, absolutely,
Listen,
right? Like, this little break that we got in between round 1 and round 2, that allows players to, like you said, go to foreign lands.
而家好似有啲科係叫你，
Be like a tight-knit group.
即係佢會 take 嗰啲唔知咩，即係你話你用 AI 得㗎，你唔
Well,
使
people bring new
喎。
characters. There's a good
即係嗰啲咩
That is fair.
自己申報自己有冇 AI。
A glimpse of the Punk Viper, right? We might see more
冇
of
乜
that
所謂。
in round 2. Who knows if Blaz is going to add another character to his repertoire? So there's just still so much to look forward to. And then, of course, if you are unfamiliar with SFL, well, this is how we get down. Let's go over the format a little bit, of course, right? Round 1.
好啦，咁就
It's going to be round 1, round 2, and round 3 in the extra
第
round.
5日啦，第5啦。
Players on each team
咁佢
going
哋
against each other, right?
修
So the
練
first set
完
of
之後，
players
依家
will be
點？
best of 3 until we get to that round 3.
又未分。
Will be then a best of 5. That's worth
勁嘅你
20
哋，
points
可以未
over
分
the。10 points. And if it's tied up, like we get
我
round
諗住
1,
我諗緊
Punk winning, round
即係
2,
今日
we get Mena winning, and then we got to go to a
睇完呢個
bench
波之後
fight
就應該
next
死
round,
喎
right? We get the
就
best
應該
of
今
10
晚
points to cap it all off.
The best part about
應
it
該
is
到聽
when
日
it comes to that extra round,
即係到聽日第 Day 2之前
play. It's not going to be a recycling
應該都唔
through
見
any
到
of
啊
the previous players. That fourth player is going to be
AI
pivotal to
你教啦，係
secure
咪啊？
those
直接
extra 10 points. And as you had
直
seen
接
in
喺嗰個
the
AI 問你問題直接打 hit me A，hit me right A essays 個唔知咩 topic，
a ton of money on the
1000 字
line. Let's take a thorough look.
或者2000字，
$60,000 in the pockets of the first place team.
跟住飛晒啲嘢出嚟。
Following suit with second place, and then 10,000 down below for third place. A pretty good amount of cash to lead into Street Fighter League World Championships happening in Tokyo, Japan.
Exactly right. That's what's so sick about it. We got
Wow.
massive amounts of money on the line. That, of course, for that first place is not only those
完咗即刻跑返
60K,
公司
but
㗎
that
啦。
trip to
不過
Japan
冇
as
你咁
well
到
to
咁。
compete in the World
即係又唔
Championships
係
during
講到
Capcom Cup
又唔
12. I mean, that's what it's all about,
Right.
man. It's all about getting to Ryugoku. So we're going to see if we
That's
can
it,
get some
eh?
more players here this weekend.
Oh, dude, when you said the name of the place within Tokyo, it got me like really like.
I was gonna say, like, instantly transport us back there, right? Seeing the sumo arena on the outside, seeing the people line up to get into Capcom Cup 11.
Brother.
Like, Street Fighter 6 is just, I mean, it's been a celebrated game all over the world, but no more so than in Japan. So it's beautiful to have the World Finals there again.
有冇精神啊？
SFL. Can't wait to see it, man. It was a banger last
應該都
year.
係
All of them.
睇直播咪即係睇完 CVT 跟住死咗，跟住復活就睇再
And there's a lot of pressure on the
跟
line.
住之後
We talked about the
瞓
format,
翻一日，
the
跟
rules,
住
what's
第
on the
二
line
日
in terms of prizing, but
放
getting
工
to
瞓
the
覺翻嚟
finals
再嚟。
itself is always going to be the number one
係
goal
㗎。
for all of these teams. But speaking of which, in regards to the current
生命
standings
佢
of
哋
it
生命
all, right,
生
the
燃
first
燒生命
round
直播。
was rather close in the very
好啦，呢個就係嗰個
top with 190, but Red Rooster at the bottom of
呢個就係嗰
This
個
is kind of where our question
分
is
表
in regards，
咁啊
to
最
the
底
first
就
round.
唔使睇啊，基
How
本
are
上。
these teams going to adapt in
啲
the
雖然我遮住咗，但
rundown?
係
Had some really
啲
solid
就基本上就係如果你
obviously matchups to matchups in regards
基本上一輸就完啦。如果下邊嗰啲分數。
Bandits have been
咁啊頭四可以入呢個 playoff 啊，目標打到頭四嘅
has
你。
given other players a shot depending on the matchup.
Yeah, absolutely, right. But Bandits, they
分
just
差係啊。
have so much faith in Mena, right? They know that he's a multiple-time Capcom Cup
咁
champion,
你 band
Evo champion.
咁你 band D
With the
係
amount of
全
points
勝
on
啊
the
嘛，
line,
大佬。
they're gonna want
喂
their
好
bull
分。
in that position, right? But we've seen somebody
咁
like
目標就係
who's
贏
also
啊
Evo champion, right? Who's
Spoffy 咯，
also reached
嗰
the
個唔係就搞
He has not played the anchor in every
FG
single set that
90
Flyquest
分。
played. They've really been able to do some of the matchups with
識
some
識
of
我
their
自
players
己
have
俾
more
你睇下。
advantage, like we saw with
98手
Psycho
啦。
and Blas, right? Psycho wanted Blas. He was like, usually 2G puts them in the anchor position. Let's see. I feel like I've already beat
咁
him
目
at a
標我
previous
諗要
tournament.
200分啦，我
Back
諗
again,
要
and he managed to do it again,
250
right?
分啦，
So
我諗
I'm very excited to see
都爭幾
2G
多
and FlyQuest go up against each other to see if they try to snipe that matchup again.
哎呀，軍仔有冇計啦？唉，
Shopify Rebellion as well, right?
軍仔要
Everybody else with 140
軍仔
points.
有計
Still
啊嘛，
looking
有
to
計，
find
冇
their
計又
groove all
絕
the
對
way,
收
right?
皮。
Obviously, Sean had some struggles in round one, but really on the back of doing Jack did incredible clutch performances to put them in this position, right? Jack actually clutching out multiple extra round sets to make sure Shopify got the majority of the points. So yeah, just an incredible performance from them. And then we got Falcons, Quaisho, and Red Rooster looking for better performances, right? Obviously, Falcons has been really trying to main NL and DCQ. They've been switching behind those anchor positions, but they're all really just trying to find a better groove than they found in round one.
Yeah, you saw the bottom three in the current positioning. When you see how many games are left for Quaisho Gaming,
係啊，有好多都好多有好多隊都佢哋都有飛，
positioning,
好
away
多都
positioning, pretty significant going into the second half. And then you see the big four on the side of Falcons.
即係起碼一半有咯。
To really find themselves
二支多兩
and
個
get these big counter picks going.
，FlyQuest 好似有兩
110
，FlyQuest
points.
兩
That is a pretty solid position to have with all those advantages. So we'll see how it plays out. As for the rest of the teams,
都係嘅。
I forgot 2G.
咩？第三第四差唔2、3、4差唔多分啫嘛，得11分。
That is huge.
係咪 C 得喺 KSG 即係尾第六第七嗰隊咯？
Those top dogs in those playoff positions, they easily have the most.
但係
FlyQuest also having 3, but you can see Bandits and Shopify both only 2 more slots.
即係第4同第5爭都爭幾多分？
Mainly be dealing with people trying to counter them and trying to pick
3
their more
張俾
favorable matchups throughout this round 2.
叫我拎埋第4張
The
嘅。
biggest question that's going to be answered, I feel like, in the second half, obviously, is going to be
哎
answered.
呀
We have a couple more
啊點？因為第一個分差喎，最後嗰日好唔好睇啊？真係，因為係咪呢下有冇得追？如果冇得追又唔好睇。好啦，咁又係 Bandy 對 FlyQuest，KSG 打2G，Franco 對 Spoffy 啊。
That's what I'm saying, bro. They
大
told
將
us
勁係啊，我哋個 payoff 係啊，大將打晒，大將勁就可以救晒成隊。呢個賽制係咁咯。咁你又主客啊嘛 ，ESG 打2G 唔知今次小孩贏唔贏到啊鼻屎咧？小孩贏到鼻屎就贏咗鼻屎就最關鍵。前面我諗應該都一開始睇，一開始俾班巴西仔、俾班南美友去即係呢個地屈機，而家就應該知點打啦，係咪啊？有機嘅，係都係爭第4嘅啦，即係你要啊，先得同米米一齊 qualify 冇乜可能。冇人講過 EWC 冇講過，今年冇講過 EWC 點 qualify，又可能事後秋後同你講，即係打完先同你講，原來有贏都有飛咁，贏過贏阿龍啊，贏薩加就未諗啦。咁啊 FlyQuest 一波嘥嘈，跟住侄仔大將係 Punk， 跟住加時賽就 Riddle， 咁又唔會嘅。
Big chance in regards to what matchups are coming up. Then, of course, Riddles to clean it up just in case it does go to the extra match.
Yeah, I really like Riddles in the extra position just because
電子飲亂水，
so consistent, and he's talked about it.
個水壺好遠，
I was 12 years old. Like this is where I'm comfortable playing the most is in a tournament like Atmosphere. So it's going to be super sick to see that. And beat Kaba in their last.
但係大將贏咗20分都叫落咗落袋咯。即使你輸咗個後補，你都係有20分，都叫有啲，呢個贏得有用。睇下佢講咩啊？我哋每年都喺度啦。
What's your opinion on the break? For me, I don't really like the break, honestly. I think some of the teams like Kwaisho and Falcons, you know, those teams weren't playing too hot, and you give them a break to go home, practice, figure out some strategies, stuff like that. And I feel like the teams that were playing good, you got to worry about them coming back in form and playing even better. So I don't really like the break. At least this time around, I'm not feeling it.
Okay, so what did you end up doing on the break though to take advantage of it, or did you guys just relax? How did that go?
I didn't do too much, honestly. I played for a PC in TNS recently and lost to Enzo, and he took the PC. So
I saw FGC Centel post about that.
Oh yeah, I saw that. He said that person's a troll.
Did you really say that?
No, I didn't say that. You know what Centel is, right?
Yeah, I know.
That's just a troll.
Yeah, that was silly. It's like, yeah, I don't really need a game PC anyway. Enzo can have that. All right, so now for this half of Street Fighter League. So of course, in the first half, y'all did cook up. You said the break could do different things for different teams. So how are you guys feeling going into this second half?
I think the team's still feeling very good. We ended the half very strong and got to second, so I think our chances to make the playoffs is very good. I always tell my team that it doesn't really matter what place we're in as long as we end the playoffs. You just saw Street Fighter League Europe and the Birds and Juicy Joe. They were which is pretty much last in the playoffs. Right? Like you play every match and they still end up winning, playing 8 hours in a day. So I think that momentum is a big thing in the playoffs. So even if you get last in the playoffs, you're in. So you have a chance to win the tournament. And that's all that I need. I just need a chance to win.
Okay, last thing I want to ask you, just even for hearing that answer, it sounds like, your thought process on Street Fighter League is so in-depth and mature. Do you think you've grown as a leader from Season 1 of Street Fighter League all the way to this one?
I don't think I'm really a leader, honestly. I think everyone on my team is the leader. Like, we don't try to go in with the mindset that someone is actually the leader. Obviously, I might play the most captain matches, but when we figuring out our strategies and thinking of who should go where, like how we had Psycho play Blas in the last spot, those things, I feel like I'm not really a captain. I just happen to be, I guess, FlyQuest's their player outside of Street Fighter League, so I have to be the captain. But I think everyone on the team is like a captain, honestly.
Punk, always a good time talking to you. Ladies and gentlemen, the one and only, the Evo champion.
My man got the green.
We
gotta have Rob sit down and understand the concept of a Centel account.
Bruh, like how does he not know? Like I gotta show you.
換下歐洲，我覺得以前美國教過啲啦。
For like every sport, because he be following sports like
that.
Like how do you not know? Rob, hey man, God bless you, son. I'm glad that you didn't know about it, but I also wouldn't be surprised if Punk the God was just like, yeah, I don't need the PC.
係烹我反而特別啲喎，真係
You know what I mean? Maybe not
真係搞唔掂。
filled with
應該幾
vitriol
鑊
as
㗎。
Centel made it out to be, but nonetheless, right? That was definitely a good one. And I know Punk said that like they didn't really do anything specific during the week break or anything like that. But specifically with him probably playing against Samantha, right? He is in the anchor position. We've seen how frustrating the Cammy Blanca matchup has been for him.
Right.
Since the beginning of Street Fighter 6, right? Blanca definitely has a lot of tools in that matchup that really make him quite good. But I think with that extra week, maybe we got some more Viper practice, right? I feel like maybe that could have been a little bit of something he could have done.
That is true. There have been a handful of times where Punk had exercised C Viper at a TNS. I didn't get to follow thoroughly with like the can opener series to see that character, but mostly TNS. I definitely saw him exercise.
又係打5 set 咯，又係1 set 1個鐘咁樣，5 set 就5
With
個
that in
鐘。
mind, though, I'm very curious to see how the
應該
rest
打到
of the team
11 點。
to be getting themselves ready. We are going to get the head-to-head going just now. Who's going to be
咁
the
就
first one against the elite?
咩好賭啊？
It's going to be Boost versus
唔開。
Psycho. Terry versus Kimberly. Now, Boost also mad active.
就 Bruce 打 Kimberly。Hello。
Yeah, legit.
The U.S. competition. So I'm thoroughly impressed by his
Bruce 都比想像中勁。
player and also his growth as a
Kimberly
player.
就搞笑啦，
Transition from like one
嗱，終於開波啦。
And it felt like in such a short amount of time, right? It's because his firm understanding of how the fundamentals go for Street Fighter 6 have been so.
咁就同歐洲唔同啦，一個 mon 佢加埋 PS5咯。咁就開始。
Doesn't surprise me that Bandits is setting up.
咁佢一跑即刻俾人 D 反啦，咁啊開始推翻過去。 呢個位又慢慢放波啦，攻拳打中，再跑 combo， 波頭，後波推咗埋牆啦，再前頭，下邊嘅 full loop， 咁輕拳打中啊，但係冇嘢噃啊，但係唔緊要，穿到咁啊死咗啦應該就唔使俾氣，都好似要，就啱啱應該搏錯 combo， 應該得。Team will win。咁啊 perfect 咗一鋪啊！蛋再頭攻擊。咁就 Bandy 係第一名。咁如果要咁就即使咁啊 Fire Crash 如果要追就要贏咯。咁啊 Bandy 只要佢唔好輸太多分咧，輸10分都可以係都係算係當贏。嗱，如果你要Fire Quest 要贏嘅話咧，要上去頭幾名就要差唔多要執佢20分以上。不過咁啊，中咗喺度狂飛，咁啊我鏟，咪再跑啊！我頭又嚟一次，再前頭，邊度去走個放波啊！犀利，3啦應該。有個 buff， 呢個 buff 就開咗之後就你見到係差唔多5格對1格，咁啊慢再頭攻擊，咁啊就你佢啦，1-0。就開會啊後嚟。
Very smart. Then the drive advantage was just massive as well. We can see boost meta.
邊度講緊嘢咧？乜可以傾到咁親密
？For real. No, you're representing bandits now, brother. You're repping the whole squad.
That was mad fast, by the way. That was 2 rounds straight. One of them was a perfect. A lot of control from the side of Psycho. Starting things off early to set it up with the pretty important.
跑殺就好似減死，我反呀輕腳同埋咁啊，再躲咗個鏟之後用頭擊反擊啦，跑過有一次跑咗個下中拳，我反到 EC 搏個撞，做一個前頭。咁啊 stream 上，掃到對手嘅攻擊打空啊！咁啊後跳迴避對手嘅壓制，嗱見到 Kimberly 係咁打空氣啊，但係對手冇反應反擊。衝拳跑，咁啊打個和，再踢，好少見啊！好見到 Riddle 好中意咧中腳 confirm 呢個嘅，係啊呢個 Bruce 就我反應一個下中拳就打死咗。中腳踢中 ，Kimberly Fuss 啊 ，EC 推埋牆，掟唔掟炸彈啊？唔掟，不過 fit 嘅 jump in 之後就頭攻擊啊，打個和，咁啊又跑呢個人，推翻出去，撞 ，sim 到 ，EC 跑下燈，落單對手啊，中段打中 ，Mitty 嘅撞，推埋牆一下死呢位，打中咗下段，但係呢度得先該死喎都。哇！我差少少啊，啱啱。俾人搶到掣，咁啊到嘥嘈 Kimberly 嘅回合啦。咁啊，但係呢個位都幾絕望。呢個血再加呢個 drive 機，搏落去講到啊，但係問題喺後邊問呢位間撞過去，再用個中拳。打中對手，咪攞翻一燈，個 Kimberly 嘅 match 幫啊！咁呢啲位成日都係咁啊，計錯血咧就 burn 到自己加埋冇超必咧，好容易俾人打翻轉。升到對手嘅 watch 啊！咁啊放地波，咁啊唔敢對空啦。我擋咗，但係食咗個頭。攻拳跑翻轉頭，再放地波。攻擊打中對手，嚟多一次，咁啊再跑過去，搶到掣，出翻嚟先，咁啊後頭換邊，就放個地波，咁啊有啲近咯，死咗啦咁就，咁啊握手啦可以，1-2，計錯嗰個反波拳嘅距離又死咗，2-0，呢鋪放棄。
In comparison to what we had seen in the first half of Street Fighter League, Boost was the one to take it 2-0. That break, although the leader, quote-unquote leader, Punk didn't enjoy it. I'll tell you what, man.
Top tier. No, it is.
Psycho with a very big,
not enough strong.
Like impressive run. Very big improvement towards Boost's matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. Him being able to take down Boost this time as well. Just incredible stuff, honestly. Psycho looked very clean. He looked very much in tune with what Boost likes to do, right? He was establishing like the fierce into the run, just regular follow-up with frame traps, which opened the door for those run-stop resets that we saw later on. Boost started to catch on to the overheads, but that's the problem, right? Is that a lot of the time you still don't get too much after blocking the overhead. When Psycho was doing it, it was either off like drive rush or it was while Boost was in burnout. So it's not like Boost really got to take an advantageous turn after blocking those overheads anyway. So really impressive stuff from Psycho. Putting Boost down again.
講大將咪即係抌20分落海，好啱啊！
A little cameo appearance
我哋
from
應
Kaba
該
right in front of the camera, right in front of the FlyQuest bench. So I'd imagine Kaba has to be coming up against Nephew's jury.
Ooh, that should be an interesting one, but we're gonna find out for sure. But
我哋
yeah, so
賺咗超過10分。
Riddles the first time these two played, right? And Riddles
合對手唔
really
夠
took it to him. So I understand why Bandits would want somebody else in that anchor position. That would pretty much
咁啊，下一個係邊個啊？當然要打命啦！呢啲大將近咗我啦，大將就係做呢啲位。
against Punk again, considering he got that round 1 victory. But yeah, man, it is definitely going to be a hell of a show. Kaba versus Nephew, going to be interesting. I always like watching the jury versus the Guile just because projectile levels, the difference. But the matchup has evolved so far beyond that at this point. That it's about just trying to keep Jury out of that range where she can really not let Guile play the way he wants to.
Yeah, that's like within the close ranges, even like some of the medium ranges that we were looking for. Like Jury does have some pretty good buttons to kind of think you're able to press like any sort of like medium or even try to rebuttal with. Like one of the biggest ones is obviously the Jury version of the solar plexus, the Renko kicks. Right?
Yeah,
forward heavy punch is such a great tool to catch a reaction and also snaps you for a counter. It's also an excellent tool to catch Guile off guard. But we'll see if it's actually going to be the Guile coming up. The Bandits, it is. Coming up next.
So yeah, I'm very interested in it. I think Jury's got some tools where players just like to throw projectiles at as well, like the Renko kicks, the heavy kick as well. It has enough range to really try to get comfortable in that range just outside.
放棄態度，記住啊！
and start throwing projectiles.
記住啊！日本隊台灣佬太勁。
play a bit differently, right? Kaba definitely has so many different levels and tempos that he's
咁啊，卡巴對陣，咁啊，軍佬打。 軍佬打 Julie 係 Julie 最不利嘅對決啦，所以安排軍佬打係好。咁但係唔知點解，雖然話最不利，但唔知成日都見到 Julie 贏軍佬，我冇咩。但係理論上係最難打，即係個軍佬咁，個軍佬個 Julie 都咁講，軍佬最難。我冇揀咗㗎啦，冇得揀，冇得轉。
Yeah, exactly right. And how
第一波一定要用，
look to kind of nullify sonic booms with
第一波一定要用呢個 Julie。
Maybe force a big roundhouse fuha to just get in from a distance where Guile
第二波可以轉嘅，但係首先你要，但你淨得一條命咯，你轉。
using that dive kick, obviously very punishable on block, but he's just so
最強角色
as like a sniper with it. A lot of the time I rarely see
最強角色
him get blocked.
人毛咧好似唔敢
When
講，
he like bets on a left throw attempt from the
又
opponent,
邀請謝
he
老
wakes
四
up
上
with the
場。
jump medium into the dive kick, and sometimes the jump medium gets blocked. But more often than not, he's correct with that as well.
Yeah, so we'll see how that's going to be set up momentarily.
Julie 錄， 我記得啊 ，Neffy 咧係有擺個咩 Julie 碌屎攞去唔知邊度賣，攞去賣錢。 俾咗出嚟。
into like a tiebreaker, not a tiebreaker scenario, or for at least like 30 points. But we'll see if Nephew manages to take it. That could be a pretty good upswing starting things off in the second half, where you have a potential 40.
Yeah, 100%. And yeah, it felt like it kind of started similarly last time, right? Where we saw FlyQuest go out to a lead early and that second position.
好似好後啦，好似兩個，好似第三、第四。
Final anchor match to be the deciding factor, which we got with Meta and Punk. Of course, Kaba was in that point position last time. Now he's going to be the one that's trying to kind of link to Mena RD to really solidify their chance at a victory here and avoid a tiebreaker match. Because obviously,
啲咩立重腳啊，
tiebreaker match if Mena just happens to be Punk. Obviously, FlyQuest will be up for a 40 bomb as well.
嗰啲最長下中腳。 跟住 level 1又7 frame 又勁遠。
In that clutch extra match spot, and especially with like him going back to Japan and also just I feel like taking down World Warrior.
He of ending walker 嚟講，點都入到頭4㗎啦，我覺得問題你係咪即係你係咪最總之嗰隊啫
？But I really hope not because Chris T is looking scary.
Yeah, I had the privilege to call his World Warrior victory where he qualified for Capcom Cup. If I recall correctly, yeah, definitely big ups to Chris for qualifying. And if I recall correctly, I believe this is his first Capcom Cup appearance since 2018. So yeah, it's been like a 7-year stretch between Capcom Cups for Chris T, right? So you gotta imagine all of the momentum is on his side, but of course we'll see if we get to that extra position. Right now, Nephew and Kaba. Nephew was also part of that World Warrior, just fell short to Chris T in that grand finals. So obviously, you know, he's gotta be trying to look to bounce back from that and get to Japan some way, somehow, and SFL is one of the primary ways to do it.
Tell you what, little side note, I hope my man Chris T has a lot of PTO ready.
係啊，都唔係擔心。
I'm almost certain
就唔係喎，覺得其實大家都一條命嘅，不過你唔知點解你，不過問題你3、4咪要打多2場，你多啲對手。
Because you're gonna need the extended sub, brother.
斯特喺度咩？
Most definitely. Shout out to all the teachers, by the way.
Shout out to all the
我哋嗰後有個，
out
我
there
出 room
making
添，
sure
有
the
偷
future
睇。
generations get educated properly. Also, one of my favorite
咁
shows
耐
on television.
咁耐仲未開波嘅。
Right on. Yeah, you did mention that before. Yeah, actually, yeah.
Anytime I get to talk about Abbott, I'm ready to do
都
it.
幾攰啊！一個月飛2次美國
It's going to be a good one. Both players getting set
啊，
up.
20個
Looks
鐘
like
其
the
實。
button checks are done. The daps are here. It's going to be Nephew representing FlyQuest and Team Liquid going up against Bandits. Kaba. See if Bandits can put 10 on the board and make that anchor battle the deciding factor. Let's get it.
放波，佢 parry 到，但係哇勁啊！佢 parry 到，再前後，再 rush， 咁啊開始推翻個波，叫多次就阿軍佬最大問題就係 Julie 咧就只有前跳可以過波，而家冇即係冇其他方法可以過波。Rush 過去，都係咁重拳。查中拳 cut 到對手個 rush 啊，再一個前頭推埋板邊。咁啊，跟住個波啊，佢 parry 到啊，但係用個中腳咧打爆對手個反擊，再偷到 impact。咁啊 rush 再博招攞到第一燈。你咩以前 Julie 咧都有出嚟嗰招反波嘅。咁咧185咧就 Julie 有反波嘅，真係冇反波嘅，160個調翻轉。我地波 parry 到啦，咁啊 parry 地波之後再攻擊就一個選擇啦。但係啲人咧開始咧就因為我哋 parry 成功再撳反擊咧，佢就會喺個波同差唔多啦，見到勁早撳個攻擊。咁啊你一想撳掣咧就俾佢個勁早攻擊打中。咁如果你同普通嘅 parry 咧就會連防個波。咁啊但係呢個係針對你 parry 嘅戰術搶仔。咁啊想輸嘛，因為對手得翻一格仔。如果要，有啊，哎呀，但係有啲遠，將佢打中，但係冇嘢噃。冰我有一件啦，咁啊，冰完之後咧就撳掣想反擊，跟住之後發現，跟住之後咧就等你個反擊咯。佢都知你反擊㗎，一係就 Mitty 兩個 quick 擺到勁貼，一係就唔打。
Embedded into his brain. He's got a different type of process.
That was amazing. You see here, bro. Team Liquid, they only get the best processes of the business. You see the little alien sitting there on his shoulder? My goodness, bro. Yeah, that was an incredible adjustment. And like the speed at which he changed up some of the strats as well. Really, really impressive from Nephew. And obviously, Kaba's going to take some time here, right? Because Bandits is already down 10. So they're looking to prevent Mena going into a position where his match means just a tie. It doesn't mean a whole victory, right?
Ryan, that's a pretty significant one. But as many points as you could accumulate, even if the tie does happen, like as many points as you can get leading up to the playoffs is super important.
Yeah.
And Pumpkin mentioned it. As long as they make it into playoffs, as long as you give them a chance to win, they're going to take it.
Yeah, I really love that mindset too. We got to talk about that a little bit. But game 2 right now, Kaba looking to bounce back. Oh my God. 99-second jump in didn't clip him, but he got
個中段俾人擋到啦，但係中咗個下端，叫 咁啊一兩面 parry 好似食菜咁樣，即係好似如果對面 parry 嘅啦。 跟住之後咧就已經諗定話，佢成功嘅話之後點打咧咁樣。咁我哋仲喺第一層，我哋仲係劈唔到對手個波，之後俾個波壓住咧，有波盾喺度做壓住。波打中你之後一個硬直，再壓制嗰個階段，你已經諗到好遠。又係反波腳穿對手個波啊，後口咁又 delay 食咗 delay 打，起上升打到對手個後啊。咁啊退波先啦。咁啊後輕腳，但係俾對手擋到之後就跟衝拳再中斷，2呢嘅輕拳好在冇事。但係對咁多下就俾人掃，呢個搶 level 1啦，咁就退翻出去。咁啊搶用 level 1去無力技反擊咧就可以，即係唔使用兩格氣，咁啊冇咁易 burn 咯。咁依家下邊條氣易儲過上邊條勁多，咁啊但係 level 1暗轉啦，咁就易擋啲。對空啊，但係撳咗掣，有隻跳攻擊打爆咗。Julie 嘅跳攻擊好大，咁就屈起動啦，試個重攻擊都唔使添。軍佬好中意升我覺得，原來即係軍佬你覺得，因為我用個 watch 字，用個升字 watch 啊，再開始推波，咁慢慢行啦，叮叮。開始推波，哎呀又上啦，又見到啦，等一等，咁啊加頭變後頭啦，再用個 rush 去繼續做呢個追擊，再 rush， 眼開 level 2，掟晒佢，嚟 burn out 啦，真係 burn out，見到啦三格幾嘅 drive gauge， 啲 cover 一嘢打到 burn out，咁啊立輕腳升，再開始推波，咁啊 whip 咗個輕腳大招嚟，見到個中腳，想空對空，但係俾人踩頭2次。咁啊去咗板邊 ，rush 過去打中啊，咁就死唔去啊大佬，我死唔去，爭少少，咁啊大個禮位 burn out 就俾 Julie 冇一爆中就死啦，哦，但係 delay 嘅下輕腳打中，同埋一鋪第一。咁就睇下會唔會轉乜支火舞啊？定係繼續用 Julie， 雖然都 OK 啊睇落，阿爸唔算特別好，特別識打，咁啊係唔轉嘅。Rush 打個和，再推波，一下中拳截多對手個 Rush 啊，咁啊放波，再一個前後，推埋板邊啦，地波，delay輕拳但係冇事，對方跳過嚟食個升先，咁啊用拳腳。你想追翻入嚟，但係用拳腳推翻出去，咁啊就食多個重拳啦。咁啊擋地波，再壓制俾人升。咁啊到頭打空咗，俾個前重腳打，好痛啊呢個位。要 Julie 開 level 1，我推埋板邊同埋打個大傷害。前後跳到對手個放波啦，即刻就打個 combo 死咗。再咁啊 Lefty 嘅 match point， 咁啊重腳打空咗啦。perfect， 中段擋到，再放波。啊中腳 rush 俾人擋到啊，咁啊大家踢腳，再放波。掂到啊，痛啊呢個位，中段起動。中腳，我應該可以升喎呢個，知係咪唔夠膽？啲低嘢呢個。咁啊撩下下段，再打嗰個立重腳，再放波。再 rush 打中對手，踢埋上，中拳打中，但係有啲遠啦，第二下唔中啦，空對空，呢個咪腳刀嚟嘅，哎呀食 stream， 呢個死唔係冇 level 3啊，咁啊你軍佬起身點做啲乜啦？夠唔夠？哎呀自己擺錯 mitty， 咁我死咗咯，咁腳 level 1。咁就呢個位都幾傷啊，啱啱啊 Julie 嗰個位，佢啊見到啱啱啊，哎喲咁樣落，咁樣打中一下，呢位啦，咁啊再推波 ，watch 過去 delay 撳掣，俾對方走啦，哎喲到頭俾人跳啊，成剪，咁啊推埋牆，再跳攻擊，跳多次。擋晒，食個頭攻擊啊！解答，食咗個踩頭，parry 到啊！咁啊，但係竟然咁都搞得咁勁嘅咩招？我失敗緊，空對空成功，咁啊放波啦開始， 咁啊搶制，放波開始慢慢牽制，放個強力波，好似跑過啊，忍唔住啦。E.C. level 2想打你 burnout， 如果要佢 burnout 就可以 impact 打暈嘅。哎呀，搶到掣大鑊你，升咁啊 Mitty impact 死啊應該，咁就成功咁樣打死啊侄仔入。啊，踩頭就係咁勁。真係勁。係，即係睇嚟真係勁，但軍到贏。依家咧大陸係咪因為唔係好興咧，自己揾4條友出嚟，即係自己組一隊，當同其他隊打友誼賽，即係當自己打 SFL。自己揾4個人出嚟，跟住嗰邊揾4個人出嚟噶嘛，我哋打搶90分咁樣。你見大嗰件 Noble 同埋啊 Noble 嗰隊有咗去同大陸嗰隊打啊咩小澤啊曉虎嘅，唔會㗎，因為好早撳幾天喎。有時幾好玩嘅。你淨係打呢個即係抽好攰，攻下，唉諗多咗啦。攻下即係大陸 SFL， 電視杯2號。
And it was so sick the way it kind of ended too with that flash kick because we talked about how successful Nephew's jump ins had been, but the fact that he threw a baby boom, right? We saw he would recover so fast.
我怪佢天才。
Projectile come out, your jump ins have been working, you thinking just having it in your mind.
衣服冠軍就衣服 Japan 冠軍。
And unfortunately, it just didn't work out in that last instance. Kaba really game planned for that one.
見到佢嗰啲人咧都係歐洲，喺日本。
Yeah, they just gotta watch the show.
I would have been freaking out already. If they were to actually like sit down and play, I would have been like, oh man, I don't know who's done like all the studying during the break.
日本人以為都打唔到日本賽區嘅。日本本身都多人到爆炸，佢哋日本隊都搞。都唔知10零隊大佬，你仲要分啲俾外國人，邊有位？有少好少咯，咁又係咯，咁輸俾 NL， 估唔到，我覺得好難。Team Captain， 你晒 Team Captain。Mean SFL。
I'm actually kind of curious to see if Punk is going to be willing to change up characters if need be. The last time they had met, again, Punk fell short 1-3 against Mina RD.
Team Saisa vs Team Ifinin.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know why, but it's
first to 19
specifically that I just hear Blanca.
19 point.
I don't know why. Even though all of them say it like that.
Yeah, it's always.
好啦，咁啊，明啦 OD 對 Punk 啊。呢個幾快喎！之前咧 Papa 對 Papa 嗰場啊，等勁耐開頭，呢個坐低有打啦，唔好諗啦。喂，掃低咗俾人。波頭打中，博個下上，過一個前頭，波頭多次。
Did you see how far that was, by the way?
Yeah, why did that still reach?
He did that mad early. And she was standing, obviously, right? So you have a slimmer hurt box. I'm like, how in the hell did that work?
Yeah, Blanca just unhinging his jaw when he bites you.
哎呀，掃低咗。
I feel like you pay extra for that. DLC.
好，有個下重腳，仲有一個前頭啊。撞中，仲有一個前頭。哇！重腳抌咗上天，再 rush 冇殺唔殺到啊？單少少啊，唔緊要，攞 Mitty 嘅頭啦嘛，仔地血，咁就先俾你一燈啊！下重拳咁啊 TC 咁啊推埋板邊，再爆招俾人升走啊！嗰個輕攻擊。哎呀，上 pair 失敗咗，但係唔緊要，重腳打到 punch counter， 再開電。有幾多？嗰個重腳好勁嘅嗰個 ，counter hit 都可以播 level 1，又食咗個中段啊！係咪咁難擋啊中段？ 可能車狼嗰個中段係特別難睇，咁啊1-0啦。
That crowd strong has been toned down. It is still so good.
Yeah, man. This thing has got mad activity around the nail.
尖軍仔 SFL， 即係尖軍仔打 SFL， 但係你見 Big Bird 同埋 Angry Bird 都係打歐洲賽區，簽都係都唔知係貨咩。我係打 EWC 嘅，唔知都有隊咁啊轉角。哦，咁犀利有咩好嘅？喂，打青狼有你。咁啊，可能見到 NL 打贏就覺得好似好鬼有計嘅嘛。嗰係因為 NL。Maybe NL beat Menaldi, so he think Akuma is not bad. 慳姐組合。後中嘅再搏。
There is some data in regards to this matchup as well. I mean, MinRD and NL, that was one hell of a banger in the first half, and NL managed to take it. So we'll see if there's something
下段啦。
where he thinks this is going to be much
咁
more
啊，佢個頭擊
Look at that way right now.
cut 到，咁啊俾多個 level 1，呢真係有計喎。
Beautifully done too. Nice 6-framer, nice and compact, being able to get that full-on combo with the level 1.
咁啊 rush 過去頭擊，打緊對手。咁啊用前重拳壓啦，乜都咁就可以攞個有利壓就，打中，但係今次唔播 level 1喎。前重拳打空咗，但咁啊俾 Menaldi 啲波頭 combo 200平單。重擊打空咗啊，之後就俾阿 Menaldi 啲揾見到啦，咁啊 channel 係比較大隻嘅，咁就教喺 level 2應該 burn out 佢手啦。咁啊臨尾都係 D 反你啦，唔好俾你。咁啊鏟中對手火波，咁就 chip 血同埋 chip 氣 chip 血喺個位同埋推板。咁啊見到 impact 打暈對手啦 ，Menaldi 啲即係冇反應，防個 impact 啊，咁就比較電死咗。飛過去，咪再掃腳。EC 金剛嚟多次，再掃腳。咁啊，見到打中對手，咁就都咪見到啦，試入成功，咁樣就換咗邊啊！青狼式解答。咁啊，但係都係俾噴推翻出嚟，咁啊兩面都得翻。啊，噴有 level 3啊，中咗啊，level 3先，咁就依家就得翻好少血啦，明啦嗰啲，得翻再衝個壓制，鳩，擋唔切，咁啊衝埋去先 ，E 反到，咁就等死呢個位，堅平打暈，2-0啊！咁level 3之後咧，如果都係level 3之後嘅後遺症咯，咩都冇得做。咁就唔轉過啦。咁啊，下中拳打中，個 impact 過到波，咁啊抌上天，再用200 combo， 俾人搶掣。咁啊，又係青狼式解答啦，呢個萬試萬靈。之前咁啊有啲近咯，咁就俾人扣反。再 rush EC 黃博，咁啊推一推啊，打中。咁啊重腳又打中，又 level 啦，呢個單人抽下獎都幾好，打中親就 counter hit 嘅啦呢個，所以都幾即係基本上抽下獎都幾開心，即係抽中咗3000，好大力。EC 打中。咁就放波旋風腳，咁啊Menaldi啲冇咁滯，愛下中拳後頭換邊成功，咁啊拍下啦，咁啊呢個有啲危險嘅，佢可以抌人，靚啊！再前頭波頭再打俾對手解答，對唔通冇嘅 rush， 但係俾人升咗第2次。咁啊呢個位就諗都係等開 level 2嘅，冇咩好做。間開啦，咁啊撞一撞，再 parry 波，食波餅，咁就俾 level 2啦，就唔小心中咗個波就死咗啦。
Punk, that drive rush screen freeze after the fireball, I feel like definitely messed his input up.
Yeah, I would imagine like you have that macro somewhere so that you're going to get the parry regardless, but it did say counter it after
PC 就推波
was what came out from
，watch 佢，誒頭已經打空咗，咁兩個撞，哎呀，咁啊食咗傳送權，但係好似watch 清平打中，用金光繼續追擊，有啲近喎，呢個機會確反添喎，呢個 TC， TC 打中，黃學精，波頭擋到 ，EC 就再嚟多次，咁啊搶重腳。飛，哇！即刻坐落嚟啊！你都覺得對手會有準備，咁啊快啲落地，咁啊唔好俾對手升落嚟。哦，呢個正，哎呀呢個應該係鑊招喎，咁啊試下波頭我失敗咗啊！直咗個下中腳，幾多個 rush， 咁就但係冇level 3，計錯血。咁啊而家到明，哎呀鏟到埋去，個前後有level 2啊！波頭打中啊！死咗啦應該，砰！咁樣中波頭。通過我3個波頭，都幾針，即係咪拉回俾太大力我識咁啊，搏唔到，未有 level 3，啱啱爭少少，係咪？以為有 level 3啊，所以就選擇金剛，但係金剛會即係根本冇咁長。呢兩個人冇乜恩怨嘅度，佢係同嗰個一烹係同嗰個Fendi 嗰個小編有恩怨咯。因為成日都即係贏就漲，輸咗又話呢鋪唔計咁，當有飛咯。當佢用嗰個global leader block， 即係打 CPD 儲分，儲下夠分。青狼而家青狼而家啲人擺到 S 角咯，又係街霸正詞，人哋呢個有咁勁 up 幾勁。
If he gets hit once by any means necessary, he was going to get blown up sky high. But it's Bandits, speaking of which, continuously saying sky high in terms of the rankings. 30 points to their name, FlyQuest, getting 10.
Yeah, these 10 points added to the total, right? But yeah, Bandits, man, once again, clutch it out. I'm glad you highlighted that one overhead that hit, right? It was because it was at that like weird, funky timing that Mena hadn't really been showing before that, right? It was a lot of standard overheads coming off of drivers cancel or coming after Oki situations where the other opponent is waking up. That was just like a heartbeat longer than usual, and it felt like it really caught me off guard. So somebody like Punk who was so honed in on everybody's like
佢真係睇唔起啲太渣人嘅，逼不同分嘅。冇2000分唔好同我講嘢，好似係。不過佢個世界又係好多嗰啲，即係好多嗰啲黑粉，所以其實都要咁處理嘅。咁啊，第2 set 就2G 打 KSG 嘅比賽，好瘦，好嘔。
Much harder to make that call in the last second.
Yeah, you could tell, man, these two have been playing each other for a long time. Like, Mena's really good at using Blanca against Punk. Like, we saw multiple of the forward fierces, right? Range normal from Blanca.
That thing is so active too.
Whether it was to clip the fireball, whether it was to clip, like, Punk walking up with Cammy at certain ranges, he just knows, like, these certain things with Blanca.
老實講，勁就唔係用得男人嘅啦，你打到撲街就話你嗰度話你。
As we get to hear from them now with our host, Rob TV.
Team Bandits. Mena RD, Kaba, of course, Chris Tataria, and Big Boost currently in first place, and you come back this half cooking up again. I got to start this off talking about an absolutely psychotic tweet that I saw you put up after the first half of Street Fighter League. You had the nerve to go in there and say, well, I don't think I'm strong enough to win Street Fighter League yet, so I'm going back to Japan. You played like an MVP last season. What's that about? Well, first half.
That's just what I did, you know. I didn't think I was strong enough. I had a loss. I lost to NL. And I thought that was not acceptable, you know. I couldn't be losing from.
They
gotta adjust to the matches, and I can't be losing. So, at the end of the day, I was happy that they picked me up and all of that, but I don't like losing, so I had to do it.
One loss is too many losses. Okay, now as far as adjusting the players, I've noticed. I feel like in Street Fighter 6, it seems like there's so many player reads required, more than ever, I would even say. And I'm seeing you slide under fireballs, DI. I don't know how much you can give away, but do you think that's an instinctual thing that people can't really learn that you have, or is that more of a studying thing, player to player?
No, it's definitely something you can learn. I think reaction time you can train. I think there's differences. Of course, pattern recognition, that's mostly what I do. I think you can definitely get that, and that's something that we got to talk about more in the FGC. Maybe in the future I'll talk a little bit more about it.
Hey, come on, man. I'm trying to put y'all on, dog. Trying to get y'all some of that minute sauce. All right, now, if you could translate one thing from my man Copper real quick. That match you had with Nephew, of course, your first match of this half, he got a lot of success with the jump-ins early on in that set, and at the end you adjusted. What was the thing with those jump-ins, and, what change did you make?
Que empezando en el set de Nephew te estaba saltando alguna magia. O sea, ¿cómo fue esa interacción de los saltos? ¿Qué fue lo que pasó? ¿Qué tú cambiaste?
Bueno, realmente obviamente muchos jugadores tienden a usar esa estrategia Guy de saltar un Sonic Boom, ya que le quita mucho daño y lo meten para la esquina. Pero en cuestión de cuando tú detectas eso, hay veces que tú lo que haces es que tú condicionas al jugador para que haga eso. Luego de que él lo hace, entonces tú cambias tu estrategia. Eso fue lo que yo hice. Como paciente, entonces yo le doy en el aire y tengo hay un problema serio ahí con eso. Y otra cosa es que él estaba saltando y yo no estaba pensando en el juego, yo estaba pensando en que nosotros quedamos en primer lugar en la primera fase y teníamos que quedar en primer lugar en esta para llegar a los playoffs en primero y después ganar en primero también.
Well, Kava said that first thing is a lot of players use that strategy against Gal because the risk reward is on their favor. If they get a jump, they get big damage. A Sonic Boom does nothing. But the thing is, if the Gal player sniffs that out, then you can just change your game style and they're going to be overcommitting. And if you hit them, you get the Oki, so that's trouble. And the second thing he said was that he wasn't actually thinking a lot about the game, but that we were first place and that we have to finish this half first place to win this whole thing. So.
Okay. All right. Look, a whole lot of logic going on, ladies and gentlemen. So as you guys can see, think about it. Big Hollywood up there playing ranked, and all y'all playing absolutely insane. Like you don't got no thought process going on. Drive rush, this, that, and the third, making no sense. Team Bandits right now showing you how it's done. Currently sitting in first place. Congratulations to Team Bandits. Let's go ahead and send things over to our commentators.
佢成隊去咗日本咯，因為Chris Song 就喺香港練。
Way more in the FGC, especially by us commentators, straight up. Like, it's definitely something that needs to be highlighted. I try to do it. Vicious tries to do it. We definitely try to implement that more and more because it's such a big, important thing that determines a lot of the outcomes at high level.
We've literally seen that happen between Kaba and
Nephew, we were literally talking about the pattern adjustments.
The perfect parry against, like, Jerry's Fireball, immediately going to a normal. Nephew had sniffed that out from one round to the next. Those are some of the most imperative things that you could look for to lead into your success. Now, granted, it didn't necessarily equate to the big W. You saw the fine adjustments made from Kaba right afterwards in trying to see like what he would do on defense. So a lot goes into these games, little micro adjustments that lead into exponential results.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, maybe no team is better at it than Bandits. It seems like they're the ones most consciously thinking about stuff like that and how to alter and counter people's patterns. So definitely super Bandits once maintaining their top position, right? Getting another 30 points.
This one
already in that first place spot.
This was special.
Like, it's interesting to hear
Chris Swan 就係做人就係 Chris Swan
from Punk and Team Bandits, where Punk was like, I just gotta get in the playoffs because the playoffs is a whole new bracket essentially, right? Like, you just gotta get there. But Bandits has been from jump been out to show their dominance. Mena said, I lost one set, unacceptable.
I want to say that's almost like the previous season. I can't remember who was in like the grand final spot in regards to like the playoffs bracket, but whoever it was, right, they have that killer dog mentality when it comes to like trying to accumulate these points and seeing where their position is at. But it's still different perspectives from the side of what FlyQuest want, different perspectives than what Bandits wants, but overall we still got so many more games.
估咪有冇出場
and the rest of the teams
PSG 會唔會又係
catch up to the big dogs. But again, all of it not possible without the support. Those throwing it down for this season of Street Fighter League US. Let's get right into it.
佢多數都話佢唔係話，佢好少話做人好撚好食，佢多數都話你喺日本、香港做人，你喺日本做人1000 yen， 香港做人150蚊，去日本食做人 better。
Exclusive discounts available on asus.com to level up your setup today using that code ASUS-SFL. Be sure to shop now or scan the QR code down below to check out further into the information.
咪有喎，40歲。 先知。
Gaming has been holding us down in the FGC for a very long time as well.
有講過差唔多啦。啲助人 fans 揾好食嘅助人。本啊又唔係喎，一蘭我覺得呢個一蘭係我食過一次喺福岡食過一次一蘭。香港其實日本一樣，都係個價錢問題啦，個味係差唔多。因香港一蘭係 DLC 拉麵我要加個菜普通一個 set 係乜都冇，跟住之後你想好似啲飯底咁樣，跟住你想食咩就每一樣加嚿錢。
You saw what had happened in our introductory match between one of these teams. Will we see the same results? Will we see a different one? We'll find out right after this break.
都好食，好耐冇食拉麵啲。而家 yen 好似唔算，而家好似跌破咗5未啊 yen， 唔記得咗。而家第二碗就 DLC 個飯個係肉個 DLC 啊，點解？你去日本食壽司郎，唔知咧你唔喺日本長住，你唔會想食嗰啲咩松屋吉野家壽司郎都係算係咁，即係你唔會去日本食啲，即係個胃攞嚟食啲好嘢。我自己就所以唔會食啲，我唔會好少食啲咁，好少食啲即係好連鎖嘅店。麥當勞我都冇食㗎。即係唔係麥當勞唔係唔好食啊，但係我唔會浪費個胃喺麥當勞度。即係嗰啲咩有幾間都係啲即係嗰啲叫咩？即係好似樓下，好似啲樓下嗰啲大家樂咁款嘅。咁日本咪有嗰啲咩富士梳吧啊，嗰啲咩？唔知乜鬼嘢中華料理嗰啲咁樣嘅，咩白唔知咩有間中華料理唔知叫乜屋嚟嘅，就成街都係淡仔咯。咩回唔知咩屋日高屋啊，好似咁上下名，一日食幾多咯？淨係食個雞，食個幾個雞柳，食個雞咪唔浪費咯。你又要啃個關東煮，跟住又食佢嗰啲咩肉包，跟住你又佢嗰啲咩熱狗薯條，咁咪好浪費。但浪費係我講嘅啫，你又未必係即係你覺得好抵嘅話，我又唔可以反駁你嘅。好主導，呢啲係好主觀嘅。好似梳吧都唔係賣好唔好食噶啦，24小時再加呢個24小時再加呢個好即係嗰啲叫咩？24小時再加平咯，日淡我未食過啊，所以問下在港人好唔好食？七仔其實你七仔啊 Family Mart 啊 Loyson 都係食個雞嘅啫，我覺得好似食雞以外嘅嘢。我食嗰個咩咯，炭燒嗰個炭燒雞串，有時都會食。特別係落機嗰陣時第一餐，因為落機喺機場附近買，跟住就出市區嗰一程有可能食1-2嚿，咁啊真係都幾肚餓。便利店會嘅，你有便利啲甜品我最近我覺得好似唔係，開始麻麻地。沙冰，我而家好似我喺日本食過個沙冰係，佢日本真係一堆碎冰嚟，跟住你要去嗰啲飲料咖啡機嗰度咧，撳個掣，倒啲咖啡落去。香餅包係咪即係咩？麥基道包係，雖然我又唔係好反感嘅，但係
right back into it.
我心入邊唔會當佢係一個主食，即係有少少似食嗰啲 pancake 咁樣。
Previous half, it was the
香港食料貴咗。
I'll take that. I'll run with that. Two game came
OK 嘅，又唔，
in.
我都會，如果係開喺附近，我都會試下嘅。但係我又唔會係咁去係咁嚟食下咯。
Yeah, 100% right. KSG, that was really where we first saw them. We saw Mickey
咁冇㗎，你
tried the Cammy.
嬲到即刻飛去日本咩？唔通你香港開咁你都要食下？就算係咁㗎啦，啲 Hong Kong。
They were able to take down every single Mai, so they're going to be ready. So I have to imagine that Jen is in the regular lineup. He won't be saved for the tiebreaker like he was.
半份嗰啲我唔會叫嘅，我嬲到爆炸。你冇兩串嗰啲我係唔會理你，唔好咁過分。10串仲要得1串。
We'll see whether or not that's going to be played out, or if it's going to be like the typical roster with Blas as the anchor.
太過分。咁過分我係唔會賣帳。
Absolutely, I feel like all those Bandits guys, man, they're so good. I would put any of them in the point position because they're just so strong at being able to come out and set the tone for their team. Like you said, Juninho on that Luke, he's like a wall, a stalwart wall of not letting you get where you want to be. He's so good at stopping that. And Brian's very similar with the DJ, right? Like he doesn't let you ever get comfortable with the DJ.
乜嘢7點返工，
harassing with the soul bots and the other long range options.
Right.
So many good stuff. But let's see what the actual team order is going to be. Who is going to be bringing out the point battle to start versus
KSG,
2G, yeah. Oh yeah, 2G's the away side, excuse me. So it is going to be Brian.
咁啊 Brian Job Saka 鼻屎，早年號啫，早年號啊，仲喺最後。冇啊，佢老爸。好似係有外國人去嗰啲，即係日本人係真係好日本噶嘛，唔識英文噶嘛。去到咪 good， 唔知講咩好。雖然最近佢哋開始做外國生意啦，開始多咗講英文，但係都係啱啱啲尷尬。應該好過以前。
All right, Juninho Ross, first half of Street Fighter League.
早年後，佢俾人扁咗喺後備有咩感受啊？
Either you 40-0 a team or you lose 0-40. How do you guys come back with more consistency?
Fluid character. Okay.
We're studying more. We'll try to make less errors. And we adopted a strategy along in these polls. I cannot tell it, but it's a good strategy, and I think we will be a good surprise again.
紅雞代表
of course, I can't give up too much, but as far as this strategy, all I'm asking, is this a specific player strategy or an overall two-game team strategy?
Well, it's interesting because we play almost all the team plays with off meta. I play Luke. He's not that good right now. DJ, people say he's not that good, and also Dowsing. So I think the character selection is making more surprises, even more than the strategy. Yeah.
Okay, so you're talking about this character thing. Now we seen Blas, all of us at home. Well, I guess I'm not at home, but me and everybody at home was surprised seeing him go with the Sagat the whole time. We seen no Ryu. Might we see some different characters from Blas this season?
Well, he's very comfortable with Sagat. Yeah, we played with him yesterday, and he said, "Oh, Sagat is very good. Some places he's better than Ryu." So I don't know. Maybe I don't know. But
okay.
Sagat is coming. Yes.
Now, last thing I want to ask you about. Honestly, were you guys at all surprised that you performed as well as you did? It's your first season of Street Fighter League. People would expect Blas to do an amazing job. I don't know if they knew that Brian Job, of course you've been in Capcom Cup, but I don't know if they expected everybody else to cook up the way you guys did.
Oh, well, maybe, yes, it is the first time, but these guys are very strong. Yeah, Brian, he studies the game every day. Shaka plays like a monster. And maybe because people don't look at the region, maybe they think, oh, these guys are not performing so well. But yeah, most of the guys are very strong, and getting that together with Blas, that is maybe the best player in the world, in my opinion, we have a great team.
Juninho. So I know that he's already speaking English, but I think that needs a little bit of a translation, okay? Because that was nice English. What he's trying to say is, y'all ain't know because y'all wasn't looking at their region, but their region probably nicer than yours. And Blaw's the best in the world. And I'm not going to lie to you, Juninho Ross, I already been a couple times. Y'all can't see us. We already 40-0 in teams. And in the second half, we're about to do the same thing. That's pretty much what Juninho said. Very well said, brother. And we're going to go ahead and kick things back to the desk.
Honestly, I think a very accurate translation from Rob TV. Like, legitimately. Like, people do not pay enough attention to South America. I think that's changing now, obviously, with the rise of people like Blas and whatnot. But they've been a killer region for a long time. They just don't get as much international exposure as some of the other regions. But, yeah, this plays in South America, Central America, all the Latin American countries have been monsters at Street Fighter for a long time.
先講都係嗰啲好謙虛話，好盡量勝利㗎啦。
Definitely seeing it within this season of Street Fighter US. All monsters, according to pretty much everybody that's been victim to their gameplay thus far, right?
Yeah, and it was just so funny to me.
孫玉打 Brand
Look, bro, I know you are trying to prowl for other characters from Blas, but this Sagat has been cooking too hard. Like, this Sagat is what you're going to see. But right now, we are going to see
咪落場，因為計賽佢輸咗。今次到孫玉睇下有冇計，前 DJ 換家。
And of course, we got Brian to start this, but we are going to get Shaka in that secondary position, presumably facing one of the first Mize. But we could see Mickey Cammy because Cammy does have decent matchup against Dalsim. So
makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, but we'll get to that when we do, as we are going to start with this with Jen on the Bison, going up against Brian on the DJ, which I love Brian's playstyle and his DJ, just so sick.
So one of the biggest things that I'm automatically looking at is how Jen is going to
鬥飛兩面都係鬥飛個一個飛波腳，一個飛鉸剪腳，兩個都係中距離喺度 span 呢嚿嘢，睇下做。咁啊鉸剪腳，攞加飛，搶到下中拳，翻出去啦。咁啊搶到個輕拳，哎呀但係冇爆招，兩綠色撞埋一齊。咁啊一個 3 combo， 哇數據打中，又跳翻出去啦。咁啊再波腳，咁 parry 到，咁啊 set 炸彈，到我跑啦，到我撞，想打條 burn out， 咁啊呢個其實咧佢想，哇都係 impact， 因為佢都係想，哇死咗咯，哎呀唔俾你好易。啱啱其實孫玉係諗住打佢 burn out 之後撞死佢，但係你見到阿 DJ 係咁中招咯，唔俾你，會唔俾你，即係用生命去換你唔 burn out， 咁啊頂得住啊！咁啊搞呢個打中喎，哎呀呢個 all in 又真係中，哎跳輕拳，咁啊再打落去，都中又個炸彈，哎呀速解又真係弱喎，咁啊到阿孫玉係入邊啦，高啲波搶到掣，點解？先咁就俾多個 rush 係咪啊？唔俾啊！咁就但係俾川玉，川玉又俾人打轉頭，如果唔俾就變咗個，哎呀甩招，綠色兩個色又撞埋一齊，啊然後川玉俾多個 rush， 就幫一下死咗，翻燈啊！我鉸剪腳唔截你 rush， 仲個中拳截到對手個交飛攻擊，之後就炸彈冇對哭，鉸剪腳。一腳打中對手，唔得啦，大鑊啦！咁啊 KSG 嘅 style 啊，係唔會擋嘅。打飛，喂打中，高啲波，搶到掣，咁啊中炸彈，咁啊有炸彈起身，哎呀痛啊，死咗啦應該。level 3有，啊踩重拳，唔使重拳嘅，無限攻，搞呢個攻擊，俾多你俾多1000血都死。
Jen's routing on Bison. Yeah, he's got all of the kill combos on the back of his hand. Well done from Jen right there. It's a big thing on this character, right? Your routing's got to be super on point. Whether you have
對空打個和啊，咁啊俾人用個 rush 打中，打中咗下段，個頭攻擊有半血啦。咁啊把邊嘅 full look， 又俾人打翻入去，再前頭咁啊完，咁啊見到一波攻勢又死咗啦。
Domination in that round. What a way to bounce back.
再 rush， 然後 咪而家對 KSC 嚟講，每一分都好緊要，因為佢輸太多，咁啊10分都好緊要，咁啊所以最好就40比0。如果唔係就而家即係即使係30分20分都未必 call 要40攞晒，因為有辛苦。哎呀，又中一下，我呢個 level 易啲喎，叮，咁啊又掃低咗對手啊！level 一翻轉頭，咁啊對手就係 burn out， 但係孫玉得翻一格咧，冇得 watch 佢追擊，靚空對空啊！再嚟一次，咁啊嚟接近 burn out 啦。呢個位夠唔夠嘅真係 burn out， 以內直攻埋添仲要。咁就呢個就 match point， 1 rush 攻擊啊！咁啊攞加添，搶到下中拳啦，咁就俾 Brown F 班唔係呢個 Brown Drop， 哎呀又喺度鳩，咁就俾 DJ level 3啦，得翻一格呢度。
Machine gun punch directly into the level 3. Massive advantage for Brian, both life and drive-wise.
Heavy 咗先，跳翻出嚟，但係都係俾中拳打中。哎呀，但係 burn out 自己唔係好事喎。呢個位要100% 進攻啦，俾人打出嚟就完咗啦。見到穿咗呢個位要後想避開對手攻擊失敗。1-1，打喎，第一頭成功啊！擊撞入去，後重腳打中啊！較剪腳 counter hit， 用個撞再追擊，再攞加添，再較剪腳。綠色打中對手，個炸彈，再前頭，佢 parry 到喎，再一次 BT 攻擊啊，俾人打轉頭啦。咁啊，到你喺版邊啦 ，trade combo， 但係有啲遠啊，搏唔中，穿喐進擊的穿喐，哎，躲埋個星，搞掂，個成功，到一燈，再一次就穿咗嘅 match point 啊。哎呀，下中拳 cut 到對手個 rush， 就俾人下上。又 KSC， 咁就俾 Brown Drop 打個 combo， 丟俾人對空，揾到輕拳啦，終於嚟有，哎呀下中拳 cut 到對手下中拳啦，咁就俾DJ 博招死咗，咁啊雙 match point 啦。喂，講到，講。搶到下中腳，炸彈啦！打中啊，痛啊！呢個腳剪腳一下一個扎，咁啊擋到啊，但係再食一下，俾唔死啊，好似死喎！撞 CA 握手，咁啊應該就死，呢個死啊！死啊！夾硬死撞爛撞死啊！就穿喐2比1，嚟 KSG 追翻10分先。呢個阿振哥。已經變咗振哥啦，振哥好多分都係振哥拎嘅啫。係咁噶啦，司令以前仲大力嘅，改細咗噶啦。應該如果小寶起咗身，應該到小寶嘅，係米都係做後備啊！殺咗 DCQ 喎，好似比賽第2。PSC 我到分制嘅，古仔好似有贏過，我記得。咩咪秒殺咗油王啦 ？Speed One 油王，單分鐘4燈。So destructive. It's what led to the big W against Brian after just a couple of touches in that final round. Insane amounts of damage.
Yeah, that we saw multiple times where it felt like
Brian had really combo that 可以直接可以咁直接嘅咩？
How he gets down, that is one of the big strengths of Bison. So big ups to Zhen, putting 10 points on the board for Kwai Show to start this. It's exactly how you want to go up against 2-game, right? Obviously, you always want to get W's and no losses, but getting that first victory up against 2G
好啦，睇下 Shaka 邊個打啦。
as a paramount.
Simon 型我正常嘅。
Kwai Show sends up against Shaka on the Dawson.
Kimberly 喎。
Which one of their players is most comfortable in this unorthodox, funky matchup?
It has to be the Cammy coming in from Mickey, right? Like that is his tried and true. Although he had switched off to Mai, actually, if anybody uses Mai,
有時Shaka 都可能罰到 KO 級喎，殺咗阿 Crime 跟翻到。
From Mickey
超勁，
if he decides to go second, I mean, there's obviously VX Bao,
好彩啊，
Shanghai as well, so
真係小寶啦。
it's gonna be VX Bao
司令 ，VX 包司令好耐冇見。
I was gonna say, yeah.
以前都成。
Despite all of them playing Mai, right? They also all have secondary characters because Mai obviously just got released this season. So a lot of them have their previous mains. VX Bao, of course, we first got to know him on JP in this game, but obviously Bison has been his main for quite a while. And then the Mai has been doing a lot of work now. That performance in that first set with these two teams, it makes sense that VX Bao is going to be starting with the Bison rather than the Mai.
Funny enough, I know he has an Ed on the table, but I wouldn't want to play.
咁樣，依咁開俾你。
We've seen that matchup develop in a very interesting way.
費事貼 link 啊。
Also like amongst international waters for some of these
呢個
CPTs.
ESG 之後 Franco 之後就 ESG 再打多次。
With the Bison, I'm very excited to see it.
好啦。
Damn son.
We got the clean shave.
點解？又俾人下中輪 cut 到？放火！哎呀，無啦啦咁樣飛喎，俾人個前頭。炸彈啦！再攞個後重腳壓制 ，E 反到。 唔加 fit， 一俾人用個鏟推翻出去喎，邊個？換邊頭攻擊，咁咪 level 1，呢個 burn out 喎，哦大鑊啦 ，burn out 咗呢個位印度佬黐線，咁向上抌個火咧，嗰個吸下小寶冇反應，就俾人一個 impact 打暈咗。當中對手咁就放波個空隙，吸腳攻擊打對手啦。 Carry 當喺個和雕咁啊，想揀對方失敗咗，咁就俾司令 combo 啦，攻擊啲火咁啊，再放火，咁啊擋得切嗰個炸彈，食咗個攻擊之後就再食個鉸剪腳，再食個攻擊，再 rush 而啲後重腳，咁啊死擋爛擋，想撳掣嗰下就俾個下中人打死咗。 發燈 ，BB face 點擊打中啊？有須啊嘛？啲人當係啊，都有句啊。打之前啲人話 Google 隊，都唔知邊個先係真正嘅 Google。然後好型人，因為印度佬好攻得㗎，唔係以前街4加2嗰種咧，喺度拉拉拉。 佬仲家姐仲勁過，喂係啊！司令屈機戰術，咁啊衝再撞，每一盤。呢個 figure 落去頂下油王個位，落去打中嘅。咪咪啊！ 唔敢望鏡頭，揼喺個頭，咁喺度點？佢望佢後面冇用啊，都唔係嘅。我話俾你知我講緊嘢。叫你戴 headphone， 呢個咧唔識科技啊！阿軍仔仲係軍仔老人家，唔識用無線電，即係用口講嘢算啦。
And that's the thing is Shaka is so good at being an active Dawson, right? Like he's so good at putting out
慣咗嘛，
around it and whatnot. But we saw a lot of that just nullified
老人哋
via the Psycho Crusher from BX.
40歲唔識用啲智能用，唔識用呢啲咁嘅高端科技唔奇啊。
Covering those options as well, just in case VX Bao tried to take to the skies. But back to the ground game we go. Ready for the
咩話？呢個機器可以遠距離通話？唔係真㗎？ 放火，又撞中啦 ，OK， 我加 film， 打中炸彈啦。雖然老實講，佢哋講粵語，我相信 Shaka 係聽唔明，都唔係好擔心有間諜。但係現場應該啲嘈唔嘈咧？應該唔嘈嘅可能。因為唔係 open well， 即係佢唔係一個，佢係 studio 嚟啊嘛，唔係一個好大好嘈嘅地方，所以即係但係已經冇所謂。哎呀，最強先邊，我前頭，哇大地力，夾子嘅，我前頭夠唔夠呢個位？都未好夠噶啦，哎搶到掣啊大衛，呢個位俾人點翻出嚟就。點埋佢啊！啊點解先？哦，出死啦！1-1，要講深圳冇深圳人嚟啊，冇廣州㗎你哋。我打 N 都見到小哥。有錢腳，一 film 佢哋去一 film rematch， 喂又爭啲。嘛呢個然後。我頭擊頭彈，呢個最強屈機火焰，真係屈機。呢個無敵火，無敵火咁就可以一個好安全嘅壓制。哦，仲有3 HP， 咁啊再俾人長手撩，當中啦，但係 burn 到我自己，自己麻煩啲咁啊，俾佢掂啊，因為好易俾佢用個 level 燒死，講死啊講緊，解頭成功，用間嚟可以。教錢㗎，你鳩喎呢個其實都教錢完之後 level 1嗰啲咧，咁完咗 burn out 啊，仲可以夾硬一波攻勢咗 level 2打死佢。你掂睇你，喂爭啲瀨嘢搶，哎呀食咗掣啊 ！Match point， 搶到掣，由 OD 教剪腳炸彈。打中啊 ！OD 教剪腳，再教剪腳，踩拍反波拳，再攞個加片壓制，炸彈都爆啦！唔好亂撳掣啊！殺唔殺？唔殺。咁啊，衝埋去，俾對手 D 反推翻出嚟，但係分到咗，哦正！咁就 OD 作，咁我就你去啦。咁啊靚啊！一個輕拳點咗對手之後，後面所有嘢就即係用視隔器一度，一開波跳到，一個好嘅開始啊！用炸彈，咁啊再嚟3個總攻擊，再打上天，獲招嗱斬晒佢呢位 OD 炸又死咗，咁又跳踩重拳死嘅應該，或者撞 CA， 就好求其 combo 啊！一手2-1。成功咁樣20分啦，就如果贏埋鼻屎40咯，唔贏鼻屎就20-20加時。Really liked the frequency. He was not using fireballs. He was looking for a lot more yoga floats into sniping the different options. But VX Bao just did right back. We saw some delays on the Psycho Crusher to clip the end of the yoga float instead. 點都係佢哋兩個打㗎啦。大將就係大將，基本上都整定咗係隊長。
But also, I think it was more so against the defense from Shaka. It was rather difficult. Outside of the ranges of medium, standing medium punch, sure you're 0 on block.
大將打大將啦，大將打大將就隊長打隊長，都唔會擺其他人。
Trying to utilize the closer normals that Dawson has, and VXBAO was banking on that. And even so, if you use some of the normals that are like longer startup but further reaching, that will get clipped as a counter hit, which we saw.
Yeah, exactly right. Like for a character like Bison in this type of matchup, like you really got to utilize your spacing traps. And that's really what VXBAO did so well here. Whether if it was like minus frames from a distance away or whatever, he wasn't really letting that just be the end of his turn. He had plans to kind of take his turn back from shot.
你把比賽唔用無線。
So great stuff from VXBAO.
一陣打得下斷線就真係嬲爆。
Little side note, I love seeing
如果你屋企玩就有機會嘅，冇所謂。
While also being able to get your charge immediately into like the Psycho Crusher. I'm like, it's not too difficult to do, but man, it just looks cool. You see that overhead come through and he still has time. It is such a sick combo. But 20 points from the side of KSG, a huge difference in comparison to how we saw it play out in the first half.
Remember 2G 40 bomb these guys.
N L 係佢係你個掣佢唔係斷線咧，佢個掣壞嘅，佢啲按鈕斷咗，而唔係個 connect 斷咗。即係多數咧係即係打下8個定7個掣咁，都唔係斷。貓屎還貓屎。個大掣又好少，大掣好少會咁，又唔係冇嘅。
Getting back into that playoff hunt if they do get a 40 bomb of their own. And we are going to get the run back of that round 1 match. This was one of my favorite sets from round 1 of SFL.
唔知有冇唔知點，我都唔知要點樣連環打殺㗎。可能真係同即係去揾陳生打。都唔係，我唔知邊度可以揾大家同佢練。
Usually it was the reversal fan, so he just shut it down with a jab. He was able to punish it. If you shut down a jab after that reversal fan from low tiger shot, you are plus like 25.
1989年。
Like I labbed it during the break, and you are literally plus 20, over plus 20. So you have a massive amounts of opportunity to punish. We even saw him do that up against crossovers, when he did a DI instead after the fly, or after the reversal fan. So you really gotta be if you're Shanghai looking for these moments where
40分嘅話就40分先。30分都可以晉級，但係40分就早嘅結果啦。如果20分呢就一定要30，一定要冇40都要30咯，20真係好啦大鑊。睇嗰啲有啲近喎，翻唔到，咁食到個咁啊俾人頭攻擊2次、3次，咁啊頭攻擊打空咗，但係大家得一跳出嚟啫。睇嗰啲rush， 腰下段再放波，咁啊處力啦，咁啊中拳打中，用睇架用呢個泰雷腳去做一個壓制。叮，又打唔中，parry 到個 reverse 攻擊啊！咁就下重拳起動，厲害啦！咁啊有火咧就冇得用嗰啲咩輕拳打線嗰啲線術，就踢一腳再放火，咁啊但係個波打唔中，咁啊中拳 cut 到對手之後就 push 佢掛招，我一等。
Yo, Punk was not kidding during that pre-game interview. He's like, yo, this break is only gonna make these guys stronger, right? With all the data.
哎呀 confirm 唔到啊！咁咪啲小孩打個確反啦，唔通嘅，咁啊大 delay 打得，咁就踢中，今次就可以衝佢啦，掃低咗對手，再放波，咁就踢中嚟2次啊！咁啊搶到下段，再 rush， 然後，cut 到。咁就level 2，如果唔死就俾多個星，1-0啦，咦好有計喎！
So this could be a similar fashion, but the way Shanghai is looking, I don't think it's going to be like that. This one seems much closer just from the start, because the way he has been whiff punishing stand medium kick is
放波。
咁
啊行埋堂擊，打到對手啊！壓到個星，下重拳起動 ，EC 推埋牆逆向星，一定有啦呢個。啊，俾阿鼻屎起身星，打翻轉頭啊！睇加啲，咁啊，咁用個中腳喺度鬧回啦，打中對手啊！再一次跑過去，再順雷腳，輕腳 cut， 哇呢個勁喎，輕腳係 finish counter 先得佢。哎呀，cut 咁啊對手冇即係冇，正！咁啊見到下中拳 TC 打中放埋個重星，咁啊再 rush 俾多次個星，咁啊點中一下之後就俾大家一個金毛打死。打中啦 TC， 再 rush 重擊打中對手。哦，正啊！咁就俾晒 N 星 CA 無限攻啊，1-1啦。
Throw your morale in the garbage, fam. We're only big stepping one up just like that.
我上網睇薩加啲 highlight 咧，都係好似是但一拳就死，是但一拳就一半，就大半血。薩加嗰啲浪嗰啲 combo 嘅咩嗰啲 watch 下中拳 watch 後重拳嗰啲咧，唔知點解好鬼大力。打中嗰個中拳搏，咁啊唔甩招喎，應該有順嚟腳，呢又真係俾佢賭中喎。嗰個順啊俾阿小孩推翻出嚟，中拳 cut 到，你去啦。咁啊就嚟 burn out 咯喎，呢個位可以屈幾機喎，好爆。咁啊重拳打中，再掟，OD 版本，然後。哎呀，中咗一個中拳好大鑊，咁啊兩面都一拳啦，但係俾小孩起上搶到劑，日得。放波先，主爆，主爆都係同對手個放波打喎。真係而家打空咗，小孩博招 level 1，又可以開火焰啦，同埋主爆再頭擊搞頭係咪俾阿鼻屎？咁啊中計拉回啦，再掟，中計打空咗，俾鼻屎博招啦，咁啊前重腳升啦呢個位，俾埋啊！哎，唔得啊！死唔死啊？呢個，但係煙皮多次，而家死唔死？有傷害喎。我等我先，好靚啊！呢個用個輕拳，俾個線再輕拳 OD 升，俾一個線嘅攻擊啊！如果普通升可唔可以 trade 個線再搏咧？唔係呢個。呢個叫 lap monster 咁啊又 watch 咁啊爆咁啊係咁撞，但係俾中小孩個中拳 cut 到，再一次開 level 1，咁啊係咁重腳，咪掟線，再放波，咪撩個 OD 波啦，咁就 burn out 哇！踢咗個波之後咧就回咗勁多氣，啊喺度敲啦，有啲遠啦。唔敢確反，打空咗啊！咁就俾鼻屎衝埋佢啦。好似推，中咗下中拳，咁啊可唔可以殺啊？起上升退翻出去，呢位又一下死嘅其實，雖然表面上血量爭好遠，死咗。好啦，大力啊！但係仲有機會嘅，咁啊我唔好犧牲，但係我覺得死喎，我覺得死，係啊死嘅。咁就唔想中個中段死啊？咁咪係咪部機窒啲啊？好似我見烹牙係咁中中段，都係有中中段。啲出名反應快嗰啲人中晒中段。
He finds it. Yeah, he's always cleared out a route for lethal every single time, and it's been so tough to play defense against, right? It is. Actively, passively, whatever way you want to spin it.
咁啊，處力啦，處力咗埋咗佢啦。開頭成功啊！喂，輕拳打中啊！每一個輕拳打中線好危險。諗起那個回憶起那個用呢個輕拳傳重腳確反線的男人，喂又係咁撳就失敗咗，咁啊 counter hit。嚟噶，埋牆前挑，再係咁用重拳喺度敲，咁啊遠少少就 OD 波，中咗一下，就俾小孩推翻板中，重腳踢中，再踢，咁啊衝埋去啦，然後呢個後頭嚟嘅，推波，咁啊再放波俾對手，咁啊又係有個拳腳敲中對手，咁啊見到呢個處力線都係焗住啤，咁後重腳，咁慢慢啤呢個波同埋打拳腳交啊。咁啊中腳撩下佢，中腳 cut 到，俾晒死唔死啊？死硬啦！應該 level 3、level 2得唔得？俾埋 level 3，我 level 2都得。
But one thing that Blas does when it comes to those neutral jumps in this matchup specifically, right, is that people always like to make you deal with something when you land. So people will throw.
都係啊，咁啊鼻屎落。
If you don't charge it，
哎呀，我 watch 嘅，到譬如話我派身添，就可以去啦。嚟嘅。喂，cut 到，超靚啊！仲要唔係 watch 嘅，逆向升，一燈夠唔到啊！好似一燈凍過水啊！鼻屎，1-1。咁啊，統一俾人搞咗頭，烏啲線行先，人行後，個釘線，重拳劈多下，劈中咗對手啦，2-2。
He was absolutely ready to lock down with the standing heavy punch. Xiaohai tying it up. It's a different story now.
And Xiaohai, honestly, he had really good Oki reads in their first set. Just after that first game in their initial set, he didn't get
哇，推波又真係推到啊！對方年輕腳驗埋佢，咁啊俾人掟波打翻轉頭啦，又放波打到對手上線，始終線係冇，戰係一個即係輸波就真係都幾即係如果薩加係咁抌波嘅，都要真係要乜要做。劈唔到啊 ，ban 咗。咁啊想用個升 trade 啊，吹唔到。喂 ，cut 到，推翻出去。咁啊至少對手 lock 單咗就可以回翻好多嘅，因為 combo 可以回好多氣。擋解答啊，都要食呢佢啊。咁就絕體絕命啊！聽先，9億俾人搞頭。鼻屎想跳上嚟，但係失敗咗啦，俾小孩升啦。咁啊，小孩嘅 match point 啊，咁啊放波 ，rush， parry 到啊，咁啊還拖，推個正波腳，到我啦，想就壓制俾阿小孩升，2擊，咁啊打到對手，再掟先。再掟先，咁啊等咗 ，watch 咁啊一下就喺度，掂咗就射即贏，咁喺我重拳喺度沙掂到啦，咁啊對手唔喐就頭攻擊啦，咁啊 OD 線上穿，哦搞掂，哦40分，追翻40分啦，緊要喺度，軍哥軍爺好嘢，軍爺有計40啊，你第一 set 就係俾阿。2支拎40分，而家拎翻40分好緊要啊！冇咪，攞翻唔少啊！咪點晒頭，唉搞掂，中晒，跟住知佢仲有一場，要打啊！打甩 Kudo 嗰隊，打甩 Kudo 嗰隊緊要好多，因為佢同甩 Kudo爭第4。你要打佢落去，如果唔係鼻屎嗰隊，我諗點都頭4。唔係啊，我又係不知啲人話不知火冇好打，因為不知火冇處力線，好似話薩加冇嘢可以做。拗尾係第尾，但係即係之後到拗打啦，所以即係打小場。陽灣係點啦？雖然啊歐洲嗰邊咧 ，NIP 嗰隊都係即係都係第3種子，即係打3場就拎冠軍。入到 Playoff 就有機會冠軍，入唔到 Playoff 就一定唔得。即使你第3都好，都入到冠軍，一定第1。米奇冇啊，米奇負責打氣，但係仲有一場今日只會上米奇，40分好緊要啊！我今日幾快，因為冇加時咧就快好多，一少一場。2場冇記錯，咪1場2場，呢1場啱先2場，咪好似 ENG 2場係啊，兩場係。S3，咁啊之後 Franco 對 Kudo 嗰隊，咁啊睇訪問啦，訪問阿鞋神 ，maybe。
With this second half and the way that these teams are adapting, obviously KSG is the prime example. Yeah, you can't be giving up points for too long, man.
Yeah,
you
really definitely
can't.
see why.
Let's
just keep playing. Like I don't know, the break. Let's not.
Imagine if we did. Imagine if we did how much of a different outcome we would have had this go around.
Oh man, but let's kick it to Rob TV and Kwai Show Gaming to feel or see how they feel about the victory.
Okay, now, of course, congratulations to KSG for an amazing victory. But before we kick this interview off, I had Ryan F. and his whole chat saying that they had a conspiracy and didn't believe that we were actually live. So here is your proof. We are live coming at you for Street Fighter League US from Los Angeles, California. Now that said, Xiao Hai, in the first half of Street Fighter League, you guys started off slow. You told me that you were not confident and the team was not confident. You come back here and get a 40-0 victory. Are you guys confident now?
Sure, I'm come back. We are come back.
Oh, you good? It's working.
小孩真係唔識科技喎。
Yeah. It's working. You're good, Xiao Hai. Okay, so you said what were you saying? So you guys are confident now?
Yes, I'm.
我有信心啦。
Confidence. Yes.
Okay, and early on in Street Fighter League in round 1, you also said that you want to make sure that you could lead a team, a full Chinese team, to victory at Street Fighter League without Mina or D there to lead your team like it was with Team Bandits. Do you believe that that's working out now? How do you feel about your leadership skills with Team KSG?
Yes, sure. Because maybe this time we get 40. My teammate performance is so good. Yeah, so I believe we can and I can lead them. Yes.
Now you are sounding like Xiao Hai, brother. Ladies and gentlemen, Team KSG, on paper, one of the strongest teams that we have. Started off a bit slow, but just like that, 40 getting it done. We're going to see if they can keep that momentum going. Let's go ahead and send things over to our commentators.
I love the way that Rob framed that, and I love the fact that Xiao Hai coming in.
話請咗個老師去學咯，我記得。即係我唔知學成點啦。係肯講就是好。係咁上下啦，我哋學英文都係咁上下㗎啦。我哋學英文都係，我哋講英文都係咁上下 level 㗎咋。唔好諗。I go to school by bus。
Like they gotta be on cloud 9 going forward.
個老細。
I think they have one more set today.
幾時訪問米米啊？我想聽米米講英文。傳説話佢好勁嘅，傳説話佢幾勁嘅。咁就但係未聽過，即係我想。我想試下。
matchups that they need to put out there, and also like what needs to be done character to character has been so phenomenal. Just based off of the showing, it gets me excited to see how they're going to adapt to each and every one of the L's they took.
穿咗，咁又唔係要問隊長嘅。隊長講嘢有 power 啲。隊長係代表個隊。唔係，小孩想試下個英文。我係我軍爺，我軍爺要講，鎮仔殺出。
Just super clean stuff from all of them.
Yeah, really love that. And also there's just so much more left on the table for the side of 2 game. I want to see how they bounce back from that as well. They had a couple of points to give out on the table, just a little bit. Them being into the standing of like 150 points for 3rd place, I think it's just okay for now, but this is where they really got to step it up and get into gear earlier rather than later on, because these guys have made the adjustments as clearly here. So again,
請埋老師，請埋報咗金去學英文，你唔係唔俾我表演啊？咁就賣廣告，真係好，美國真係好呢個比賽。我睇下，佢肯講算係咁啦，俾心機應該真係犀利。即係佢個地位，我覺得係唔需要學英文。佢調翻轉係對面就翻我咯，對面就我講廣東話，佢都係照嚟。
SFL Pro US, you're ready to witness the fastest inputs in the FGC, courtesy of Corsairs Nova Blade Pro. We actually have one in studio with us right now as well. You can see.
你唔會見咪 now 啲學講普通話㗎嘛
？You should.
Just to
hell yeah.
The ASMR on this leverless is a premium.
It feels
stuff
good,
right?
It feels good, and I've seen a lot of players utilize it thus far. I'm
great size as well. Like honestly, like perfect size between like easy to travel with and still like thick enough to be sturdy.
Yeah.
I like me a bigger stick.
I still have to pick up one of these bad boys as well. The extra buttons on top of that for extra movement if need be, if you don't want to use the traditional like thumb button for your jumps. And actually, the placement of the buttons is pretty imperative too. Yeah, there's like hella extra buttons on this bad boy. Now I think about it, this has got to be drive impact. That's got to be parry, right?
I was gonna say Corsair knows the environment that we play fighting games in now, and we need as many buttons as possible. So big ups to Corsair for the Nova Blade, and of course big ups to y'all for joining us on SFL-US. So far we only got 2 sets in there.
廣東話係
Excuse me, we got one more
如果
thing, and that is of course the collegiate
廣東話係再更加
down right now. We want to make sure you
加
are
少見啦。
hip to game. We got Capcom and Play VS are working together to level up a collegiate Street
逼眼
Fighter
逼眼㗎啦。
Join Fall 2025
但
College
係
Street Fighter
有啲人中意。
December 12th through the 14th, right? So that's going to be next weekend. Open to all college students in the United States and Canada. So please, if you're in North America, if you're in one of those
應該將個中英咧改做粵
open
英。
now. You can scan the QR code on your screen or visit stadium.playvs.com.
It's pretty excellent to see. Play versus teaming up with Capcom to give all these opportunities for students. Like, we had this kind of back and forth between myself and Sherry over at the last World Warrior recap. I'm like, where was this when we were students? You know what I'm saying? Can I go back and maybe rejoin a university for some language courses?
I was gonna say, can USC, UCLA hit us up for some esports lectures? You know what I'm saying?
That's what I'm saying, man.
We've been around the block, but we'll make some of our calls. We'll get some.
其實普通話都係嗰句啦。
We're gonna take a quick break and then be back with more Street Fighter.
普通話。 即係識普通話嘅人係好少都係睇翻啲 local 嘢。即係你識講英文，你學英文唔會有外國人，唔會有外國人專登聽你啲英文，睇你同你講嘢。出去有人有啲用咁，你出去衣服買 go to school by bus， 咁又未帶又未去到話攞嚟做賣點。 如果你翻譯嗰啲咧，咁啊你好似 Day1 咁樣帶隊出去就另計。咁我全心思咁翻啫。官方烏冬瓜好似唔係，我記得好似係，我記得官方係中英嘅啫，個中係講緊係廣東話，官方語言。香港啊，yeah， mentally because they don't know Cantonese. Normally, Hong Kong player communicate with the overseas guy, the overseas guy or in mainland use their language to talk with them. They never speak some speak in Cantonese. 加咗好耐咩？我唔使咩？ 烏冬瓜係咁你係同印度比咁樣冇得比，依家下一場打加咗咩？我真係我仲停留喺古代喎睇嚟，因為廣東話係真係太稀有。 因為城市盃咧，佢哋有啲咩會議啊，我都唔入去啊，大佬。佢哋一般都搞唔掂啦，仲要10幾條友講嘢勁快咁。對我嚟講都係外星文，都係唔好搞。第10多啊？可能第10多，可能第頭5以後嗰啲數字已經係講緊係已經係好細啦。 你再比落去都冇意思嘅。咁我數啦，例如英文、西班牙文、大陸文，仲有咩文喺個世界落嚟？法文都好似淨係得法國人講嘅。我諗希伯來，你估有人講呢啲語言嘅咩？希伯來。 越南人識法文， 竟然因為最多咪泰文嗰啲咯。非洲國家，我以為係非洲人喺法國講法文啲，即係入咗已經入埋法國入邊。100文都好多。有我咁落後嘅咩？當下先，我哋睇下世界10大語言。咩話？咁你漢語有9億幾嘅，咪13億人啊？就係。西班牙文、英語、孟加拉語係乜鬼嘢？呢個99年。孟加拉語係咩？印地文又咩？喂，印度文呢？印度就係印度文就係因為印度多人，印度。阿拉伯語喺中東用，我即係嗰啲喺我次次喺嗰個 Twitter 見到啊，Big Bird 喺度溜溜溜嗰啲。葡萄牙文。葡萄牙文同西班牙文係差唔多一樣，即係差唔多嘢，一樣嘢咁滯，係唔同。黑白講嗰啲係葡文定係西班牙文？啲西班牙文嚟嘅，跟住俄文都多，啲日文都咁多人講嘅咩？日文咁多人，大家先知添。好似感覺上咧，日本都有成億人啦，係咪？呢個數字就係日本人咯，日本人嘅數字啦。因為啲漢語係咪包埋廣東話？好似唔計喎，好似即係計就係好似無論計同唔計，佢都冇寫廣東話。唔係㗎，睇下你嗰啲。粵語係25喎，唔係好高啫喎。咁英語又多，咦？英語變咗14億嘅，呢個每個排行榜有啲唔同嘅。乜個99年喎？印地語即係印度文啊，西班牙、阿拉伯。哇，法文都幾多，第6個。孟加拉，咦？孟加拉唔係就係印地咩？咁有咩分別啊？7分喎，大佬，你俾個名我。西班牙同葡萄牙係同一樣嘢咁，係唔同。25唔係好高喎，25。係有排啦，仲要訪問再加埋，仲要訪問再加。你話聽油王講嘢喎，聽下先。一鋪都贏唔到喎，點睇
？Might be a little nervous because you guys are currently in 5th place, just barely outside of the playoffs. How do you get into the playoff position?
I think just like you say, it's 5th place. It's not yet, but it's not far away. It's close. So our team goes try to into the playoff first.
哇，雖然
because
仲有機會嘅。
Street Fighter EU just finished right.
會努力。
The winner, the team is not like not like first place into the playoff, but in the end they make it. So that's our goal. We try to into the playoff first, and try to win the whole thing like before.
Okay, yeah, just like you guys definitely did before. Of course, this is a former Street Fighter League US champion. Now, you just referenced experience. Do you believe that your team's experience is an advantage over the guys who maybe this is their first time here at Street Fighter League?
Yeah, of course, I will say that. I think because we are teammates like, I forget, maybe like 4 years in a row or 5 years maybe. So I think in a tough situation, in a tough situation and decision, we will make more good than another team. I believe that.
Oil King, I'm absolutely loving the perspective. We've seen it time and time again here, ladies and gentlemen, on Street Fighter League US. First half can go one way, that second half, that's when the real dogs come out. And we've seen Oil King and his squad do it time and time again. Oil King, appreciate your time.
Yes, thank you.
My dog.
我想睇咩
And he
啊？
cleaned up the handshake. I like that a lot. But it's so imperative, right? We talked about having the
睇
team
數字
order
嘅
as
8600萬
precise as possible
咁
when
就
they're on the away side. But now they have the
而
home advantage. They got to make sure to pick apart these
即
matches
係
to
頭
the
十
best of
係
their
講緊係
advantage
2億
going
幾，
forward.
得
And
四
I
分
love
一
that
㗎，後
energy
邊嗰啲咧數字
coming
又
from
唔
their
係爭
leader,
好
from Oil King, right?
雖
They
然
have
100萬
the
對嚟講都好
experience.
多，但
They've
係
been on this type of playing
後邊嗰啲
field
又
for
不算
numerous years as the
差
same
咧。
exact squad.
專心睇比
So
賽。
I am expecting a lot out of this group, but it's hard to call when you have Shopify Rebellion just waiting in the wings to clip
List
them.
off
Yeah, exactly right. Like getting to those playoffs is going to be
我
a
要開
hard
我要開你個
just
表啊，
goal
要
to accomplish in its own
我要
right.
開先，我要開
The
個
entire thing, but I do
跟住
like the
再
mindset,
車落
right? They
去。
know they've been there
乜
before where
嘢
they
都
might
唔
have
知
been last to get into the playoffs or whatever, but then they go on to win the whole thing, right? It's all about when you peak, right? When it comes to a season or any type of extended type of tournament like this, it's all about when you peak. So as long as they find their groove as they get into the playoffs and get there, then they're all good, right? But we got to get there first. And with Shopify Rebellion standing in their way, not an easy task whatsoever. So let's see who's going to be going up against Jack to start this off. It is going to be Xian on the
依家打兩
DJ,
鋪，
looking to set the
依家
tone
就
for
打咗
Falcons.
兩鋪
I
嘅，一
love
鋪
that.
依家打
I
兩
want to
鋪，
see what kind of confidence
就
Xian
1個鐘頭
has going
05
into
分
this
鐘，
matchup. You know,
咁仲有3鋪。
myself and Mike Ross had a lot to talk about. We saw the fact that, Xian had been back at home grinding. We tried to invite him out to Tiger Uppercut this past weekend. He's like, I got to focus. I got to make sure I download everything to get ready for the next half of Street Fighter. No messing around. And Xian coming up first, I'm excited to see what he's had
好
cooked up
似
in the
成個
lab.
好似廣州成個廣州都係講廣東話。
Oh,
Word? That was sick.
The Renko kicks, the second hit
8000幾
whiff,
萬
the driver's cancel still
成個
connected
廣
with the
州
combo.
加埋成億人啦，係咪？
Now get a forward throw, Xian in control.
Ui.
Drive rush on
Đã
him.
rồi.
He caught the movement from Jack and still able to get the throw. I'm glad it wasn't 2+ where it would whiff.
差唔多啦，8500萬，
Right,
我有
Xian maybe predicting a back throw, right? Thought Xian would wake up with a throw tech. Oh yeah, he thought he would immediately press
不過
back
就
right
14億
into
人
the
㗎嘛，
straight
你
off
除
the
一
starter
除
combo,
都
but
差
a
唔多
big
啦。
drive rush check.
喂，阿總，
Jack needed
咪
that
中
as
權
well because
再
his
放
drive meter was very low. Oh.
嘥
I like him pushing the issue now on offense,
嘥 有
right?
冇出
Because
場
Jack
先？
only had 1 bar, just below 1 bar of dry gauge left. That was actually so smart. Empty it out.
咁就到佢 burn 咧，兩邊一齊 burn out 咧就
Lead here, but yeah,
先 burn out 嗰個就
Xian's got the
先完
corner
burn out
with
咯，
DJ
因
right,
為一
give
有
him
impact
some
撞鳩佢
air
嘅。
slashers,
喂
get some chip damage, or the Sobot. If there's some type of trade scenario that pushes them out, well done.
哇，兩個艾瑪加閃面撞埋一
If
齊
that's。not the highlight of both characters, I don't know what it
I was
is.
gonna say, 2 of the best drive rushes in the game. Can't blame them for the 99-second start.
喂，中咗重拳，落招。
We still got the punish counter as well, though. What a juggle! Okay, Jack, that was mad
DJ
damage.
Julie 都
Be right.
DJ Julie，
Choosing to spin that last little stock. Make sure he gets the
即係好似感覺上佢哇咁樣掃
Oh my goodness, the
呢兩隻角色我都係覺得擺到明就
leading the crouch medium,
拱死你啦
side switching in the process.
你左起，但係
Jack trying to
但係你係個
escape.
圈
It's the second time, by the way. Xian
哇
has thrown out a lot of these meaty normals. Now
DJ
he's
再
implementing
過
the
分啲
throw
啦。
back to back. He can do
係
it
跟
one
住
more
最過分都係
time
本田
for a。big kill, but it's
哎
kind of
本
dangerous.
田
Jack
同
actually
本
was
田
sitting
即
on
係寫住我
Xian.
寫住我過嚟啊，
He
過
went
嚟
for the
鳩死
jump
你
option。instead. Wouldn't let go of that
大隻
pressure
好似唔使教
temporarily,
提醒我
but this
乜訪
big
問
opener off with a drive rush.
唔係啲學生啦
Who。could have saw it coming, right? A little sarcasm on that one, but who could have saw it coming?
That's right. When it's jury, you gotta expect the drive rush is
佢
always.
爺仔就講鏡頭嘅，佢輸咗都會望鏡頭，我試過一次。
He did it in that crouching
係
medium kick. That's
招
a
牌
big
佢
upper that she's got a
呢個唔
very
係勝利畫面嚟。
medium kick. So that combination of a very far drive rush with that button, it'll just catch you slipping more often than not.
I forgot to mention, like earlier on,
誒冇地空
we got the introduction support both teams.
咁啊再放波先
The Falcons
再放
that got the 30 bomber against,
Watch 打一中，
Shopify.
咁啊機關槍拳，放埋呢學生啦，咁啊得翻
Pretty solid start.
一格對6格喎，佢對手冇力 super 咧，呢個位佢由佢升，即係佢等佢自己 burn 到重分，自己撞爛咗，啊，衝到追上對手後啦，咁啊咁放波 super 對手 burn out，然後就 impact 噶啦，就仲唔 impact burn out 噶咯，誒佢 chip 死我諗住，咁就啦，我以為佢撞添，唔撞，唔撞仲勁。
Yeah, you have the checkmate scenario. The scientist is going to be able to utilize the rest of his test results against Jack. Now, funny enough,
仲有撳實，我未試過現代 DJ 點撳，佢應該都可以1、2、3、4冇咁撳，咪跟節奏咁樣撳嗰6下，輕拳輕拳中拳中拳重拳重拳，
He's like, all right, well, all I got to
都係
do
6下㗎啦。
sure my strings are airtight and chip them away.
但未試過真係咁。
Players utilize that strategy a lot nowadays, where it's like, okay, it's inevitable that I'm gonna get burnt out, so rather than like either I'm
啲司機好多朋友嘅，唔好講到佢好似，唔好講到佢好似冇朋友咁。
now players are just tending to
佢喺大陸，佢喺大陸好孤獨啫，好世界仔嚟。
Just drive reversal them off so you can get some space.
We'll see if that adjustment is made. If that scenario comes out again. Let's see what the objectives are for Sien, particularly in the corner against Jack, right? He's starting to put the layers on with the meaties first, and then start to throw in
都好緊要㗎，因為
potential shimmies that could be, and he's very cognizant of what
即係如果 Franco 或者 KSG 上到嚟就係 SL 跌落去嘅，所以。 守唔住就佢可能快唔到啦。喂，咁啊放波，咁啊調翻轉講就，咁其實最理想就係點樣晉級就係頭四嗰邊線下一隊1分都拎唔到啦，因為其他有3隊攞晒啲分，咁啊最好啦。咁啊最理想嘅畫面，依家就係如果4隊上面嗰4隊都係咁拎分嘅話咧。 咁其實都係追唔到，一定要下邊嗰3隊執到1隊喐唔到，跟住之後再嗰3隊再爭一個咪嚇你有。大陸大陸 style 咯，乜原因？
He was ready for it regardless.
喂，俾人跳。
Nice and easy for him to get that first round. Interaction, I think
踢踢，
in favor of Jack.
再放波，第一腳。
Give me that startup. That Sobot kick.
咁啊，下上打向對手，咁就俾人用個星反擊。喂，有冇 level？ 咦？咁就開風式 engine 啦。咁啊，點都要磨你 burn out 嚟。哎呀，哎呀！ 對手放生咗你一次，咁打翻入去，咁啊，哎呀上空對空失敗咗，但係中嗰個 impact 啦，中咗反而冇事啊，啲 Santa 先會死。對空冇嘅，掃中啊，俾唔俾埋？俾啦，咁啊到你 burn out 啦，之後一個 impact 撞死你嘅應該。impact 打暈，咁就求其啦，唉，就撞。 match point 我唔知喎，佢撳下撳下冇撳到。如果唔係應該 burn out 咗有時 end 咗撞死佢。你即係唔係先 burn out 咗佢，但係應該係話，哎呀，應該死咗。風水埋牆打 burn out 係好鬼勁。踢腳，調翻出嚟食個下中拳，一出嚟下中拳可以對空嘅。 俾人踩頭，呢個爆炸，喂博招啦 ，impact 打多下，盡量削減對手嘅氣。哎呀，呢個可以下上喎，呢個冇咁滯。哎呀，好搏成。1。
Jack doing a great job identifying those ranges. Renko kick just on the edge of the hitbox. Nullifying, and yeah, you could tell that Sheehan thought he was going to be too far away, right? That's why he went with the air slasher on Wake Up. He was like, surely could throw this out there because Jury's not going to have anything to close that gap in time, but nah, she does, man.
打中，學招 ，BT 鏟啦，再輕拳打中 TC， 再攞個壓制啊，又中一下，又開波攞一半血啦呢度位，咁啊再後重腳攞個歌，哎呀呢個位冇追的有啲弱，咁就俾人打翻轉頭啦，俾人重升埋尾，哎呀掃唔中，跳俾人 parry， 再前後。 話放波，哎呀，呢個應該確反到㗎。喂，但呢一下我避咗第一下㗎，又可以還拖㗎。咁啊，艾馬加閃變衝過令佢哋 burn out， 咁啊 burn out 咗就 keep 住用拳嘅壓制同埋放波去攞血啦。邊度？冇對空，重拳打中，肯希，咁啊吃埋死人。贏嘅 match point。
Back to 1 round away again.
Push him so far forward for that link as well.
咚叮叮叮叮叮。死頂啦！跳，哇爆炸！ 咁啊，搏後重腳添，仲見大力喎呢個都。講到中段，揾到掣 rush， 但係食咗個下中拳，多食多個 rush， 咁啊呢 C level 1啦，再 match point。
As soon as he sees green, crouching medium punch has been the big interrupter tool against Xian multiple times over. It's been very closely studied between the two.
小輕嘅打中啦，咁啊攞個進攻嘅，攞個加 fit， 哎呀打空氣，嗱唔緊要嘅，掃低咗，咁啊攞加 fit， 再 fake 波再投擊，反邊嘅 full loop， 咁啊斬殺㗎呢個位，咁啊，哎呀個波打空咗第二下。咁啊，唯有正命，補充嘅打中，咁啊都係等確反。你打喎，但係因為 lock 單咗踩頭㗎咁勁，如果唔係就吹溝門呢號衫㗎啦。咁啊一下喺度擋，哎呀！我使用中斷，死咗啦，唔使睇啦，自己啦。
They can get up because Jack secures the victory for Shopify Rebellion.
Just in case, they had to just sit and wait for it a little bit. Even Jack was kind of slumped over. He's like, wait, is it gonna kill? Because nobody's moving. Uh-oh.
又冇鏡頭。
I'm always uncomfortable, I'll tell you what.
老啦。
The team, the dub.
Okay.
Sorry to get out of focus. I got real scared for a second.
I get terrified every time he does it. But it's Xian, unfortunately, not being able to find the rebuttal against Jack to start things off for the Falcons. But, man, that was definitely a battle of attrition.
Yeah, and it was a really tough break for Xian because so often against damn near every character, that trade that he went for gives him a full combo. It gives DJ one of his most damaging combo starters in the game. But because it was the
遲咗少少啊！呢個應該要5年，起碼5年前要講。
That was nuts.
You see some of the big nuances that Jury does have outside of that drive rush too. Like she's able to kind of like push herself forward a lot of times, more often than not, so it makes it rather difficult to check. But also like when you're put into a position where you can't actively check, you're susceptible to the low or the overhead.
Man, that red cool kick, such range on that bad boy.
I really want to know like what they were talking about. It's like, man, you got to throw in some of these overheads. He's been checking your drive gauge or drive rush a bunch of times over, but right there, in between like a string, right, like canceling off of a normal to do it. That is kind of dastardly.
Yeah, I felt like he hadn't gone for a lot of them, or like you say, he checked them a lot of the time, so he established making Xian block in those situations like that where Xian knows he could die to making the wrong move, right? Some type of frame trap or counter hit or anything like that. He is going to be more inclined to block, which is exactly what got exposed. Great recognition from Jack at the end.
My man Jack with the stare down reminds me of the startup of the Indiana Jones ride, right? You stare into the eyes of the idol and you get whatever wish fulfilled, and then you get turned into stone. I'm not trying to be about that, Jack. You got to fix up the staring contest stuff, man. I'm terrified. But all jokes aside, 10 points on the side of Shopify Rebellion. Can they do more with it as KnuckleDude gets ready to play?
That's a great start, right? You highlighted the fact that Falcons was able to defeat Shopify Rebellion 30-10 last time.
落單就冇得播啦，機又即係就咁，俾人打一下就得播。
Get a victory on the away side to start this off. A tremendous way to begin this, and they are going to send DCQ on the side.
DCQ
to be KnuckleDude's mind.
I'm loving this, right? I feel like NuckleDude has had a ton of experience going into this second half against a lot of the Bison players.
係多數有言啦，因為 Kelvin 都比上仲勁，贏到鼻屎，幾犀利。牛仔後備。 喂，牛仔打大仗咧 ，NL 殺出。
Found so many things in regards to like what he's fallen short to, how he's made it like better for himself throughout the seasons that we've seen him play. So I'm kind of curious to see what kind of a different Bison he's showing off against NuckleDude's mind.
Bison， 定係 Bison。
DCQ
得 JP 同埋 Bison。 咁啊打，不過應該 DCQ 打，應該 DCQ 打大仗，我哋。因為司令打或者幾好，但係唔知係咪好鬼勁，用好鬼打。
Immediately switching the type of habits that he's showing the player first to the round by round, and it's just so strong with the way he switches up. Like he'll start drive rush 99 seconds, next one it'll be drive rush scissor kick, right? Like he is just so like almost robotic when it comes to how clean he's able to switch up his options.
I can't like take my eyes off of like DCQ's shirt. Like I don't know if this is intentional, but Zootopia 2 comes out tonight. By the way.
咪好咯，即係可以用 Kimberly 係咪？
Sorry.
The fact that he's got the shirt on today, it's got me
好啦，
wondering if
咁啊
he's
司令打可
You
冇？
know, Zootopia is actually extremely big in China.
Really? Oh, it's already.
一波俾人升啦，
I didn't know it was.
Yeah.
攞前頭。
I believe there's like an amusement park or something like that. Like there's like some type of theme
咁啊
park.
格展嘅，
Zootopia.
我整翻上去。
Yeah, it's super.
都係上屈失敗咗，跳。
That's pretty sick.
Zebros,
咁
bro.
啊呢個對決咧，其實係
Shoutouts to
佢就喺個 Regional， 佢就喺個 World Warrior 度又俾小寶咁樣打死咗。我唔知 Level 都，哎呀大鑊，咪咧咪搏 OD 升嘅，咁啊後備咗，咁就可以搏翻個炸彈。呢日啦，
It didn't last that long, but.
Aim for the bush.
There goes my hero, DCQ. On the way to harassing Knuckle Doo in
咁啊
this
踢，哦中埋中段，冇人擋到中段啦今日。
Oh man, yeah.
呢個應該好似可以踩在 OD 教轉腳。
The rest of that life bar Knuckle Doo was trying to hold on to. And we've seen this. Bison, the damage output has been ridiculous. DCQ, his routing is as strong as Jet. He's always going to find the
再炸彈，前後，咪炸彈爆炸，咪自己申請自殺，有炸彈，前後咁咪咁落傷害啊，一下死啊呢位，再前後。 咪 OD 線，外重拳追到1-1，至少有機會開到個進攻，得唔得？啱啱好啊！佢就知道呢個位冇你抌線，幾勁！
A quick 2 rounds coming in for the Falcon squad. Looking rather confident in DCQ for this matchup too. I think it's more so the offensive layers that he's already starting to put down against Knuckle Doo, right? He's banking on now, I feel like going forward, whether or not Knuckle Doo is going to use these OD uppercuts just to get, alleviate the pressure at least one of these moments.
Yeah, I wonder if he's going to start using it a bit more frequently, how he's going to try to establish the fan game. Again, Bison has a couple of answers to it. We already saw the Psycho Crusher once. We saw level 3. Level 2 is also a great anti-projectile super.
好，靚先，咁啊重拳埋身啦。
Fierce, bro, as
哎，格轉嘅打空咗，得好多嘅回合啦。哇！呢個撞係送分嘅，好明顯就。咁就下重拳確反，有個招。咁啊先，咁啊抌咗上天之後就對手想跳過嚟就對空，好挑。 咁啊，搶到輕拳啦，就俾德高都點走。喂，起上level 1，咁啊攞個較剪嘅確反擊對手啦。再前頭，講到先 ，OD 線啊，不過前挑避過對手攻擊，聽先，跳，再掟，哎呀，咁啊俾 DCQ 一個 impact 車翻落去。 分到咗啦！喂，正！哎呀，但係呢個如果搏好啲就好啦。咁啊，捱咗對手個炸彈，但係個頭攻擊，好碌，仲可以level 2啊！咁啊跳，用個踩打個壓制死埋。咁啊俾 DCQ 打到入 H point。打中咗下段啦，學招。哎呀，打空咗，但係俾得，都有但係搏輕強啲弱喎。咁我見到就係 ban out 啦，嗱臨level 3，睇下可唔可以 ban out 到先。有少少啊，咪 parry 到 mid 攻擊，幾準啊撳得。咁啊又用線行先人行後，單爆炸，咁啊又俾 DCQ 埋後身。睇先。 鬥撳中腳啦 ，EC 俾人擋到，頭先腳近一 hit 啦，再埋牆，咁啊到你就嚟 ban out 啦呢個位。喂，打暈埋死咗啦，有效比賽，分攞翻啦。
2 games straight from the side of Team Falcons. Now, this is going to be terrifying going into it. Can Dual Kevin get us into that extra game?
We're going to find out, man. That is for sure. I got to say, yeah, the DCQ fit It is other levels of breaking my mind. So not only is it the Zootopia shirt, it's the nice cardigan over it, and then he's got the NBA branded sweats. I don't know if you saw that, but legitimately the National Basketball Association sweats on as well. So yeah, it's cracking me up. But yeah, impressive showing from him as well right there. And yeah, as you mentioned, right, NuckleDu, I think he was trying to jump out in that scenario because he thought that maybe DCQ would expect him to parry, so like I'll go up and throw you.
我鬆一口氣，可能又揾大將咧。
time and time again.
Damn, son. Oh, I was way off in regards to the score. Excuse me. For some reason, I thought that was like the Falcons first and foremost. My apologies. Just a kid at the very first top of the part of the matchups. But 10 apiece. 10 apiece. We are not going to go into the extra matchup. It is solely reliant on the anchors. And who knows, really, to kind of cover the Rashid matchup going forward. Now, I would assume possibly Oil King to step up to the plate, but we have NL who's doing a phenomenal job from that first half. Yeah. Honestly, I think it's got to be NL, right?
Yeah, I'm thinking NL. Like, Oil King, I was going to say, has played a lot of Rashid himself, so maybe they want that because of it. But NL has just been so consistent and so stoic in that anchor position, beating some of the heaviest hitters, right? I believe he beat Blaz and Menardi.
That's right.
Right. So he beat some of the biggest, heaviest anchor position players so far in round one. So here in round two, they feel that's something they don't got to change, despite wanting some more points. They're going to leave him there to take on Dual Kevin for Shopify Rebellion. Man, oh man, the Akuma versus the Rashid as well.
I'm really looking forward to seeing like how NL's taking his time off of the break to really clean up his Akuma play. Although he had taken down the big guns, it was kind of wild to see like how he did it, right? There are some moments where he dropped some significant things.
Yes.
And as Akuma, you cannot afford to make any sort of mistake, right? It's something that we've been harping on since we've seen the character. You make a mistake with this character once, best believe you are going to die being the glass cannon of the group. But as much damage as he could take, he's also one to dish out just as much damage if need be. Again, he is the Swiss Army knife. He's got so many options to open you up. He's got so many pressure strings to lead into erroneous defensive maneuvers. He's definitely the full.
來吧 ，NL VS Kelvin， 咁啊贏咗就冇加時嘅啦，10分打10分，跟住贏咗30比10，就基本上就大執。推波先。 中原打中，咁啊見到打中就博個 rush， 助外投擊打破對手嘅 parry 啊，咁啊上翻下重拳，跳 NL 對空，咁啊好想先嘛，又係 Heaven 死都唔喐，推波。
And even the dual Kevin special of throwing out that medium and max range to get a counter hit, I don't think that's going to be ringing out too true just yet.
出到正啊，投擊大家都得。
The sweep is on point from dual Kevin.
中原打中啊，但係冇辦法，呢個可以 wash， 哎呀，打中一下又跟得 hit， 咁啊 TC 攻對長 sell， 咁啊再前頭啦，可唔可以 level 2啊？唔開，唔 wash 壓制。 佔到咁啊！一瞬間雖然前面打得幾好，但一瞬間就俾華斯追殺成佢啦。Wash 過去吹咗一下，但係冇嘢搏。佢想壓制，但係俾 NL 升嘅。得到咁啊！再 Wash 添啦，踢埋牆，但係第二下唔中個風，打中對手喎，比晒死唔死啊？好似死過比晒，我覺得有 level 3嘅大佬。 東轉轉 run out 咗啦，當俾一個 Mitty 我或者你血啦。
We talked about the pressure that NL can put onto somebody. Dual Kevin right back in full force. It's so difficult also. The amount of mixes that Rashid has in mind.
打到對手踢埋牆。 同埋中轉踢上天，再前後，咪輕佢打中啦，咁啊推翻出去，哦正，咁又旋風腳推埋佢啦，再一個前頭，沾到，咁就俾晒，再 OD 波旋風腳啦，咁啊未踢晒4腳都死埋，咁啊俾 NL 追翻一噸啊！ 打中我招，咁啊起上 parry 俾人投啦。下邊嘅 full look 拜拜就係咁簡單，即肯投就是好。咁啊點輕拳啦，點中就 level 3噶啦。哎，見到啦，等你點中呢下，就係咁簡單隻 game， 1-1。
That was nuts. Like the kind of bait into a tick throw, like fake. Like he did drive rush jab and then like walked just outside of range and pressed the button rather than wait for any type of throw tech or anything like that. That was like covering a bunch of options that Kev could have done. That was very meticulous from NL.
I hate that we said it at the same
有豪威嘅比賽，基本上1分鐘打完啦。豪威又大力又少，基本上就我秒，一係我秒你，一係你秒我啦。中間。
Because yeah, that's like because the reason you don't just wait for a throw tech there, right, is because obviously the opponent can press a button back. So he just goes with a light at a timing that perhaps would beat Dual Kevin pressing like a medium or a heavy instead, not just covering for the throw tech. That was really smart.
Man, that crouch jab, I don't think it would have hit.
哎呀，失敗咗啊！呢個 impact， 因為草爆係3P 嘅。哎呀，前中拳俾人跳到，撳翻轉頭。咁啊，後頭換邊，咁講，咁佢打中，咁啊換咗邊，一個風，空轉，對到空啊，咁啊 Kelvin 個對空係差唔多100%屈機，咁啊 OD 都唔使踢埋上天啦。
Both of these characters, bro, it feels like they could just do every special in their kit in a combo.
咁啊放波先，再放，咁啊踢兩腳。
He almost had a big reward right there, but nonetheless, that's
靚啊，對空成功。
responding to the demon ray dive kick.
哎呀，再打失敗咗啦，咁啊俾人中斷。
I was loving the defense up until that point. NL now showing off the jump air fireball as another option. Dual Kevin, he's trying to swim within the range of the medium, and NL knows it, right? He's throwing out forward medium kick. He's throwing out forward fierce.
哇，鬥 fit 喎！
Dual Kevin
之後就
actually caught onto it. Does get the big punish counter off with the roundhouse.
level 2架超對手 burn out 啦，D 反 D 反啦，臨尾都要咁啊，但係 burn out 戰術成功。但係呢個 burn 完之後咧，其實有時咧諗下點埋身咧，我都覺得好辛苦。咁啊埋咗身啦咁就，咁啊 T 咁啊輕轉就變街㗎啦，而家 impact 打暈對手，咁啊2-1啦應該，基本上冇眼功。
You win the entire game. Love the risk reward calculation from Dual Kevin.
I feel like it would have been different if NL had not been clipped by the
係啊，
initial
油王嘅用途就是現在，雖然上唔到場，但係用1-2件同接受訪問。
But more fortuitous if anything. Him clipping that roundhouse was definitely the green light to go.
Yeah, it's another consequence of playing Akuma, right? Those little stray hits, they mean so much more up against Akuma because of how little life.
喂，差唔到，差唔到，我想再喐，但係俾人打轉頭。輕拳打中啊，你埋牆，當一個前後，咁啊解答成功啊！佢 parry 到，咁啊嚟啦。咁啊成功搞頭啊！哎呀，成功個金剛，佢 parry 到啦，咁就後頭換邊。
That's what I was gonna say.
I swear to God.
Oh no, why you're talking about my mom?
咁啊踢埋牆啦，點啊？
She one of your viewers?
打中，咁啊再一次呢個畫面啦，啱啱都見過呢個畫面㗎啦，就係踢中一下之後就 OD 踢風抌上天，再 OD 反魔腳，咁啊都係一樣插嚟仲可以搏招，但係一搏嘅情況係完咗。咁啊飛咗個波先，咁啊成功個旋風腳推埋反邊，空對空成功啊！再一個前頭，後避咗，嗰個 OD 金剛咁啊俾晒㗎啦，我覺得要，哎呀竟然唔俾晒，有冇信心？咁啊擋咗3攻擊，打死咗個頭，攞埋咗一滴。仍然都係 Kelvin 嘅 match point 啊！
Unlocks a new level when he's like, oh, his opponent is on set point. It's ridiculous.
That's bars.
Oh man.
Watch 過去頭攻擊，
No, I was
carry 到，空轉。
I'm kidding. 3 bars apiece
應該打中對手，應該踢埋場啦。後頭換邊。
The corner positioning off of that back throw, pretty important with the drive gauge currently set in your
favor. Hit 咁啊，輕聲哦，幾開心啊 ，Kevin， 搞掂一coup到啲笑容笑到出濕 ，Kevin 應該先死㗎啦，應該係，今日豪位嚟㗎，搞掂30分。呢度仲喺度懷緊自己，又死咗。呢一場輸咗，其實 Franco 都未去到完全冇機會嘅，但係好傷咯。即係佢要40-0咪撈啲咁樣，咪有得贏。呢幾大。
Yeah, and Dual Kevin relied upon in the anchor spot, right? The whole set was on his shoulders, and he brings it home. You can see.
唔知有冇聽咧？我覺得 NL 嗰一下已經冚埋隻耳，都係搞唔掂，就都基本上出咗局。如果40-0咪撈啲啦，咁啊仲有機會。好啦，下一個就係下一場就係係啦，即係佢大咪撈啲啦。下一場就係 RR 對 Bandy， 一講就係咪撈啲。
NL, it looked more so in his favor in like that first game. Dual Kevin was the one to walk away with that first W.
Yeah, and then NL just came out blitzing him in game 2, right? He tied up the set so fast. But that's the thing with Dual Kevin. It is very tough to play fast against him, which is so ironic since he comes from Marvel.
韓國隊。咦，下年有冇？咁下年有機會Franco變翻Franco，我覺得今年可能換唔切人啫，下年可能真係 NL、Pison、Prime 咁樣，因為4個Franco擺埋一齊，跟住加埋小孩。其實都係打翻日本啦，咁 fit 係咪先？佢依家日本隊嗰邊第1名喎，依家 reject 嗰隊。
Kevin on your team though, right? That's gonna feel those victories. That's really gonna bring home that energy to the entire squad. That uplifts the whole team rather than just being like good games and moving on.
Yeah, like he immediately changes demeanor when they go to like shake hands with the rest of the roster coming in from Team Falcons. But man, there's nothing more clutch than a medium kick and Dual Kevin. Name me a better duo.
雷薩咪可能雞仔啊，跟住嗰隻啱啱有隻 Y 牌贏咗 SF， 贏咗個 Warrior 啊嘛，就將級，跟住加埋可能加埋咩？我仲有咩人？仲有那個男人？那男人要復活了，不能說的男人。年年都有飛係啊！佢白金賽冧裝喎，3個白金賽我贏咗大佬。佢真係佢呢啲飛佢使乜打俾 Warrior 啊？出去飛一個比賽搞掂。邊鋪佢冇去啊？仲有80分，應該 KSG 82分嚟㗎。
With a huge victory starting this season off, at least the second half of the season, the right way. I talked to Knuckle Dude earlier, and he said that you spoke to a sports psychologist.
Yeah.
Looking at the way that you're playing, I'm wondering if the sports psychologist helped you or if you helped him out. What happened with that sports psychologist?
Man, it was a good talk. Like, that was my first time ever doing that. A lot of external factors I felt really helped me within these 2 weeks that we had off. So I was doing that. I put myself I checked myself with my fitness game. I've been going consistent, trying to eat right and everything. Because the first phase didn't treat me well. I was dropping a lot. I feel like I wasn't playing my greatest. So I feel like I know what I'm supposed to do. I'm not going to tell myself to not drop that combo, right? So it's like, let me try to figure out externally what I could do better.
That external point you bring up, I'm glad you bring that up because we heard about even another team. We heard about Bandits talk to a sports psychologist. We're hearing about you guys doing that. We're seeing people flying to Japan to practice. This season, how different is it as far as outside of just being good at the game? Does it seem like there are more factors than that when it comes to succeeding at Street Fighter League this year?
Yeah, for sure. Because Street Fighter League, I think a lot of people said, at least the players, this is probably the hardest tournament because it's not just playing for yourself now, you're playing for other people, right? So the nerves are like no other. So when you are doing a long combo like a Rashid combo or something, you can't be too nervous, otherwise you're gonna drop it, right? But you're gonna have to do it not just for you, but for other players. So it's just the nerves are like times 100 in the tournament.
All right, now let me talk to my man's Jack. Jack, little ass afro. Now, of course, so far this season, you have been cooking up. I'm not going to sit up here and lie to you. So let me know, did you expect this season to go this way? How do you feel about your performance so far?
Let's just say that I think every time I'm on Street Fighter League, I do pretty well. And it's been proven before in previous seasons. So I think, I don't know. I don't know about the team format. I don't know what it is. It's just I lock in all of a sudden.
Okay, and right now, Starfire Billion as a whole has been doing exactly that, locking in. Congratulations, fellas, on a big victory. Let's go ahead and send things over to our commentator.
Your Alpha sucks.
Thank you. Thank you, Jack.
He's squeezing in the last second.
That was expert level. That was scumbag strats right there. He was like, I'm not going to let Rob get a chance to reply. He said back to the commentators, your afro sucks.
That's crazy, son. I'm just glad he didn't hit him with, like, the height rebuttal. He just said your afro sucks. And Rob... Oh, no.
I thought he was going to call him a little ass host. I was telling Vicious, I was like, he's going to call him a little ass host.
I was hoping so, too.
And then instead, he just said your afro sucks. There's something that's beautiful about a simple diss like that, you know? There's no eloquence. There's no fanciness.
Your afro sucks is too powerful, dude. He spent so much time on that thing.
That's going to be like a gamer tag. We're going to see that at like EVO 2027. Somebody's going to be in the bracket as your afro sucks.
I'm crying, bro.
Oh, man. That was... epic stuff. Well done.
I lost all composure. Hey, 30-10, great rebuttal, guys.
I was like, yeah, what just happened again? Oh, yeah, Shopify won. That's right. 30-10. Really well done. Yeah, Dual Kev clutching out right there. It's so sick to hear about the sports psychology and the exploration outside the game as well. I want to give a big shout out to Samurai and SFL OG himself, right? Always been one of the main proponents of like studying sports psychology and looking to improve yourself outside of the game so that your performance in the game also improves.
Little side note, from the management of the side of Bandits camp, they've actually offered some some of that same help towards some of the players here. Like, I know you guys are going through a lot of stress. Like, if you guys ever need it in terms of like sports psychology, hit me up, right? Let's network to make sure that we're all on the same level of competition. It was actually pretty godlike to hear that from like the management side of the Bandits camp to offer that to every single player out here. I was like, damn, that is pretty real, because like they want to make sure that everybody performs at their utmost best.
Yeah,
that
man.
is godlike.
Yeah, that is like part of the Bandits like mission statement, right? It's like they want to uplift the entire community. Yeah, I couldn't be happier to hear that. That's amazing stuff right there. But of course, we do want to thank our lovely sponsors that make SFL happen before we continue with more Street Fighter action. So indeed, let's get to it as we have so many lovely sponsors here, starting with Asus ROG. Beautiful stuff. Unlock your gaming potential with Asus ROG monitors, perfect for both console and PC gamers. Offer stunning visuals, fast refresh rates, and ergonomic designs. Exclusive discounts are available right now on asus.com to level up your setup. You can use that code ASUS-SFL or scan the QR code on your screen right now.
And we couldn't also do it without the guys over at Brook, providing all of their armory now being open to claim your championship gear. This is actually pretty sick to see, right? The Brook Fighter Starburst, a new all-button controller for next-gen consoles. It is going to be specifically designed for everything that you need going forward competitively. It supports all of the latest platforms on the market, so be sure to take advantage of that in your next tournament with Brook.
Yes, indeed, man. Always big ups to Brook and always big ups to 10-0, holding down the merch side of things. Officially licensed Street Fighter merch designed by the FGC for the FGC. You can see some of your favorite personalities in the scene modeling them off. We got L.I. Joe in the bottom left rocking the Shadow Lou. We got Tasty Steve with the Burning Doll Sim. And we got Sherry Jennings on the right as well in the jersey. Everything is available right now. You can see they got desk mats, they got hoodies, they got jerseys, they got pins, they got tees. Got everything you would possibly want, and there's a sale going on right now as well. In addition, that blue flame hoodie, always so sick.
And it's cool. They actually got some of the game mats going into it as well. You see the Genbu Temple, but most importantly, the Jazzy NYC. I love that backdrop. I definitely have one of those bad boys, and it is definitely on my wall. It's not even like a desk mat. It's more so for just, aesthetic purposes. But I'm a little collector of like all the pins as well. These guys have been doing a phenomenal job. And by the way, on the 14th of December, DJ Tasty Steve and Markman, they're going to be over in Japan. There's going to be a little pop-up shop for 10-0 for the fans in Japan. So be sure to take advantage of that. They're going to be bringing all of their goods from the U.S. over to Japan, over at the Red Bull Gaming Sphere in Tokyo real soon. Pretty godlike. But also, we got to get ourselves ready for the next match before I dive into all of the merch. I love it all. Let's take a look at what we have next. Before the break, it's going to be Red Rooster going off against the Bandits. Excuse me? Yo, I guarantee it. You guys do not want to miss it. When we come back,
Mono crossover
快heavy-handed for you. It's going to be so godlike. We got more Street Fighter 6 here.
收到風 crossover 打大仗啊！唔知係咪？覺得會唔會？ 可以嘗試有冇 crossover 打未 ？crossover 跟住打烹3-0，打鼻屎3-0。Yeah, our next. This one. Man fit 係咩意思啊？呢班友大將嗰班友全部都係另一個次元嘅怪獸，咁打怪獸唔易嘅。隻手咩啊？拍 crossover 個頭，乜嘢出去啊？咁樣一日拍暈咗。冇買啊！呢次唔想睇。有消息未咧？嗰個你飛嗰個，佢唔係話咩減價定？又好似冇乜心，好似冇乜 news。
He knows that could have been in the bag.
Just like that.
That's gonna do it, Minna RD and the Bandits. The sway's not gonna work, but it's gonna work for crossover.
嚟啦，傾完先同我哋，傾完先再嚟。高菠蘿原來就係啲人賭佢會收翻咯，因為都係免費。即係之後咧嗰陣之後咧，鐵拳又話鐵拳咧見到 Cap 講話，你 Cap 開溝佢收費，鐵拳就話誒收費好似幾好喎，都想搞喎咁樣。In interest 咁樣，因為可能最後所有比賽都係要收費。好似幾有計喎！打完先講好啊，好似呢個 SFL 咁。等陣先講用到 EWC。唔知諗咩？
Welcome back to US Street Fighter League. Of course, we are in round 2. We saw some sick matches a couple of weeks ago in round 1, right, where we've gotten to see some of the evolution of the sets and how the different players are going to adjust, the different teams are going to adjust. We've already seen a reverse 40 bomb. We've seen Shopify Rebellions get their revenge on Falcons. You also mentioned Falcons beat them in round 1, 3-10, so they get that run back. A lot of adjustments are coming in hot, man. You can see the extra time has benefited a lot of people.
I'm glad Just the Kid still was able to clap back at Rob at the very last second. That's what I've been thinking about the entire break. I'm like, I can't believe he found the perfect timing to say your afro sucks.
To like deny Rob TV an opportunity to respond, that is a special talent right there. Well done,
the
Jack.
hell out of him verbally. My man was in burnout. He used all of his meter for the interview. And he's grown into such a fine personality, that Just a Kid.
100%, man. But of course, we will see Just a Kid again in the last set of our matches. But right now, we got Red Rooster versus Bandits for our fourth set of the day, of course. We got Bandits on the away side, so they're the ones that are going to be giving us their
上年搞個 SFL 已經
係 Boost and Mena RD
已經多啲新嘢喎，而家好似之前冇咁樣。之前已經搞個咩 SFL 淨係可以俾錢睇先啦，依家就變咗好似嗰人嗰陣時有計，跟住想。
Consistently at anchor spot. One of the biggest things we were talking about even before we started with the show. There hasn't really been anybody else, except maybe other than like Blaz, perhaps.
我真係睇都冇睇過啦，
臨尾話俾我知，
打完之後佢又話俾我知邊度。
Sitting in that anchor spot is just so instrumental to the team's success, but also so intimidating for anybody coming against it.
Yeah, absolutely, right? Like, just knowing that Mena is always going to be there in that anchor spot with the 20 points on the line, that is just a buff that Bandits has in general. Like, that is a big mental advantage they have over all the other teams. So, yeah, it's a big one, of course. And now Red Rooster's going to get a chance, though. They're the ones that get to pick the matchups a little bit, right? So they're going to get a chance to maybe throw a wrench in the game plan of Bandits, considering they're still sitting at the top handedly.
Yeah, so one of the biggest things that we've talked about also, like the big storylines coming into the second half, is all of these teams acclimated themselves to the pressure, to the performances that a lot of these players have been exuding throughout the first half. What did they do during their break, right? That is something that's going to be answered coming in from the side of Mono from Red Rooster, because I know they spent a lot of time in Japan in between. So let's find out thoroughly what Red Rooster has to say. Standing by with Rob TV.
Mono, this year, of course, Street Fighter League, we have our halftime break. You guys did something pretty special during halftime. Let us know what went on.
Well, yeah, I mean, the whole crew, the team, we decided to go to Japan and train a little more for phase 2. I feel like we did pretty well in the first phase. Last day was kind of rough. That was the day that kind of like we dropped from the leaderboard a little. But we just got really focused and we decided just to go to Japan. We were there for like a week. And we practiced with a lot of the Japanese players, played online, obviously discussed strategy. It was pretty easy because Cryme, Crossover and me were there, Chris Wong from Hong Kong. So I feel like we made the most of our time.
I think the only teams that went to Japan during this half was Red Rooster and Bandits. Do you think that there's an advantage that you might have that you guys were willing to go put in that extra work?
I mean, there is an advantage. There's like I said, there's so many people to play with, and we actually managed to like go and play with some of the Street Fighter League teams over there in Japan. We went to Reject Office. We were able to play with Tokita and a few other players. So I feel like it's good practice because not just playing with them, but also discussing matchups. You know, I feel like it was very helpful for all of us. And there was like an esports cafe that we were using. We were like there. It's 24/7. You could just play no matter what. So you just pay for the hours and that's it. So we were constantly going like every day. Every day we'd wake up, have some breakfast, go back to the cafe, then we
straight to work. Okay, so now as far as the other teams not going out there, right, in this halftime, do you think them boys might be getting a little soft or something, Mono? What's going on? Like, why? How come they ain't hustling like y'all?
I feel like every team needs to do as much as they can, right? Because like this Street Fighter League is like, it's really, the level is really good. Like it's super hard. Like a lot of surprises. 2-game was a big surprise in a lot of the matches. In the first phase. Like nobody was expecting. Some of the players that came out, and I feel like you can't really sleep. Not on this Street Fighter League, not ever. I mean, you always have to give it your 100%.
Come on, Team Red Rooster absolutely has their best roster to date on Street Fighter League, in my opinion. And I believe that in the second half, y'all about to cook up. Always a pleasure, Mono. Let's go ahead and send things back over to our commentators.
A little intimidating considering their position. Right? This is truly David versus Goliath, but I want to say, although they had that practice in Japan, I'm very much so confident in the way that Mono has structured his team, in the way that he conducts some of these practices, and also facilitates as a coach when it comes to picking out some of these matchups. And also, his Aki is pretty damn nice. We had the luxury of playing him over at First Attack, so if it was nice back then, and also the Ws he had in the first half, best believe he's coming out swinging again. But funny enough, if you guys follow these guys on social media, on any sort of platform, the Red Rooster camp was right there with the Bandits group. So it's like, yourself up, you're facing off against the enemy, the people you traveled with to power up. It's just like,
都係應該係嗰啲咩任天堂 Direct 嗰啲咁樣出咯。應該都有個應該 Direct 出嘅至少。要出有啲過分。但 Direct 都好突然嘅，今日講聽日就做㗎啦。啊宣佈。
We're talking about offering the sports psychologist whoever would want it. They're just trying to uplift everybody, right? And it feels like Red Rooster is doing whatever they can to just uplift themselves and try to get into that prime position. And it's cool to see Bandits offer those like amenities or those things that they have gone in and benefited from to other teams as well. It's just sick to see that they want the level playing field because they truly want to learn that they're the best.
Yeah. So we'll see. We're going to see if they actually are going to be able to take it down against another.
Chris Wong.
The first one up, it's going to be against
Chris
Wong, and the Luke is locked in at least for the first game.
All right.
Chris Wong.
Remember Falcons or excuse me, Red Rooster is the matchup, so they feel confident sending Chris Wong up against Kappa's Guile. Obviously on the Luke, he's going to have the way sandblast and whatnot. He's got his own projectiles for him to deal with, but just in general, maybe feels comfortable in this matchup.
And the jump-ins are going to be pretty critical, or pretty crucial, I would say, from the side of Luke.
That makes sense.
You could throw out the jumping fears to kind of disrupt the timing of a anti-air.
Chris Wong 呢隊都係啦，要近乎全勝先可以進級。不能有閃失。但係今場對新明拉 out 啲，贏到都幾犀利。睇下打10年日仔嘅心得，可唔可以打贏軍佬？軍佬就係最簡單，就係你跳到個波就贏㗎啦。雖然貪得難跳，慢慢 pair 啦。再放波，撩，再用中腳撩推埋牆啦。拳腳壓制，中腳喺度撩啦，咁啊睇下有冇撩到用佢。咁裏面啲球冇地方血啊，咁食咗個波餅，咁啊食咗個 wash 嘅下中拳，再搏招，咁啊 P 個波，再放波。咁啊都係未埋到佢啊，但係呢雙有6格氣其實好想衝㗎。6格氣唔衝好嘥，咁啊俾人撳咗2下又變咗4格。雕打個和，咁啊打和好過，咁打和都結後一血，想輸嘛，但係唔食。咁啊重腳俾人擋咗之後，俾人反擊啦，中段俾人擋到，咁啊2下又俾人打頭，咁啊時間得翻30秒啊，等下 hit 頂第2下中拳啦。咁就俾人打空咗，就俾 Chris Wong 推埋牆，咁對空成功啦！哦，多個星，咁啊見到一瞬間轉晒所有血啦，咁一下死喺呢個位，俾人升，咁啊再推波啊，一拳嘅，但係應該阿卡巴應該唔想喐，一個仔都唔夠等攤踎仲，依然喐，咁啊 ban 咗啊 ，TC 佢未暈啦，打中，再試多次失敗咗啊，咁就夠鐘啦。俾人跳過咗個跳，俾人跳過咗 impact 之後就俾卡巴呢個第一燈，咁俾人搶到下段，俾人搏到個星，再一個頭攻擊，咁我推波啦開始，我鬥撩下段啦，後頭換邊，我推波。用拳打到 counter hit 啊，但係冇 confirm， 如果唔係就 wash 個招啊，俾唔俾？唔俾喎。咁啊推波，咁啊呢都開始推一波啦。好啲波，但係對手不能夠，確反唔到。咁啊死亡啦，再推波，再下中段打中，但係有啲遠啦，唔敢搏。擋到個中段啦，確反啦，咁就埋牆啦，唔該，推埋牆先。level 3第一動畫，因為打得可能打得好慢咧，諗辦法用緊啲氣。但係呢個位就要好防對手攻擊咯，因為一中就 level 3啊，俾人。又真係中喎，俾晒。但都係死唔佢喎！哎呀，大鑊！呢個食咩好衫？就俾卡巴打個大傷害。 呢位會俾個波打死，因為要跳火圈。好靚啊！攝到個下段，望到打到個出力逼個空隙。呢個爭啲 cut 到。OD 波打中，好啦，等先。perfect， 倒低咗對手嘅放在前頭，哇！壓制對手，哎呀，冇睇畫面啊，肥咗個點講？肥咗個反波拳 ，Heavy， Heavy 成功，咁啊打中對手，咁啊呢個位一下死唔死啊 ？OD 撞咗level 2，有機會嘅都。咁啊擋，咁啊搶制先啦，面鬥放波，冇事，重腳加得好好啊，咁啊擋咗冇俾人扣反，佢唔夠，佢試下軍佬神咁款咧，重腳之後 parry 仲勁，咁啊佢離level 3越嚟越近啦，哎死咗 ，OD 撞level 2，竟然唔係。咁啊爆炸，但係逼到自己位呢個位，咁啊拉少少，鬥呢個鬥耐性啦，搶到掣啊 ，level 1打到啊1-0，哇點啊一燈打得好，就一燈就超危險，1-0。
We saw him even buffering the supers as well when he was in burnout with Kaba in the corner looking to counter a sonic boom throw.
I can't let you disrespect my family. He's just coming in, hands behind his back. Didn't even wait for Kaba to approach. He's like, I got this, bro.
Legit the mob pose with the hands behind the back with the whisper to the ear. Legit.
Terrifying.
Of course, Red Rooster going over some of their game plan as well. Got the thumbs up. Chris Wong feels good about it, right? Taking that first game, but we saw Kaba bounce back before. Going down in the first game.
嗱唔可以有閃失啊，因為要贏全勝才有希望。
Yeah, I think it's more so Kaba having to understand that Chris Wong is willing to play the long game in more of these rounds, right? He can't misstep anywhere near Chris Wong. Although there was like a slight error from the side of Chris Wong's behalf, but like there are a lot of checks towards the movement, a lot of checks towards the fireballs right now from the side of Chris. Nice and patient so far. One is just to saddle up essentially.
黃波，有後輕嘅打中對手嘅，但係搶到掣喎，哎呀想偷雞失敗咗，咪俾卡帕點翻走。Watch 過去，打中咗對手，博個星，繼續個跑繼續追擊，咁啊又放翻去中距離放波地獄啦。咁啊跳波，靚啦，咁啊想輸嘛今次，但係對手唔解。我再放波啦！我兩面，哎呀，好在 Watch 嘅加成之下擋咗，好似擸嗰個下重腳係擋咗減少啲嘅，我記得，唔知係減9嘅冇。喂，正啊！我反，再前後，咁啊再嚟一次 OD 波打中，呢個仲可以搏一個彈牆個 combo， 好大嘅。唔係 match point 啊 ，OK。我再放波。慢慢 play 個波啦，跳，再放。哇，痛啊！呢個後重腳起動就無眼功噶啦。第一次，對手今次唔食，咁啊中原打中，咁就俾軍佬搏招，OD 波，但係得唔得啊？得啊，靚啊！打空咗，但係再搶就打中 ，level 2啊，係我就俾啦 ，level 1，咁啊留翻個 level 1啫，可能放波，哎呀頭已經打空咗，係我啦呢個位，分開咗。
Out Kaba, he's gonna CA him down. That's burnout, but Chris Wong did hold on to a bar. Remember that. Didn't use that level 2.
咁啊死都唔咗，我見到 Chris Wong， 係決定咗唔，哎 Chris Wong 長跳死咗，2-0，要對手。
Yeah, Chris Wong cleans up the set with the quickness.
起歌係起歌有啲。
You saw the patience he had at the end. He was in burnout. He wasn't pressing anything. He was just
如果要喺個 Discord 度拎翻首歌出嚟，啱唔啱
what he's gonna approach him with. And at the
呢
exact
個
moment, he was like, all right, this is when he throws
哇
Sonic
10分
Boom. Perfect jump.
有 Crimy 啦喎，好似要拎緊掣出嚟。
Dismantling the Guile matchup.
Damn, son. It's mad refreshing to see like him play in his comfort zone, really like play out some of the matchups he's much more comfortable with. And I feel like it would have fooled me if he says he wasn't comfortable in it because he definitely performed as if he were.
Yeah.
Every sort of aspect that Guile
入嚟砸命，
play, any sort of like
好
strategy
勁勁咁樣
he's。blown up.
Yeah, even the bazooka knee right there,
That's a-
while in burnout, right? That's still a lot of the
That's
time
a
only going to be
weapon.
0 on block, even in burnout. So, again, Chris Wong not letting any of the Guile stuff kind of get slip by him and allow Kappa to start the offense. Really smart. And that big jump at the end as well, right? Just the perfect read on the timing of the Sonic Boom. Just showing Chris Wong to start this set.
魔龍大將玩冇㗎啦，
That's one of his boosts, right?
玩得意有。嗰陣時又係唔知做緊啲咩喺度整首歌，好似唔係，好似唔係。
He's been also like one of the
嗰個
big,
比賽好似佢冇
I
份。
want to say the contention for MVP because of the way he's been performing thus far. Like he was coming into this with a very, very clean record. So this is going to be kind of tough to see how much Primer has improved from the break over against specifically against Terry.
Yeah, I think Boost tends to be pretty strong against aggressive type players. He's very composed and he knows the game.
啊 ，Crimy 對 Boost。
So because of that, he doesn't get overwhelmed by people just trying to throw.
得嗰個雙力逼咯，見到就要掃㗎啦。咁啊，啲好100蚊錢咁打，咁下邊係冇嘢，好似 O.D 就有嘢啦。港版就下邊有個咁又出嗰陣時係有掃停嘅，如果唔係佢就變咗強化版波又大招喎。
How Crime plays and the tempo is slowed down quite a bit.
If there's anybody who's downloaded the matchup on the other end, it's definitely Boost, right? I feel like he's gotten a lot more Ryu practice within the States. And like, one of the biggest questions I always ask is like, how much has a player dived into said matchup? There aren't a lot of Terry players that are doing it big like that either.
魔龍打未撈啲有冇計？
Like how much of the Terry practice Crime would have had against the players in Japan. I mean, I think Lashar is still there at the moment, so if anything, he could get like some of the best Terry practice that we could ask for, but it really is dependent on whether or not that actually happened. And them being a part of like the reject group, so or at least visiting the reject office, I'd imagine Crime has been able to at least study that matchup thoroughly.
Yeah, and then on the other end for Boost, as you mentioned, right, he's probably going to have the Ryu matchup handled. And yeah, I think even more so on that note, we mentioned it in round 1. Rob TV talked a little bit about it as well. That Paladin, one of our best, strongest Ryu players in North America, who also plays a couple of other different shotos, has like basically a podcast with Boost where they talk about different decisions and go over stuff when it comes to Street Fighter and SFL, right? So his like main primary lab partner, which he dissects a lot of the game with, is a Ryu player. So yeah, Boost should definitely have all of that in his back pocket. But again, that's a gift and a curse a lot of the time, right? Is because obviously you're going to know the matchup super well, but this player is going to not be that guy that you always play against. So the tendencies, the habits are going to be different. If you can't adjust to those in time, then it'll come back to bite you.
Kind of going back on one of the topics you highlighted, right? Crime could be quite a bully when it comes to offense, right? Like his donkey kick spacing is quite difficult to manage against, and it's not even just like Ryu in general.
話龍打 Terry。
Get you thinking a normal's gonna be coming out and a donkey kick comes in, but also like the up close pressure. I feel like
放波先，再
also
推。
has that same type of mindset offensively.
哎呀，俾人 cut 到個攻擊打空啊！再一個前頭，
And this is where we get to see Boost's offense shine. How do you stop that?
調翻出去，個重拳。
Exactly right.
咁啊，穿一下啦，再放波 ，carry 到，啊換邊，再一個前頭啊，
Now we got the corner for ourselves.
一 K 咗，連衝拳打中啦，咁就搏招，再前頭。 得唔得啊？擋到啊，應該。哎呀，起碼升啊，你擋唔到咯。不過以為擋到啊。咁啊，係咁車波，但係對手擋晒。嘅空氣，推。哎呀，跳落個火圈度啊！就俾個 O.D 波打死咗啦。一燈。
I was so confused
as
to where you're going with that. I don't know why Well, that's a good call. Real thickums back there, huh?
中段擋到啊，再用拳腳來防波。個頭換邊，如果打空氣，但係反而就入唔到對手升。換拳打中啊，但係冇我中啊，所以防個波。咁踢下佢，再上翻個中腳踢中。咁啊 O.D. 反波拳攞加分嘛，再放波。踢腳，應該勇敢啲，敲佢 burn out 啦嗱。哦，又中一下。咁啊 O.D. 反波拳，對手 parry 啊，咁就補翻唔少氣。食咗下就得，咁啊佢係板中啦，仲要，但係俾阿龍掂到，重腳 level 1。成功咁落下陣啦。攻擊打動對手得唔得啊？如果咁快個波收支咁慢嘅，Watch 嘅攻擊再搏到個重拳喎，Kwame 都唔係好順，所以就冇搏任何 cancel 冇唔得死啊！咁啊龍無限攻啊！咦，打個 burn out 都啱嘅，因為可以 guarantee stun 啊！俾嚟。
My man did fierce, caught him mid-air, got the juggle of a standing medium punch, back into the fierce to secure the DI. What a machine!
Oh man!
原地跳，咁啊等你落翻嚟先至反波拳啊！衝拳埋身打到對手，叉個電，再嚟一次。升到你個壓制。咁啊唔理對手係咪 parry 啊？咁咪試試佢啊！咁啊再埋個身，再打到對手前頭，咁啊重拳煙平應該死咯。我最中添，有一次啊！叉個電，OK 啦係。咁就。Match one. Mà俾人頭攻擊啊！打中對手，個頭攻擊，但係俾對手解頭，俾人踢咗走，再食個哈登，揾到個波，食咗個波啊！我哋咁 parry。中段搏中，哎呀，好慘！又俾人推啊！我打過喎。
你翻練下 couple 先啦。
咁啊兩面都未埋到去啊！咁啊鬥 parry 個波，連衝佢埋咗身，都係打唔破對手嘅攻擊。哇！呢個真係中喎，原來跳。再咁推波，咁就有30幾秒。哇！呢個咩嚟㗎？反波拳。我發燈啊，但係一無得福。一度成功。前衝拳哇，好痛啊！呢個呢個重腳添，仲要可以。我前衝拳又埋咗去啦。衝拳打中，咁啊斬殺佢呢個，咁啊又想我呢個 burn out， 一中一腳但係都冇用，咁啊 watch 嘅 doggy kick 睇下會唔會有好事發生 ，burn out 咗，但係俾人搶到掣，點解反中？飛飛第二下又入翻去啊，唔該，前鋒腳，哇 ，always ready 啊！咁就Kwame 都 burn out 咗，咁就無限屈機模式，咁啊 burn out 完結咗啦。埋咗身，咁就俾人搶到個下中拳之後，再搏呢個氣功掌，level 3 2-0 KO 對手。好啦 ，crossover 40分就靠你啦。
And now that's Red Rooster going up 20-0 on Bandits.
Yo,
you're saying
crossover for Mena RD potentially. I see crossover standing, but that is rough.
Yeah.
Brother versus brother. But taking a look at the replay, yeah, that's one of the things we preface it with. Like, what are you gonna do against a
後悔，你好有信心嘅嘛，會贏咯。
But it's got a mission, and it's fulfilled said mission every single time, which is to shave off the drive gauge from Boost. How many times did we see these positions where Boost was just playing defense while in burnout and forced to just hold on to all this chip damage?
Yeah, like Crime has these bursts of offense. Like it's not like just continuous.
我信摩羅，
pressure. You just like
全地球我最信摩羅啦，明唔明？
And then 0 to 60 again. It's so difficult to just get.
以前摩羅係最高勝算啊，打命得 out 啲。我話嘅。
It's so much more difficult than most players to fill that out.
But as it stands right now, Red Rooster with a huge rebuttal going into the second half with 20 points straight under the belt.
我 so far 定摩羅啊，我信摩羅。
But can they solidify the
唔定摩羅對毒友對唔識打毒佬，唔識打呢個唔識打阿鬼。
really stop this team. Hopefully Red Rooster could find that answer. But even if it doesn't happen in terms of 40-0, if that tiebreaker does happen, it's still going to be the final player.
都 crossover 嘅，我覺得。
Going up against Chris Tatarian,
奇招。
King, by the way, in my opinion.
Right, yeah, he's had
如果啊，明歐啲贏就20比20啦，大家時。
in that tiebreaker slot, but
我睇下出咩招啦。 crossover 知火冇。
To come to the stage, and as you mentioned, both of these
分
players
數
from
太
the
多。
Dominican Republic, very familiar with one another. We'll see if crossover is going to
會
happen.
唔會啱就係破咗阿 Bandy 處，唯一一個可以贏到一 set 入邊贏到未得 out， 贏到把 Bandy 嘅隊伍。
Really impressed with him making that transition one and also having the wherewithal to pretty much stick to the matchups or at least stick to the character. A lot of strength within that character, and obviously it's like that investment is really for the entire meta so far. So I want to see
3比0未得 out 啲，
under his belt
已經有預言咗啦已經。
what he learned in Japan, what he's going to utilize against MenRD specifically, and if he can walk away with the dub. If he does, I am going to be extremely impressed because this is such a tall order.
Yeah, we saw Kwaisho really come out of the gate with that 40 bomb on 2G, right? That's a big way to start your half of SFL-US. It's exactly what Red Rooster needs to do as well, right? In the lower position, standings, getting a 40 bomb.
你知係邊個南美一哥？我 so far， 我中段啊，搶制成功。低。 冇，馬仔，咪反波拳立回啊！下身，咁 parry 成功，學反，學升，哇！咁勁嘅呢個，贏星嘅呢個後重腳，冇乜機嘅，哦死咗！哎呀，大打冇輸。唔係有啲呢個好似 JP 打 JP 嗰個理論咁樣，哦俾人換邊啦，我中段 parry 第二次，咁啊俾晒啦呢個位。 咁啊攞第一燈先。咁啊放波 ，OD 線，一中咗下段，喂，俾人用個 OD 撞翻出去，換邊，開 level 2，前後前，人工仔，然後 OD 線，再做頭攻擊，死咗啦應該。咁啊搏埋個星，有瞬間就俾明得 out 啲，呢個一燈啦。OD 線，哎呀又俾人跳，痛啊呢個，我抌咗上天，公仔。 咁啊，出界咗個嘢先，一端俾人擋到，再電。喂，食咗2下，咁就俾人推翻嚟板中，唔開呢鋪3好大，繼續一腳。咁啊，掟先，再掟，再掟。咁啊，食咗個輕拳，但係都係冇事嘅。咁啊，擋咗個 OD 撞啦。 喂，又中一下，但係，哎呀呢個痛啊呢個，呢個掟線會個碌咧可以撞爆啲線，咁啊 burn out 啦呢個位，我反應測試下，
But no button press from crossover. I like that off of the shimmy attempt.
咁就做埋個單，紅血夠唔夠啊？咁就好似有 chip 死，哎呦跳到！呢個比賽會唔會死啊？我唔知。比賽應該死喎佢。哇 ！OD 線，喂唔識出，咁就咪拉啲等緊有機會啊！哦！咁樣輸伊登。一喐我就鏟，死啊！啲桑喺度已經啲桑已經個樣已經紅晒，紅都面晒。咁下中拳啦，再食個頭擊，再想壓制，但係今次俾阿波蘇華升啊！壓到確反，哎呦！呢個就冇呢好一就冇乜用。A 咗先，咗個線。咪再掟啦，慢慢。跟住處理，哦，用個撞，呢個都幾好喎。因為對手擋咗咧，都係吹個線。又升啊！咪係咁用輕拳喺度點啦，誒咁就殺制彈講一次啊，再掟線，過反啦，就明啦，因為嗰邊 crossover 過反成功，掟線，跟住個線行，呢個頭擊俾人搞砸，好咁咪level 2啦，前後前啊有，咪我抌上天先喎。前後前永遠，呢個青狼每個青狼都會做，每個青狼都會發生嘅事，係後掟公仔。哎呀！哇 ！Nice punish！ 再前後，哎，其中對手嘅 watch 我食個頭擊，parry 到個遠攻擊，咁啊開唔開呢去啊？唔開喎。對板，哇！死上搶下中腳，咁啊應該都命不久矣。一埋尾，馬登。波腳，波腳，佢都制啊！會換邊啊？換邊成功。要冇發現地空啊！又但係又俾搶到掣，你去一就得翻一半佢對手。應該撞都會俾美拉啲，即係不知會唔會 level 2個反。哦死啊！哇呀！哇呀！仆街啦你！如果你招都未識搏，一定結霜鬧到仆街。你啊，level 3，電，再嚟，殺唔到咩真係？好似兩邊都有失誤喎。OD 電，膊頭擋到，升得靚啊！升死咗啊！聽落，一。咁啊，咁啊，將功補過。
Man, damn, son. Crossover, RD. I'm liking this.
Wow, that was one of the most impressive displays of defense I've seen in quite some time. Blocking the overheads, not panicking on the dancing around, DPing out once he did commit to the pressure.
Out of the parry too, man.
Wow, wow.
This cat is sick.
1、2，都又真係中喎！喂呀，但係唔識分對手，其實你踎低。咁啊，青狼寒背，睇得，睇唔透。靚先，哇！擋開對手嘅靚線啦。 中田打中，落招，打向對手開個電啦，兩閃失敗咗，咁啊又中一下，咁又想比晒，又真係比晒成功，咁樣大力嘅。誒，掃低咗啊！level 2啦 ，channel 最強 level 2。哎呀，確反唔到啊！飛飛魚20公幾點仲要，咁啊再搏個波㗎。再用個撞壓劑，再開電。哎呀，對手唔食，哎呀，但係不，哎呀又跳到喎，又俾佢 level 1。咁我睇下之後點啊？掃低咗對手嘅放波，過嚟跳過去，俾阿不知火冇對空，打中咗下段啦，再大中之隻打中，而且同擊跳咗。有掟線打中啦，再嚟，再踢一腳 push 過去，咁啊俾人頭攻擊打中咗啊！中段打中，再掟線，咁啊俾人用個 head 嘅電推翻走。電食咗下段啦，來撩 OD 撞，咁都唔開唔到 level 2。一個 OD 撞都有蘊含住 level 2嘅，跳唔跳到啊？跳一次，今次俾人升到啦。咁啊，等咗 OD 撞，咁啊直攞開啊 level 2。咁啊開始掟線，中拳打中啊，冇confirm。咁啊中拳係咁撩啦，等陣中嗰一下，一中就 level 3啦。跳到後頭換邊，打到對手 parry 仲要 OD 線 impact 打中啊，但係冇搏下中腳。咁啊，唉 ban 咗，冇得無腦狂奔，想下中腳防容易冇啦，但係Ronaldo都知道啦，死都唔會用。咁啊，一定 impact 嘅呢個位，問題翻唔翻一次嘅啫。等咗埋佢。喂，ban 完結啦，咁又可以再一次耍啦。rush 過去頭攻擊，打動對手，而家仲有10秒啊！兩 parry， 但係Ronaldo冇又掟先，頭攻擊3秒啊！波頭打中啊！呢個一中呢個波頭，哎呀咁樣輸啊！係最需要擋嘅波頭竟然唔中，2-1。
Crossover had the right idea though. He tried to press the button, but he was so hesitant, right? It was either I try to block it low, try to block the overhead, and at the very last second, it's not the first time he's been blown up in that exact manner, right? That's the second time a counter hit has been pretty much caused by this overhead.
原地跳打到我先，
Oh boy! Speaking
我
of
招，
counter hits, the fan on the way down.
哎呀，用輕拳截㗎啦，但係失敗咗啊都係，咁就俾人抌4下，我掟先。咁啊，撩下段失敗咗，打動對手，咁 parry 到個 mid 攻擊，咁啊俾人打個確反，上輸啊，波頭擋到今次，再開電，反邊嘅頭攻擊，唔得啦，重腳起動啦，俾人兼劈跟一下，開電起咗，咁就未拉啲嘅 match point 啦。
Completely understandable if he caused the burnout naturally with all of the blocks. He had
得
0
到，
to his name. What a stop
咁就開 level 1先。
Immediate expenditure of level 1 from the side of crossover.
哎呀，想用 parry 執嗰個撞失敗咗，咁就俾人打轉頭，咪開 level 2啦，又 ban out 咗，又喺度威機，
如果打得幾好㗎啦，
咁就埋一場啦，又開電繼續壓制，用個 impact 打暈對手，開公仔，跟住就再掟，咁啊公仔地下隨時可以出格佢再攞加 film 㗎。哦，唔招都未識搏學人打機，咁就呢個人真係，跟住再 level 1，我見到係招都未識搏嘅係。 你贏到啊幾鋪都，但係臨尾總係會撻 Q。
From the side of crossover, I'm dead serious. I love the way he's improved and played against that, or at least in that anchor spot.
100%. I think he played really well. It was really just the only flub that happened was at the end right there, where Flame Cape just goes off, and heard how he properly wanted it to. So because of that, he ends up surrendering like half his life bar to Mena RD. It would have been much more satisfying to see it play out properly. That was nuts, bro. Like, I really got to go back and look at that closely. That was ridiculous.
Yeah, and then also his defense against the Lightning Beast for like...
Like,
we saw Lightning Beast kind of crossover his defense towards the very...
唔撻 Q，
It's not by like...
即係臨尾唔撻 Q， 其實真係贏到喎，即係唔係大執。不過問題佢就係會撻 Q。
We even saw a perfect parry against the Lightning Beast. We don't see that often. It's hard to do. And Crossover managed to pull it off. He had a lot of answers to what Mena RD likes to do on the Blanca. Just somehow, man. Oh, and then just the command hopping backwards, not letting you have any chance at chasing him.
I was thinking maybe like a level 2 could chase him down, but he didn't have like the enhancements to go like 3/4 to the screen and possibly check like that back.
不知火冇嘛。咁但係唔係 Chris 咯，話冇佢哋個隊伍嘅策略。呢啲我哋唔係佢哋，我哋唔喺佢哋個佢哋個 Discord 入邊係唔會知道點解咁。咩啦 out 跟住就 Christy 打，跟住就 Christy 打呢個 Mono 啦，馬鬼啊定係？
Chris T's been holding it down. We talked about it. Chris T has the most momentum he's probably ever had in Street Fighter 6, probably since Street Fighter 4, honestly, in terms of how much momentum he's built for himself, considering he just won the US Westworld Warrior. He qualified in the Capcom Cup for the first time in 7 years. So he is definitely, and that's coming off of a tremendous round 1 showing at SFL-US, where he was able to get starting lineup victories, and more importantly, as you mentioned, clutch out these tiebreakers.
I'll give him a little bit of extra credit.
贏就攞咗10分，30分。雖然同40分比係爭10分，但係30分都係一個好高嘅數字。
Like insane, by the way. We don't want. But going into it right now, man, in the anchor spot, he's definitely proven his worth quite well, and he's been killing it, man. I am so impressed with his overall growth as a player.
And said we know why. I was like, oh, you thought he was a Terry player? Thought he was crack shooting.
That's fair.
But no, he's still playing Ken. He's still playing Ken. And honestly, I'm a little bit surprised by it. I know he's like a Ken loyalist, but like just in terms of seeing the different characters available in this game, what the other Ken players have done, I thought he would have switched to like an Akuma or even a Terry by now. But nah, man, he has been sticking it out with the Ken, and he really, it's just him as a character.
It's just not, like he doesn't find his groove with any other character. It's
he
just
doesn't
something
look
about
the same.
Ken. He feels like Ken is the best character on Earth in every Street Fighter game. And you know what? Like, props to him.
Like, I can't co-sign that, but
yeah,
props to believing in your boy.
I liked him in 3. I liked him in 4. A little questionable in 5. I think he's great in 6. I think like his whole demeanor 100%. In 6 is pretty damn cool.
Oh, my H
up for discussion for sure.
陣間你會入嚟咧，入嚟喺度同大家分享下。
In the building right now for Mono. Chris T going on the bandit side, like we said, the tried and true Ken. There's gonna be
中嘅踢中，攞彈對手啦。攻擊，第邊咬頭 ，OD 波波，後頭換邊，再放波啊！中拳 cut 到啊！打一個喎，但係再飛腳，摩羅冇反應啊！中腳 cut 到，再撩下下段又 cut 到，但係。 呢啲唔係，哎呀，俾人撞埋咗入去，後避過咗對手，咁啊 OD 拉，輕腳中繩，咁推埋去，前重腳打中，換邊打佢收就成功，掃過去，咁批個波先，冇對空嘅，但係有下段，中拳 cut 到，俾晒 ，OK 攞第一燈先啊，摩洛。 中腳踢到對手 OD 波，哎呀咁都唔係 combo， 咁哇擋仔壞咗個 case， 4下都中，但係呢啲中咗就雖然可以搏超必，但係冇咁好抗分能力。 咁啊 watch 過去，重腳打中，咁啊見打中死晒啦，攞個加 fin， 又踢中一下，又中，我見到啦，呢啲招冇 confirm 都可以好勁，如果有 confirm 就幾下落單，咁就去咗馬邊俾人攻擊 ，hold 啦。哎呀，好街86啊！咁啊，頭穿死咗。
Yeah, I think that's kind of why he jumped in the first place as well, right? Is that Mono was committing to some of those longer range buttons, which can get jumped in on. They have a duration to where their recovery is a little lengthy. So I think that's why Chris jumped in the first place. He didn't connect with anything, but it got its offense started.
黑手對手，喂，靚，又飛過對手個波龍拳，冇對空。咁啊，可以波拳睇下點樣對手啦。咁啊，毒就完咗啦。烏啲波膊頭打中，抌上天，咁啊仍然都慳氣啊！對手升，咁啊俾人擋到。咁啊成咗個升啊！今次仲有一個前頭對空，咁啊 P 對空啦，會唔會 reset 啊？係唔 reset 㗎，衝過去，下段都係擋到，前重腳，再死擋爛擋，頭攻擊。咁啊，但係咁啊擋幾下咧，對手啲骨碎做一個壓制失敗。哎呀，大鑊啦！呢個位 burn out 咗就要防守。哎，仲要有冇反應防煙皮啊？即係跳出嚟喎，死咗輕拳，死咗啦應該。192，嘣。
Great decision making, great timing from the side of Chris Terry, and again, clutch God for the extra match.
Yeah, but he didn't get too thirsty looking for a
DI
like that, right?
點用 Aki？L Aki 點用？
Because if he does a DI
no
in that
comment.
instance and Mono jumps it like he did, then that DI is just getting punished by the jump in, right? But instead, Chris did crouch medium kick, so he was able to recover in time, press buttons back once Mono landed, and was really able to take the game. So very smart from Chris and disciplined to not get thirsty for that drive impact.
Yo, Kaba.
Kaba's a vibes guy.
The Duolingo on this man.
You gotta have a vibes guy in the squad. Kaba is definitely that guy.
I think Boost might be in contention.
Boost definitely. He'd be bringing vibes. They're not quite the same as Kaba, but you know.
Vibes nonetheless.
Yeah, definitely a certain type of vibes.
He's definitely got some like energy and jokes to him.
Nah, Boosie, we saw the way he was posing with bandits. He put that tweet up. He was like, "You afraid when a white boy gets a little emotion?"
下中佢一口波打中啦，埋牆。
He's got like dry humor funny, but also he's got some.
喺板邊順雷腳打中，波頭打中，但唔係 Mitty， 又俾人係咁壓制，擋到個波頭，翻出去先。咁啊喺面兜咁多大掣，呢邊打中，但唔係 counter hit 啦。準備攻擊，但係今次俾人升。兩 parry watch 過去，等你 watch 嘅時候，我先至攻擊。咁又未咁啊 level 都死啦，應該。咦唔俾喎。咁啊再順雷腳慢慢踢，得到啊。咁啊但係竟然，飛咗上宇宙。咁啊高啲波。哎呀，加無限。
Now for Christitarian. What was that?
Hearing some serenading going on?
攻擊。
That fierce, that was like the last active.
咁啊再嚟一次，踩波車啊！咁啊拍一下，仲可以搏㗎。哎呀，未識搏，應該可以波拳最簡單啦。咁啊 TC 跟雷腳踩中佢。咁啊我趴地避波成功，但係都係食順雷腳。食波餅都 parry 到。咁啊反波腳確反，再搏個抌上天嘅攻擊，波落去，今次俾人擋到，哎呀行後一個順雷腳打中，就俾 T 後三啦。咁啊睇下會點啊之後，一翻半格 drive 機，睇中啦。咁啊呢個，哎呀你打中又唔 confirm， 你出嚟做咩啊？哎呀老啦。2-0，就 Bandy 後追兩個30-20，擊補咗 KO。
And that's such a tough normal to even try to call out that type of jump. If it's a neutral jump, sure. But jumping over, I don't even think the hitbox is going to be able to cover that.
Yeah, exactly.
30 points for the Bandits camp, further increasing the lead against the rest of the opposition. 220 points coming in total for day one for this group. But hey, Red Rooster now breaking the 3-point threshold, 100 points to their name.
Yeah, good stuff, right? Red Rooster's going to need every single point they get, so even if they're going to lose these sets, it's so important that they get 20 on the board.
Oh,
That's exactly what they did here, so props to them as well. Chris T, though, continues his immaculate record in these tiebreaker matches, man. You can tell he has just been on a level that he hasn't seen since the launch of Street Fighter 6.
繼續努力咯，可能3比可能 crossover 贏到 Pong 贏到鼻屎咧，係咪先啊？
And it's no easy feat. Like it's not even him just like being a player. He is the prime tournament organizer for his region, right? So
he is like
super impressive to see it.
One of the main parties responsible, if not the main party responsible for the right? So like he is has responsibilities and has done things for the community beyond just being an elite level player, which he obviously is as well. So yeah, always big ups to Mono right there, falling just a bit short up against Chris Tatarian.
Yeah, I mean, it's also in total as a team getting 20 points against the #1 group. That is signs of improvement. That is definitely going to be a notch on your belt going forward. It's like, all right, well, like the practice, all the time we've been putting in, all the traveling, we could really believe that now. Yeah. We could actually just attest to it. It's like, all right, we see these improvements. We just got to have like full faith going forward. If they're doing this well against the #1 team, I'm sure they're going to be able to get even more points against the rest of the roster. And I'm very excited to see it because this is the best Red Rooster roster that we've had all season long since their inception into the league in the very first place, right?
Yeah, exactly. In Street Fighter League's history, I think a lot of us can objectively say this is the best Red Rooster roster, the most talented one on paper, and they're performing well, like we talked about, right? A little bit lower on the standings, but again, when you actually look at their play and how close all of these sets have been, it has been a real strong showing from Red Rooster so far. Yeah. It's just this time they ran into Bandits. They're the ones on top of the pack, man. They are the ones that have found the most success, period, across Street Fighter League US.
Yeah, and they made them bleed. That's the most important part. Yeah. They made them bleed. But standing by with the interview, we do have the Bandits camp with Rob TV. Let's take a listen in on how they're feeling.
I'll ask you way more on the actual thing.
Maybe not. Maybe just too early.
My man Rob was like, look, we're going to talk about usual with Rob TV interviews.
I might have jumped the gun just a little bit, but man, still as dominating as ever. How many points did they get overall today? They got 60 points today. Granted, they played twice.
Yeah, it was 30-point victories, yes, indeed. But it looks like we are ready now with Rob TV and the winner of our last set, Team Bandits. Take it away.
Team Bandits, yet another victory. I mean, at this point, you're looking good. You probably got the best jerseys here on Street Fighter League, the blue and white and red. I need one of those.
Said it.
You go ahead and get that W. Crossover. They put your countrymen up against you. Were you surprised with the crossover joint and that it ended up being that close?
Look, with the quality of gameplay Red Rooster showed, I hope they play like that against everybody, bro. Like, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah. I will feel some kind of way. They played insane. Cryman played insane. All of them played across. What was that, bro? I had to time him out to steal around.
And then that slide?
Bro, I robbed him. So I feel like if they go with that quality of gameplay, they're going to be real trouble for everybody. And it's non-biased. It's just to show that the team that is in last place is playing this crazy. I don't know, man. It's looking tough. So I was a little bit surprised, but at the same time, not really. Everybody's here for a reason.
This might be the toughest season of Street Fighter League today. Now, let me please talk to that man right there to your left. Clutch Tatarian. In that anchor spot, at this point, you are 3-0. Tell me how that is, brother. Like, what's up with you in that spot? How are you able to get all of these undefeated?
Honestly, I think it's a combination of faith and preparation, the motto that has been set for this team. I feel pretty comfortable, actually, when I'm in that spot. I like having that pressure on me. I like having to perform for my teammates. It's like we all do it for each other, you know? And I'm just grateful to be able to be in that position in the first place, man. God is good.
If I'm not mistaken, you guys have not lost a team battle yet, have you? Okay, at this point, ladies and gentlemen, I mean, dominating Team Bandits. To even lose one team battle, they are sitting comfortably in first place. Will anybody be able to stop them? I guess we'll find out. But so far, we do have an answer. Let's go ahead and send things over.
I don't know if I misspoke in regards to like the current points overall. 50 going into the first day of the second half. That is insane.
Nah, that sounds right because they were 190 and they got 60 today. So yeah, 250. Oh man, bro, that is wild. But yeah, you could hear it, right? This has been the team has fully bought in. That's the thing with all of these players, right? Like even adding Boost now, who wasn't part of the team earlier, you could see as soon as Chris T said faith and preparation, Boost was like. Right, he nodded. Like he is fully bought in as well. Everybody is bought into the philosophy, just the mindset that they're all trying to capture for the
SR 對
Yeah, I mean like
ESG
in the practice and preparation, it's one thing to try to like figure out the strategy. It's one to believe in it and execute it. So I think that whole mantra going into the Bandits camp is super vital towards their success.
And that's one thing that I think some players have a disconnect on, right, is where you can learn a bunch of stuff, you can know what to do, but you have to have the faith that that's going to work out more often than not. Even when it doesn't work out, you can't get discouraged and get deterred from just abandon that option. Like, if you do that, then I think you're giving your opponent a little bit too much credit, right? Yeah, I feel like you really need to have faith in the fact that the preparation you've done will lead you to success more often than not and can't get discouraged by those moments of where it's not.
It's literally shown by the Red Rooster camp, right? It's even had enough to have MenRD say like, yo, I kind of robbed crossover, right? You're seeing them shake just a little bit, but not in like fear of anything, more so in joy and also like reverence towards this newly reinvigorated Red Rooster. If they play like that, we advance it too.
Like, oh,
if Red Rooster plays exactly like they did in this matchup against everybody else,
咁易就唔使啲選手唔使飛晒全部個地方啦。
Having to clutch out an anchor battle to force a tiebreaker match, like they did an incredible job. So yeah, I really hope we get to see that level from Red Rooster going forward because they could be anybody playing like that.
Yeah, really looking forward to it. Again, there's so much more coming into this second half. We've only got one matchup left though for the day, but it's not without thanking our sponsors that have got us here up until this point. Obviously, SteelSeries being a pivotal part of the show. SteelSeries Moments, it's the easiest way to record and share your gameplay with your friends. Moments in-game auto-clipping also lets you capture and share your clips anywhere. So again, if there's anything in mind when it comes to gaming at the utmost performance and efficiency, SteelSeries has your back.
Indeed, man. Big ups to SteelSeries, of course, and all of our other sponsors that are making SFL happen, like Corsair.
等逼完，起碼最後一節，起碼咪啦。
Of SFL Pro US, you can sharpen your reaction times with the Nova Blade Pro's rapid trigger technology. And again, we have one in studio.
呢雙有咩感想咧？真係
not during the 4-minute breaks because they're too short to get some
點除啊
Beyond that, you know, before and after SFL days, we begin some games in with this. I just again want to put it up to the mic.
Yeah, the fact that it lights up is kind of sick. Too.
Yeah,
I mean, aesthetically, it's pretty. It feels great to the touch. I'm rather impressed, man.
I'm a big RGB guy, so they got me with this one. And you can see the lights on the sides and whatnot as well. So
Hell yeah.
Big ups to Corsair.
We might be able to like bring it out to the crowd themselves. There's definitely some people trickling in, and for good reason, right? It's going to be all the way live, all the way throughout the first week of December, right? Round 2 has already started, December 3rd through the 6th. There is still plenty of time to get your tickets to watch in person as you scan that QR code. But most importantly, you got to make sure to tune into the finals, right? Get all the details as you scan the website. For the most part, we do have the studio here in Burbank in Southern California. But when it comes to the finals, that's going to be at the prime location in Culver City. Make sure to plan your trip accordingly because... bodied by traffic, obviously. You want to make sure your timing is right. But again, be sure to pick up your tickets because this is going to be insane as we get ready for both the playoffs and also just rounding out the rest of week 2.
Yeah, man. Round 1 of today, or excuse me, round 2 today, day 1 has been amazing. We're going to take a quick break and then get back with our final match. Don't go anywhere.
my dinner plate. Ain't coming down, gotta levitate. I know my next win is the best one, so I tell them that I'm on to the untrained.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Oh, 打埋最後一支。
Workaholic Director of Siren Holdings Research and Development Department. Grace Hill is nothing but a cover story. Crimson Viper. My code name. Stay out of my business. Could you just, like, give up now? I have other work to do. A B+ for effort. Let's rock.
新夢幻 DJ 年 DJ 夢幻年咁新，呢度啲咁嘅嘢咩？好怪嘅。我見到係多數 DJ 打完之後咧，又係嗰啲咩兩個縮口，跟住之後再開啟動咧，就有啲好奇怪嘅感覺。有新嘢咩？呢個啊？哇，10分鐘啊！
DJ はいいキャラっすよね。いや、それ思いますよ。DJ 強くせえや。いい、盛り上がるんだからこれ、世界中で。
哇，長喺度咁，有啲難搞喎。邊啊？
哎，キャラ。だと思うんですけど、なんで戦うの？
算啦，放棄。Full on didn't read。
Knuckle-Doo, of course, in the first half, you had a great season
呢個好
overall.
舊喎，咩？個 PC 直接可以玩6下，可以。
But you are only a few points out of
好舊，呢個好似唔係好
What have
舊。
you guys done over the break to get ready for the second half of the season?
Yeah,
Kaya
this
di
little break
kaya
was
di
pretty cool 'cause
di
it gave us
pinfa,
time to
yeah.
regroup, especially for
What's hap-
you know,
what's
just
happening?
everyone that didn't play well, like not even our team, like everyone. So I think the 2-week break is actually pretty dope. And yeah, we just went back, trained a little bit, regrouped, and just talked about how we could, you know, do better. Like we had Kev talk to our Shopify sports psychologist, so we're hoping he comes into form for this time around.
基本上幾時有夢幻年？
You ain't even talk about the fact that you qualified for Capcom Cup just now, World Warrior East. Just a kid qualified in Midwest, and Sean had an amazing performance himself. Do you think that might affect the, how you guys' vibe is going into this half?
Yeah, no, we're all definitely feeling good. It's a good confidence boost, and yeah, Shine, he had an amazing run. Unfortunately, we're both in the same region, so that just shows how tough our region is. But yeah, he had an amazing run, so it's not like, you know, I feel like if had he beaten me, then he probably would have won and qualified for Capcom Cup as well. So it's just one of those.
Okay, and nothing that came up in the first half of the season, you done put down that dope. You know, you put down that you know what I'm saying? So you're all the way locked in, and we're seeing it in your play too. Do you feel like the old Knuckle-Doo is back? The young, cocky, like, is your ego through the roof right now or what?
Hey, well, why are you saying that? I feel like I'm just playing the game, I'm just getting dubs. I don't know what you're talking about.
You cooking up, my boy. I see what's going on. You know you was getting that tapped. I don't know
Come on,
about that
y'all.
word. You was getting something tapped prior to that. But I feel like this year you've been absolutely phenomenal, bro. I'm just wondering, do you have like a that ego. We used to see you take the glasses off with Gal and all that type of stuff. Do you have that same
自己
type
用
of
嗰隻
feeling
就
that
擺
you
最
have
低
for
㗎
Big
啦，自己擺埋 C 零一最底。人哋有啲咩？人哋用嗰啲就擺最頂。
Positive thing, because I don't know. I feel like I'm getting older. I got kids, so I'm not trying to exert any negative energy. But you might be referring to the World Warrior where I teabag my fellow opponent Boost.
Hold on. That is right. Oh my goodness. World Warrior, you teabag Boost, right? In a big moment. Probably the worst loss of his career. Why did you teabag him?
I mean, it's well known now since Kev kind of told everybody on the street. But yeah, originally, Boost, Kev, and I, we were on Shopify for like 6 months.
This year?
Yeah, we were training, we were grinding, we were supporting each other. And yeah, just out of the blue, he kind of just left us for Mena. And like, you know, Kev was more upset than I was. But I was a little sad, but it's like, I get it, you know, it's Mena. Go do your thing. I'm not gonna hold someone who doesn't want to be on the team. So when we played, it was just so poetic that I was the one that.
你講完啦，二撚。
Oh my gosh. Okay. Last thing.
睇比賽啊。
This happens to be Team Bandit.
Oh bullshit, let's go.
We know what happened with the jersey throw last year. Then now this Boost situation. Is it a little personal? You ain't even got to go in depth right now if you want to. Is it a little bit personal, Shopify versus Bandits?
Like I said, I'm on my positive joint, but yeah, it's personal.
Come on, man. Throwing the gauntlet down immediately. You only get this type of action right here at Street Fighter League US. We done here. Let's send things back to the casters.
The Iceman energy from NuckleDu. It's all personal.
TSG 隊咪都係3個人再加中國三人組再加國米。
I'm at such a loss for words. I didn't even know who wanted to bring it in. Like I was like, I don't even know who should. Like, what in the hell just happened? Yeah, like that is quite the story. Wow, that's quite the story. Like you had months of practice being a part of the Shopify group, and I guess no one can blame Boost, but.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, exactly. Like you can't blame Boost, right?
Sorry,
left it for Mena and whatnot, but. Definitely some sick lore that we're going to keep an eye on going forward in SFL. But, of course, Shopify Rebellion is stepping up to the plate right now.
It personal, by the way. There's just so much lore. Anyways, damn, son.
Shopify
Rebellion with that type of energy going up against Quad Show Gaming. And again, KSG. Speaking of energy, 40 bomb against 2 games to start off the show. And now they're on the away side.
小寶，喂，呢個第4喎，呢個點樣彩配？ 咪出場啦要 C 冇，話俾你知，一隊又擺到明就話俾你知，我就係過嚟屈你機，得4 kit 打孫勇啊！咁啊，中國就是火舞。 一係 C 一係冇，揀一邊啦。
Extra match spot, so he didn't really get to contest against any of the other Mize. But the last time Zhen had performed against Shopify Rebellion, it was against Kevin right out the gate where he got his big 2-0 dub. So Jack is trying to rewrite history here, sending himself up first.
Smart stuff. I like that. Yeah, with Shopify Rebellion having the home side advantage. Of course, they're the ones that are going to be picking the matchups. While Kuaishou has committed to their set order, is going to be Zhen, Mickey, and Xiao Hai for the starting lineup, and then VX Bao if that tiebreaker is necessary. Shopify Rebellion, they look in good spirits, especially I gotta imagine after that last interview as well, and their success already today, having gotten a dub. Definitely looking to carry that forward.
Great interviews all across the board too. The final rebuttal that Jack got,
yeah,
you know,
there's
for
been
sure.
Some moments today for sure.
He's got some different type of energy going into it. But Zhen is stoic as ever.
Oh,
also off to a good start. Both of these cats were the first starters for their respective matches. Let's see who fares up against the other in the final one for today's ender.
That's crazy. I never really comprehended or internalized that they start the shot on Jury's foot.
Yeah, I didn't
哇！下重拳打按對手跳完地跳啊！咁多數咧啲人哇想重拳大 delay， 咁啊咬確反啦，跟住就難拖叮，但係叮唔到停畫面啊！又叮一次都係停到畫面，係俾人空投啊之後，咁佢又打中， 莫招，咁啊俾人搏中啦，咁啊之後再搏個重腳。咁啊架剪腳飛翻過去，跳冇對空啊，咁啊中個招，中埋個地波，中多個 rush， 咁就俾人個金毛推死咗。
Can you believe that? Punish counter on the fireball, still able to link the standing medium punch. What a connection!
咦打中一下，但係呢招冇哇 OD 踩咁啊，雙空對空失敗咗。但係應該可以再搏，彈地仲可以搏。攻擊咁啊，想做壓制，但係俾人升。打中啦，咁啊搏炸彈。你有，哎呀冇睇畫面啊。咁啊，但係起上 parry 2次死咗。一波 rush 過去，冇嘗試截擊嗰個 rush 中嘅，因為中嘅係基本上截擊唔。哎呀，兩面都打空氣，飛，哎呀想壓升壓唔到啊，咁就俾人用 level 1打個大 combo 啦，咁啊衝過去 ，rush 過去 TC， 跳，哎呀避到，正啊，咁就搏炸彈啦。之後就前頭波落去唔食，咁啊輕拳打足，再用個拳腳繼續俾。哇！喂，做咩啊？喂，犯規喎呢個！呢個跳係對手係跳中拳撳咗之後先跳喎，我覺得睇落。唔知係咪佢預對手通對空咯，所以撳定個跳中拳。
Like damn son, you read him like that? Indeed, what just a message sent by Zhen to start this off.
First game already under wraps. It felt like a slugfest in that first round, and it really was.
有波 watch 過去 ，parry 到個下段攻擊，我招，佢都制啊！就 O 啲嘢較剪腳，再搏個炸彈 ，E 反到個 watch， 較剪腳又打中，過嚟一次，堅落去又真係 work 喎，但係咁啊炸彈咁啊回咗唔少氣，較剪腳又打中，再搏多較剪腳爆炸啦，咁啊影遺照，哎呀但係唔知飛咗去邊，緊要用個 impact 打暈對手之後，再一套簡單 combo 對對手啦，變咗嘅 match point。That would have been kind of cool.
Hey, listen, if that happens as a buff, I'm so sorry.
格剪腳打中兩閃，哎呀！但係閃嘅時候反而俾個格剪腳打中counter 過嚟，咁就再壓制。冇空對空，但係都唔錯。咁啊又後重腳，再咁一下頭擊，咁啊點到對手中為嘢，諗住但係唔中喎，都要解頭，點死爭少少，踩，不如佢踩多次，唉，好簡單嘅頭擊打咗。哇！真爺幾勁喎，係咁贏喎 ，ENG 好有計喎，呢個係咪翻咗去特訓？狂贏。
So Zhen inserted into that point as the starting lineup has really changed the trajectory for Kuaishou.
You are not kidding. Setting him up first has just been working wonders for this camp, and you can see it too. Okay, maybe not 4 rounds. Maybe it was 4 rounds straight. Hold up, because that was the first round for Jack.
The first round.
yeah, he just lost the first round, right? Damn, son. Zhen just utter dominance when it comes to corner pressure and also the reads against.
冇錯，3號啦，跟住就。
Measures, everything got blown up with or without the mine, and even Xiaohai had to stand up on that one. He's like, "How the hell did you get that?"
Yeah, like bro, word. Just a hard read, taking up residency in Jack's head on that one.
Yeah, no matter what language you speak, that movement was universal.
Yeah. Oh, and then, yeah, just the plus frames. A lot of respect being shown from Jack. That's why he took so many throws, right? He didn't want to get active with his defensive choices. Was trying to bet on Zhen, maybe letting it up, trying to bait something out eventually, but it never came. He just stayed aggressive, was able to close out the set.
High key, that's probably the shortest replay package we've ever had.
Yeah, right.
It's not to the fault of the replay person. No. That is easily like the shortest one because, well, you know, that was kind of a bus ass.
It was, man.
係啊，應該2場。我相信米會贏，因為軍哥會贏，軍爺會贏。 軍爺再打得好多㗎啦，啲應該打 Kelvin 都唔易打。我覺得軍爺都係打係咯，我覺得 Kelvin 都係擺中間。軍爺都係打得好多，都係要贏啦，因為佢明簡啲嚟講就係而家 KSG 就要搶佢呢個位啦，即係如果佢要拉第4落嚟就拉呢隊落嚟。
It's funny because he has multiple characters, so you would think he would avoid the mirror more than he does. But I've seen him play the mirror plenty when he has alternates to go to. So I definitely think since it's not here, they are going to save him for that Shanghai mirror. I think.
This particular matchup, right? Like Mai has been the character for Mickey these last couple of months, but we obviously all know him for his Cammy play, right? Now I'm kind of curious if whether or not this character or the other would suffice against someone like Dual Kevin, who has that extensive knowledge against a lot of the Cammy players in NA. He's faced off against Punk. He's faced off against Knuckle Doo, the times where he's actually thrown out the Cammy. And even more so, as Potent, you have thorough my matchup knowledge. How much Rashid knowledge does Mickey have? I mean, who does he have access to? Possibly. He could have access to Gachikun if need be, but I don't know if it goes down like that.
Yeah, and then you have, and when you talk about the quality of that practice as well, right? Let's say he has it. Dual Kevin has been the most consistent Rashid this season, like in the world. So that's the thing. He's probably playing the top level of Rashid that you could play right now. And then what Dual Kevin has is Knuckle Doo, who is the best Mai in North America. We've seen that. Just his results have spoken for themselves.
Knuckle Doo
I think Dual and Kevin does have the edge in terms of sparring partners and experience in the matchup, which is going to be up to Mickey to try to make up for that in different ways.
Yeah, man. We'll see who really thrives under that pressure. I'm more inclined to believe it could be in favor of Dual Kevin. He has thrived under these lights for so many seasons. Since the very beginning, if I'm not mistaken.
100%, man. Since the launch of Street Fighter 6, he's been incredible.
嚟啦，睇先。我記得嘉士官係Team Hong Kong嘅御用練習對象，都成日同佢哋打過1萬次嘅，好熟滑先，但係熟唔代表會贏。我推埋場先。咁啊，滑雪識解頭，再跳過去俾人對空。咁啊，加斯Kelvin嘅對空係完美嘅，近乎係，除非對手係有啲豪喺嗰啲麻撚煩角色，如果唔係都基本上對到嘅。飛到肩劈啦，咁啊開唔開得佢啊？開啦。咁就令佢哋 burn out 先，攻擊搞得，burn out 失敗咗啊！係特飛到，閃，火冇，咁就閃多次啊 ，cut 到，中段俾人打到，中咗一下，咁啊會唔會叻可以啊？開啦，咁啊前頭啊食個，跳埋去，咁啊，哎呀呢個喺打空，勁大失誤。就俾咪執到個機會打翻嚟啊！望波先，我再重拳抌線啦！基本上呢招冇邊猛撳咗落去先算噶啦。cut 到，咪打中咗下中腳，又開level 1，再嚟過啦。最火舞嘅玩法，我知話呢個係。打中啦，咁啊，但係冇依線，打中一下，咁啊，再撩下重腳，有冇？咁啊，輸唔到對，咁啊，頭擊打到對手啦，我死頂啊要，撩下佢先。哎呀，頭擊打空咗啦，今次到啊米，但仍然都係 level 2啊，閃啊！咁啊，對面撳到個搭掣，撳到個掣爛啊！1-0啊！只要米贏咧，最少攞到30分。我相信小寶係一定贏，因為對手係 Kimberly。所以只要米贏就斌哥輸到30分，斌哥贏就40分。
Not Dual Kevin. Yeah, Mickey. From Mickey. I was like, who is his opponent? I'm blanking, but it's okay.
出嚟又喂冇分別，用咩都贏唔到啊寶哥，得唔得啊？哎呀，自己有少少。冰，咁啊死都唔解。跳翻，有俾人打中又踢埋牆，咁下中拳 meaty， 再前頭，中拳打中啦，咁就都死咗噶啦，一關喐唔到。再重注，解頭仆街啦！個前頭我好似打唔到機，哦死咗，level 3。
Mickey's defensive measures have been getting caught off guard multiple times, been getting blown up.
Yep.
Ella dead. Level 3, that's a perfect. One of the fastest games we've had. Dude, these guys are speed running day 1.
Legit, bro. Only 15 seconds off.
如果依鋪點講咧？入唔到加時嘅話咧，就延長戰嗰10分拎唔到啲可惜。
Does he stay with the mine?
I think so, just because that last round was just like, I just made bad decisions. Yeah, like,
yeah.
You know, it was just one of those where you're wrong the whole time. So it's tough. That didn't really have much.
Watch 過去，俾人截停咗個 watch 啊！
Bad reads.
咁就推埋牆，咁啊再壓制。又食咗個中腳，埋牆啦。講到個中段，但係點知俾人投，解頭哦無限攻。有101次出呢招啦。
Picking every correct offensive option, getting every shimmy he goes for, getting every meaty he goes for.
終於攞到。
Nice reaction to the overhead though.
Very last second.
又食咗個下段啦，推埋牆。咁啊7 飛下中腳真係嘅，雖然好似火舞都係。升啊，推翻出嚟先。咁啊，食咗個攻擊。哦，死咗啦，死咗啦 ！level 3。咦，佢唔俾嘅。呢個老鏈咁遠，開鋒。哎呀，唔得啊，都係。搞唔掂。好啦，大將戰。冇計，搞唔掂。哇！第二 game 開始又做乜都錯，即係咪睇穿咗
？Right decision after right decision to really snowball every round where he got a knockdown.
Felt like a picture book. He's just pointing and shouting out things. He's making calls all over. Every single chapter, just one pagers, dude.
And yeah, what a response for Dual Kevin for Shopify Rebellion as well. Now the set is tied up. It's all going to be decided on that anchor battle in our last match of the day. But yeah, look, I mean, Dual Kevin, every time he got him in the corner, bro, it was just like, my throw worked, my meaty worked, my shimmy worked.
Yeah,
like, you know, like every time, like right there, the shimmy worked.
Christ.
He just knew exactly how much to really abuse one option to get Mickey to defend against it, only to switch it up on him.
I know I said we had some really short replays.
好易死㗎啦！有呢個風或者啲食個啲 worship 版邊食個 OD 風咁啊，拜拜㗎啦！真係好大力㗎嗰個。
Not to his fault. But that was quite the short package.
Yeah, for both of them, there was just not that much to be able to replay. So no fault to you, operator. But Shopify Rebellion and KSG, they're tied up, so that means the battle is here to decide who's going to take that dub. It's going to have a lot of implications going forward here, as this is round 2 of SFL-US, right? We only have a few days left when it comes to deciding a champion, and even fewer days on deciding who gets into the playoffs. So every point matters right now. It's going to be Xiaohai on the anchor. It's going to be going up against either Knuckle Dew or Shine. I'm betting it's the Dew.
I know you said every point matters, but I think it would be kind of godlike if they put Shine up there to get himself like ready for the rest of the week.
Imagine, yeah.
It was like, especially with the amount of practice he's had.
奔爺，
etc. But again,
奔爺靠你啦。
trying to be about these points. Knuckle Dew's got the highest percentage.
And he's good. He's good in the My Mirror. He's beating people in the My Mirror. I can't remember if it was Xiaohai or who he beat at Evo France, I believe it was, when he got 9th place. But I think he took down a prominent Mai in that mirror to get into that position. But yeah, New has been just a monster in general.
遲早係遲早嘅，只要氹到個隊長揾你啦。
Team Gale and like talking about Prime Knuckle Dew, and he's been looking like that and in a pure Prime form on this character. He's definitely the strongest we have in North America on my. So I think he's going to be confident. He's just always one of those players that seems to make the mirror work more so than a lot of others.
I was trying to look up his results over at Evo France, like from the side of Knuckle Dew.
Might have been a different tournament, but
no, I mean, I think you're right actually, but we'll get into that later on. Maybe we'll ask Knuckle Dew in the future because I think it's still a very valid point to be made, right? When it comes to like the My Mirror match, so we will get that information as it comes along.
你咪成日咧向下10、20度望，再個頭側5度咁樣斜視住個前面。呢個係咪佢嗰個 trademark？ 向下咁樣，向下跟住用嗰個眼睛向上啤上。
Now because of their big W, the rebuttal against the Falcons camp. So they could break the 200-point threshold if they get the W here today. But with Kuaishou Gaming, they are on a pretty damn good win streak thus far. They're currently sitting at 130 points with that big 40 bomber against 2 games. So for both teams, very much so needed.
This is huge right now, right? Yeah, this
next
could put Shopify into that 200 space, but they don't get that. That means Kuaishou's creeping up a little slowly but surely is what I was looking for. But yeah, like the fact that Shanghai has this chance right now, put the team on his back, continue that momentum that they built after 40 bombing 2G. We'll get in the mirror.
Here we go. The final match.
問掟線先，再掟。咁啊，重拳打中，但係都係掟線。再掟。咁啊，繼續掟。無止境咁掟。咁啊，覺得好到嗰邊掟，因為掟到出力線啦，就埋身啦。後跳，哇！咁啊，後跳嘅時候重腳踢中對手嘅追擊啊！再前後。哇！掟線 ，O.D 線打爆嗰個線啊！後跳，唔好擋啊！一拳打爆嗰個線，但係都中咗第二個線。咁就踢中，咁啊輕拳打中，用個龍焰舞推埋板邊，然後死唔死有少少，咁啊嗰個 full loop 咁簡單咁啊 Q 對手。
Xiaohai's already got his revenge on Blas, taking him down in that set earlier today. So he's got to feel as confident as he's ever had.
Yeah, that's fair. Right, they fell short.
哎呀，食咗個 tree combo。一下，我真係想升翻大 burn out 噶啦喎，咁樣不適宜。咁啊，個係不適升龍拳又好幾蝕底。呢啲人就鳩 level 1，咁啊想 trade 啊，想 trip 死，但係失敗咗。咁啊拉後，咁就哎呀跳到喎，你都冇諗過跳到啊，所以小孩係完全係幫我死咁。就掟先，一下喺度，咁啊解決咗個burn out，但係都係死。
Disappointed dad face on the side of Xiaohai too as soon as he got thrown. Out of everything that could have come out too, he could have actually had the rebuttal.
Yeah.
然後
Space himself out with the fans first.
哇！佢想吹嗰個線，但係點知係打唔中啦，又送咗個攻擊俾佢。後跳睇下先。哇！等 cut， 哎 cut 到啦，等到啊真係俾佢。咁啊龍焰舞插，咦唔俾 level 2，我覺得殺到噃，啱啱嗰個位都唔使啦，我重新打死咗，1-0。
Man, it just covered his bases. Just a walk back just a tiny bit, and that stand fierce is such a potent button. Just gets in your face in an instant. And Xiaohai, it really feels like he did his homework during this break, man. Looks so much more polished than he did during round 1 of SFL-US.
Punk was right. He was right all along.
Legit.
Should have never given these guys breaks, man. Al-Makashi was all like, hey, man, why can't you just run it the whole way through? I had to be the one to break it to him. I'm like, hey, man, we got some World Warriors to take care of. He's like, all right. He's like, you got it.
Yeah, we do, man. We had some players in this very SFL-US that qualified in the Capcom Cup during the break, you know, so it's crazy.
掟線先有一波，喺面頭掟線，再掟，
Shout out Samar as well. I hope they're all watching.
Yeah, for real. Big up Samar.
叮擋下先，攞頂，主力線邊個整到主力線有邊個贏？哎呀！但係點知個中段同埋個線差唔多一齊中啊，分唔到係咪？哎呀，好痛啊呢個！咁啊叻佢啦！喂，就嚟一次，但係都有句啦，咁啊用咗呢下咧，新命術咁啊 burn out 好接近 burn out 啦，即刻，喂搶到個輕拳咯，咁啊至少。哦呀，俾啊，今次俾得 full 都升啊！兩面都，哎呀，咁下重拳試試，唔知佢想補咩喎？可以補啲咩啊？又中咗重拳啊嘛，掟線，咁啊擋晒對面線攻擊，咁掟，俾人打空咗，俾人打中，師傅冇開餐，掟線，哦。咁啊，點樣對付掟線咧？用掟線打翻佢轉頭。咁啊，小華都幾敢掟線喎，肯定對手唔會跳。呢個對手嘅前跳啊 ，watch 過去 ，stream 到，俾唔俾啊？咁啊後跳回一回，唉死啊！咁啊呢個一，補翻個永動機，補翻個線，咁啊再出力先。好啲線打中，唉咁啊俾晒啊，唔該。咁啊波腳 CA， 轉翻一燈先。咁啊對手都因為開我 level 1啦，所以就呢邊實其實好少。咁啊重拳掟線啦，哦有 OD 線吹咗對手普通線啦，不知火舞都有今日啦。擋咗線先，擋多次，咁啊同個線打和，咁樣就可以中斷，嗱俾擋咗，咁又俾阿 Kudo 掟線，搶劈，哎呀搶邊佢再解頭，咁啊死唔去喎，我覺得，啊死唔去，升啊，竟然唔升就係咁唔 KSG 嘅，第一。
When you see somebody do that to somebody where they whiff the parry and then they shimmy them off the whiff parry, that's a message sent right there. Big rewards being had for Knuckle Dew.
And that's just like good presence of mind on timing. He's like, you know what? Maybe I won't be able to get this throw off as a flash counter. It fooled Xiao Hai. If it can fool him, then I'm pretty sure the rest of the studio is fooled.
Okay, some words as well as Dew tags at the set.
And some physical comfort, and Shine gives him the daggers. He's like, what was that? Get off of me, son. What was that all about? Jack immediately just close it up emotionally, physically. Shine
like looked at him at first and then was like, I should probably look at him again so it's not as awkward. Because like he was like, it looked like he was ready to kill Jack for touching him.
咁啊，而家哋一跳嚟就升啦，吹咗啊！哇，仲係搏重呢，中我都已經好過分嘅啦，重最過分。真係會咁啊擋晒個頂線啦開始跳，但係打唔中對手嗰個跳，好啲線，咁佢踢中 Punish Hunter， 咁啊 watch 過去 EC 你回一啦，再前後，起上升，但係 burn 到自己，我覺得寧願食我食個升，我覺得我抵，因為食個升仲抵過唔壓啊！即係食個壓食個升，係咪都 burn out 啊你？咁我不如食個升定你哋 burn out。哎呀，好痛啊呢個！咁啊重個掟個波腳，後跳，話 OD 線 ，OD 線得 OD 線得天下。我輕拳再搏重拳再搏 level 1，咁啊中咗線，搶制推翻出去，食個重腳，個掟線，咁兩面兜咁個重拳再掟線，咁啊又中啦。咁就再俾多個 rush F1唔使俾，直接用個二武轉死咗對手，咁就一燈贏咗就2-1啦。OD 線 rush 打中，推埋牆，咁啊後跳迴避對手啊，咁啊主力線掟咗啦，咁啊做 OD 線劈咗對手個線，但係劈成功啊，但係都係俾個線屈機。掟中，我再掟，咪係咁抌，我抌翻佢，主力打中啊，又 wash， 咁啊對手 冇打中，下重拳追到對手個勾勾，咁就小孩食咗個，哇食線再加食個星，呢個腳尖喎 OK 喎，但係都係食到得，咁啊食呢度好傷啊呢個位，睇下成功。我睇下呢度係一拳死嘅啦，覺得。哎呀，都係好，話俾你知，簡單就是美，高碌就是強。咁啊2-1。
But we saw something similar happen to Xiaohai up against Blaz, right? He ended up winning the first game, falling to the next two, and then taking the set himself. So this has been par for the course.
一齊掟線，就俾阿Nico隊直接升喎，真係會屌，唔係啲距離有啲尷尬，所以冇升到。又有掟線喺度，得到落招。我個波，我個星啊！咁拳釘先，咁拳釘先，俾人打翻轉頭，打中咗，咁就對手 whiff 咗第一攻擊啊，俾人打轉頭，咁啊起上搶就真係搶到嘅，推翻入去，再 rush， 再釘先，丟，俾人對空。咪一齊掟啦！對空係有嘅，飛咗一下，丟，卡得 hit 啦，正啦，咁啊 rush 博招，咁啊成功攞到1得。咁啊 OD 線打咗，哇呢個痛喎，咁啊 rush 都唔使俾，只有個重拳博招，打中對手 level 1啦。咁又大優勢，後唔食呢個冇解頭，就對手後重腳壓擠，好反應，穿到波啊！但係都係唔係夠多，都係死咗，打得幾好啊！咁啊龍焰冇 level 2啦，招升唔升？哎呀，升到㗎呢個，佢冇得信心。好靚啊！搶到下中拳，啲嘢打死對手。2-2，打換啊！食飲水。
Yeah, he was like, I should have won that 30 seconds ago. Like that was that type of head shake right there. He's like, shouldn't have gotten to that point at all.
Get ourselves the final match, the final game, all tied up.
都係咪諗住轉角啊？冇咩好揀嘅咯，但係轉唔轉好？啊？係我覺得唔轉好過轉軍佬咩唔通？都唔用啦。
Learned his lesson. He's stressing out by himself. Shine trying to show no empathy.
Like touching his afro. He's trying to pick his afro out. You're not gonna talk shit on my afro again, Rob.
Yeah, dude. Whack afro. I can't believe you hit Rob with that. Like, I'm still not over that, chat. I'm so sorry, but what a rebuttal.
Oh man, but yeah, both of these players now know this is best of one, right? Whoever wins here is gonna take the lion's share amount of the points. And again, Shopify Rebellion is looking to stay in that playoff range, while Kwaisho, they got ground to make up, right? It was a great first set of the day. They 40 bombed, denying any points to 2G while getting a full 40 for their own.
啊，定勝負啦，20分所屬，20分誰拿到？就看這一場。
They came into this 90 points for the second half. It'll be a huge jump up.
Yeah, maybe to 160 if they're able to complete this next match.
咁啊，放波 ，OD 波，哎呀，錯唔到星啊呢個人。咁啊 OD 先，哎呀咁就食咗，咁啊行唔到前，但係食個星。咁小孩都幾睇幾準，對手只要一，即係對手只要一喐咧就升嘅，即係草線。因為不知火冇太多咧，所以佢呢啲位做得好足準備。哇靚喎 ，confirm 喎，下中拳打中就搏升 ，burn out 咗，哇掂啊，發達！咁啊真係發達啱先，喺旁邊仲要掟晒無限攻，擋到，煙平打暈啊，有頭攻擊，咁係嘅 match point。咁啊掟線先， 我頂，我頂，我頂 OD parry 到啊！但係見到人哋高端都冇咁滯，佢都有信心，佢都對小孩有信心。即係 parry 到嘅話就唔好亂嚟。喂，吹打唔中 ，OD 線前升打我對手嘅前跳，我頂先，咁啊嚟 burn out 啦 ，OD 線繼續努力，原地跳照升落嚟，咁就搞掂。呢號3位個位都同搞掂差唔多噶啦，換血對殘血，對方嘅血量已經喺呢個風中殘影啦。講真呢句就會俾人 come back 噶啦，但係冇事唔會 high 啦。哦，食咗 level 2唔緊要，你冇必殺技仲大鑊。喂，呢個位 burn 到自己唔係幾好喎。啊，哇，擋到，搞掂。3比2，直到啦，扣到，攞到30分啦，正。佢第一輪成輪攞80分，第二輪嘅第一日已經攞70分，超屈機。話成班睇完執行李走啦，勁快離場。訪問都唔聽。軍爺好波，好。呢個先似係我哋預嘛，穿咗小寶軍爺米，我哋預一開波好大執噶嘛。第一輪真係食咗屎咁樣，依家爭好遠啦，見啦，83分。計埋呢度30分就應該86分，86分係講緊第3，即係喺第4嗰度嘅。咁已經贏咗2G game 嗰個分，但係2G game打少一場啦，係嘛？咁我哋打咗一場，咁啊打多一場贏幾分咯而家。都勁啊！翻去更新尾，呢個係唔係官方嘅呢個自己？咁我撳 F5撳到爛都未撳嘅，雞大撚鑊，100分又唔係低嘢，係 OK 啦，未死嘅老實講。咁但係佢要贏呢4隊而家得，咁啊打唔贏呢隊啊嘛，要呢3隊要40分咯，要到40分，呢3隊攞40分咧就都有計嘅，都爭幾多。但係攞到咪有計咯，攞唔到啊仆街，好簡單。即使係贏輸都好咧，有時係30對20啊，或者10係咯，30對20呢啲分咧，其實都20分都幾多啊，即係贏都好，都唔係話即係輸都好，其實20分都幾多。40啊，係啊，要大追，係不容易。好啦，今日就打完啦，聽日咧就呢度啦，2G 打 Franco，Fly Quest 打 SR，1G 打 RR 啦，跟住 Franco 對 Bandy，2G game 對 Fly Quest， 就今次先到呢度為止啦，好唔好？繼續，今晚應該唔開台啦，估到仆街。你哋支持啊，返工啦，拜。Unlock your gaming potential with ASUS ROG monitors, perfect for both console and PC.